Volume 9, Chapter 400, Let's Eat Together Once I'm Done. Alec gazed at his hand where a familiar black petal shone for a split second. He blinked and it vanished. But he knew it would stay with him for a long time, at least until he found and killed the man who placed it on him. But will I be able to find him? He gazed at Lara, who tilted her head at him as if saying, what happened? Alec shook his head and gestured for her to come sit beside him. Lara blinked but dragged her chair beside him. She clicked her tongue when Jayan turned around to stare at her, and Alec with narrow eyes as if they were caught in the act. Alec chuckled and his mood became better. I'll find him. After all, that bastard needs to die for me to have a peaceful life. Yue also looked at the bracelets on her wrists and let out a sigh. I have time. But I need to somehow tell Kyle about this. At that moment, Kyle, who had finally answered his father's questions about why he went into a coma and who the hell dared to harm him, stood up and looked at Susan. You should take the ones who reach the pseudo-divine rank and let them use the crystal. That way, they can form an image in their mind and see their strength whenever they want. Susan let out a sigh of relief, and it was clear from his face. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Okay now, all of you who have reached the pseudo-divine rank, follow me outside because this place is too small. I am going to leave as soon as my job is done. However, for some reason, he narrowed his eyes at Alec, who tensed under his gaze. Did I make a mistake, or is he really giving off a faint, evil energy? Susan rubbed his chin, but besides that slight dark energy, he didn't sense anything else. So he put that thought aside for now and asked the pseudo-rank individuals to follow him. Yue looked at his fading figure and quickly told Mia, Sinon, and Regius about the divine essence and asked them to use it too. She took out 3 glass vials and placed them in front of the trio. The trio looked at each other. They were willing, but they asked for more details. In the distance, Susan's body stiffened when he heard about the divine essence. Darn it, the kids are talking about divine essence like it's no big deal. He stared at Kyle's back with narrow eyes to know where the young man found so much divine essence, but Kyle ignored him as if he didn't even exist. Susan clicked his tongue and left with Alec, Carcel, and Lara. Meanwhile, after knowing about the divine essence, Sinon ruffled his wings behind his back and his eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint. Don't know why. But I can't wait to see Nine's face when he finds out I've reached the pseudo-divine rank. But his excitement turned to disbelief when Kyle told him that Nine had already reached the pseudo-divine rank. Sinon let out a dry laugh. You're kidding, right, bro? Kyle shook his head and Sinon's expression turned sour. He grabbed one of the vials and raised his hand with a dead serious expression. No way, I'm gonna fail. If Nine can do it, then I can too. Regius chuckled at him and the two of them left the house together. After all, they needed a big and quiet place for the breakthrough. Mia followed them as well. Yue looked at their fading figures and then approached Kyle. The flower, you can give it to Bia. She held out her palm and a crimson flower appeared on her hand, but Kyle shook his head and grabbed the grumpy bird on his shoulder. No, take her with you so she can use it. I need to talk with my family, it's important. Bia blinked at his words and quickly spoke in his head. What is it? I think we should first talk about our bond. Why can't I sense you? It's like it's broken. She fell silent and Kyle raised his hand to caress her head. It's not broken, it just went dormant due to my condition. Don't worry, it'll be fine after you stayed around me for some time. Also, you need to get stronger, so go absorb the flower. The phoenix nodded, but she was still hesitant to leave his side. Kyle surprised Yue by grabbing her wrist and pulling her towards him. Baron Ohen cleared his throat to remind him that they weren't alone. Kyle looked into Yue's amber eyes and placed Bia on her shoulder. Then he spoke up with a soft voice. Keep an eye on her for me, all right? I'll join you in a while. And remember, you owe me a meal, so let's eat together once I'm done. Yue nodded, still a little dazed that he initiated the contact first. She glanced at his hand and quickly backed off, her ears turning red. Okay, Bia's eyebrow twitched a little as she glanced back and forth between Kyle and Yue. In the end, she fixed her gaze on Kyle. I don't even remember the last time you spoke so gently and softly. So now that you're fine, did you decide to get yourself a wife? Kyle hummed in response. The suggestion isn't bad at all. Bia raised her brow as Yue started moving toward the exit. The phoenix gazed back at Kyle with crescent eyes. It seems like you're going to start showing your emotions more openly now, huh? I see a lot of improvement. Let's see how it goes. But with your personality, I'm betting it's gonna take a lot of time. But no matter what, she was happy to see him back. Kyle's lips twitched at her words, but he ignored the phoenix and looked at Ray and Neon. The duo had been staring at him with mischievous eyes ever since he pulled that stunt on Yue. Kyle cleared his throat and quickly changed the topic. You two come here, I need to check your bodies. Chapter 401, A Little Experiment. Ray raised his brow and after coming in front of Kyle, flicked his forehead. Tisk tisk, after spending some time in a coma, you've become so impolite. What did you just call us, you two? Kyle rubbed his forehead and stared at the man in front of him. I mean, bro, I'm old now. So it's okay. He swallowed his words when Ray looked at him with deep eyes. Ah, brother, can you sit in front of me? I need to check your body. Ray nodded with a satisfied grin and pulled a chair in front of him to take a seat. He stared at Kyle, who grabbed his wrist and closed his eyes. Ray had seen Yue give divine essence to others, so he couldn't help but feel a little sad that Kyle hadn't given him and Neon any divine essence. However, he knew Kyle must have considered all the options before making the best choice. Also, he and Neon didn't have a high talent to begin with, so the chances of them failing to absorb the divine essence were really high. Neon also sat down beside them and watched as Kyle furrowed his brow and sniffed the air. Neon blinked in surprise. Where the heck did he learn this bad habit? Kyle heard his words and his eyebrow twitched a little, but he focused all his concentration on Ray. Baron Ohan and Butler Ian also sat down beside the trio to see what Kyle was up to. Time passed slowly, and everyone's attention was fixed on Kyle, who had his eyes closed. Ray let out a hiss as he felt Kyle's already cold fingers on his skin grow even colder. He looked down with furrowed brows and observed as Kyle moved his hand slightly, causing a chilling sensation that made his skin tingle uncomfortably. In that moment, Kyle opened his eyes and flashed a wide grin. He stared at Ray, who had a confused expression on his face. I knew it. We all have it in our bodies. At first, Kyle was going to save 2 vials of divine essence for Neon and Ray. But then he remembered. Just like him, his whole family had the ice enchantress essence in their bodies. Even though it was in a small amount, it was way more powerful than the divine essence. Regardless, even if his family did not have the ice enchantress essence in their bodies, Kyle would have found a way to extract his own divine essence and give it to them. After all, now that he had the pseudo-divine rank strength, he felt confident that he could make it happen. But just as he thought, he sensed the ice enchantress essence in Ray's body, although very faintly. It was so subtle that he couldn't even locate it with his scent perception skill. In the end, he had to focus solely on Ray's body to find it. Kyle rubbed his chin with a deep expression. It would be a little difficult to awaken the ice enchantress essence in their bodies, but not impossible. He had learned a lot about the celestial bloodline in his body from Nisus, that old man who ran off who knows where before he even woke up. So maybe, just like how he controlled the celestial essence in his mind space to heal his soul, he could control it again to help his family. I need to try at least. It would be the best option. If it doesn't work, I have to find some treasures that would help them awaken the ice enchantress essence. Seeing Kyle's distracted expression, Ray swatted his hand away with a groan. At least let go of my wrist before you start daydreaming. Your hand is too cold. Kyle rubbed his hand and clicked his tongue, but then he let out an evil smile. Big brother. I'm going to do a little experiment on you. Ray shuddered at the politeness oozing out from Kyle's words. He grabbed Kyle's shoulder tightly with a similar smile. You want a beating? Of course not. It won't be painful, I swear. Or maybe just a little, I'm not sure. Ray let out a laugh. It seems Kyle was serious. So you want to make me your first test subject? Kyle nodded, but before he could say another word, Ray propelled his chair backward far away from Kyle. But the man froze when he realized he couldn't move and stared at Kyle with wide eyes. You little prick, what did you do? Kyle blinked. I knew you would try to run away. That's why I drew a little invisible symbol on your chair. Now you can't stand up until I'm done. Ray looked at his father for help, but his father stood up and left, saying he should go make something good for dinner. Neon stared at Ray and let out a sigh. Brother, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Kyle, and if the experiment becomes too dangerous, I'll save you immediately. Kyle rubbed his hand and dragged his chair toward Ray. So let's start, shall we? Ray shut his eyes and braced himself for what was to come. He knew Kyle wouldn't do anything harmful, but the smile on the latter's face made him suspicious. Okay, fine, do whatever you want. It's not like a little experiment would kill me. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling sensation spread across his wrist. He looked down and saw blue flames around his skin, but they didn't touch him. Instead, they just roamed around his skin. Ray glanced at Kyle, who had a dead serious expression on his face. Strangely, within a few seconds, beads of sweat formed on Kyle's forehead as if he was struggling with something. Kyle clenched his jaw and stared back at Ray with a dry smile. It's harder than I expected, so let's get serious, brother. No matter what happens, don't move, not even a bit, because I have to retrieve it from your body as soon as I'm done. Or else it can harm you. Kyle closed his eyes and focused, to quickly sense the dormant ice enchantress essence within Ray's body. Then he exerted all his willpower just to control a few blue particles in his body and guided them outside. Damn it, I am only controlling a few particles, but it feels like my body can't handle it. Ray stared at him, unsure of what Kyle intended to do. Nevertheless, he held his breath and remained still. In the end, he didn't feel anything except for a cold, prickling sensation that seeped into his body. Also, the sensation disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. He looked at the icy blue flames around his wrist, and they scattered into thin air. His eyes narrowed at the faint, almost invisible blue particles hovering above his hand. However, the particles instantly leaped towards Kyle and vanished into his skin as if they couldn't part with him. Kyle released his hand and took a deep breath with hazy eyes. He experienced a dreadful sensation just by letting a few particles out of his body. That was hard, not just hard, it was dangerous. I was afraid I would accidentally harm you. Ray rubbed his wrist and looked at Kyle with a frown. What did you just do? Kyle chuckled and blinked his eye to clear his vision. Nothing special, just increased your talent. Chapter 402, the experiment is successful. Ray blinked once, twice, and then the meaning behind Kyle's words dawned on him. Instantly his eyes widened as he stared at Kyle. What? Kyle shrugged with a grin. He quickly removed the symbol he drew on the chair, restraining Ray, who had an astonished expression on his face. Now you can stand up, brother. The experiment is done and it's successful. Ray snapped out of his trance and let out a dry laugh. Since he didn't attend the Royal Academy, he couldn't see his stats. That privilege was only available to the Royal Academy students or students from a few other big academies. So, now you can even enhance others' talents, something that's considered unchangeable. What the hell have you been doing? Are you sure you were in a coma? Kyle laughed and shook his head. No, I can't increase others' talents. I just awakened something that's already in your body. It's something that's present in all the descendants of our family. Ray wanted to know more, but Neon pushed him out of the chair with an excited expression. Then the latter sat down in his seat and extended his hand towards Kyle with sparkling eyes. Now it's my turn, Ray rolled his eyes. Why did it feel like they were at a market taste testing a new dish? He smiled and watched as Kyle did the same thing to Neon. But the moment Kyle was done, a familiar feeling welled up inside Neon's body and he let out a surprised cry. I am going to break through. It's not believable because I have already reached the end of my talent. He wanted to go outside the house for the breakthrough, but Kyle drew a few symbols around him to envelop him in an array and asked him to do it here. Neon closed his eyes and sensed the mana around him tremble as it started entering his body. He felt his strength rise with each passing second. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw two pairs of eyes staring at him. Kyle stood up and cleared his throat. Guys, let's grab the old man. His forehead was flickered again by Ray, who raised an eyebrow. Kyle grumbled and rubbed his forehead. Then he looked at the door leading outside the living room, his eyes turning into crescents. I mean, let's grab Dad. He ran off to the kitchen, right? He needs to be part of the experiment too. Ray and Neon rolled up their sleeves and dragged the old man, who was hiding behind the door, secretly peeking at them to see what Kyle was up to. Soon, Ohen was made to sit in front of Kyle. He wiped his forehead and let out a wry smile. Kids, I heard what you all talked about, but I'm too old. There's no need to increase my talent. Ray and Neon are young. They have a big life ahead of them. I'm already happy to see all of you achieving so much at a young age. His sentence got cut short when Kyle, Ray, and Neon gave him stern looks. Ohen let out a hearty sigh. Okay. But don't expect me to train or anything because I am not going to do it at this age. Kyle's lips curled into a smile. No need to train, I have enough treasures to fill this entire living room. You can just absorb one whenever you feel like it. The old man stared at Kyle, speechless. It seemed like he had no other choice. Kyle grabbed his wrist and checked his body, but a surprised expression appeared on his face as he looked at the old man. Unlike his brothers, his father's body had more ice enchantress essence, almost double the amount they had. He did the same thing to his father, and this time he didn't feel much resistance. That's why it didn't take him long to awaken the ice enchantress essence in the old man's body. Just then, Butler Ian entered the living room with a tray full of fruits and drinks. Kyle gazed at Ian and rubbed his chin. The butler wasn't a descendant of the ice enchantress, so he couldn't increase his talent with the same method. I'll ask Susan to help him. After all, that old man is a divine rank individual. Kyle nodded, and the old butler, who had a smile on his face, shivered when he sensed his deep gaze. Then Kyle grabbed a few storage rings filled with mana stones and treasures from his mind space and handed them over to his father. So all of them can get stronger as soon as possible. His father remembered the old scare he got the last time he checked the storage rings Kyle gave them. So the old man politely gave the rings to his other two sons to avoid any potential shock. Ray and Neon glanced at each other and let out wry smiles. No matter what, they could never get used to Kyle pulling treasures out of thin air like they meant nothing. After chatting a bit more with his family, Kyle stood up and said he should leave. Baron Ohen let out a sigh and rubbed his back. Now Kyle had grown taller than the old man. Okay, just take care of yourself. Also, come back whenever you have time to see me. Kyle nodded, but as he started moving toward the exit, he noticed everyone was following him. He stared at Neon and Ray to find out why. The duo burst into laughter and Ray shook his shoulder. We are not following you. We are going to a nearby weaponry to look around for a talent checking orb to check our new talent. Kyle nodded with an O. If I saw George again, I would ask him for the crystal that helps you see your stats. Oh wait, I can ask Susan. Maybe he might have something similar. I can sense he's nearby, so you two should come with me for now. The three of them walked out of the house together. Baron Ohan and Butler Ian stood at the building exit, watching as the trio disappeared into the crowd and left the area. Chapter 403. It's difficult but not impossible. In front of the border, the soldiers and fighters were working hard to clean up the area after the long battle with the monsters. They were searching the monsters' bodies for skill cores and dragging the high-rank ones with stronger structures to craft weapons from their bones. Kyle looked at the soldiers and raised his head to see Susan surrounded by Alec, Giant, Lara, and Carcel in midair. The group seems to be bombarding the old man with a lot of questions, probably about the image they formed in their minds after using the brown crystal. Kyle took a deep breath and shouted at the old man, who got startled and almost lost his balance in midair. Susan turned around and gave Kyle a fierce glare, his eyes burning with anger. But he quickly regained his composure and landed in front of the young man. "What is it now?" Kyle got straight to the point because he could see that now the old man was getting annoyed at him. "Do you have something like a crystal that can help others see their stats before the pseudo-divine rank?" Susan furrowed his brow, taking a few moments to think before nodding. "I do have something. Not a crystal but a slate that can connect others to the planet's core, allowing them to see their stats. I collected a lot of things in my younger days, so why do you need it?" Kyle gestured towards Ray and Neon, who were standing behind him. "Let them use it. Also, is there a way to increase someone's talent without the divine essence?" Susan let out a sigh and massaged his temples. "He just came out of the tower and this rascal is making him do so much." "No, I don't think so. I've never heard about any other method to increase talent. If someone reached the end of their talent, they can break the wall by consuming the divine essence." Kyle nodded. "Do you have divine essence, or can you tell me how to extract divine essence?" Susan closed his eyes for a second and shouted at Kyle. "You just reached the pseudo-divine rank and you want to extract divine essence from your body, are you crazy?" "Don't even think about it. I do have a few drops, but they are inside the tower, so if you need it urgently, you can take it from me." However, his face turned blank when Kyle casually told him to share some of the divine essence with Butler Ian. He took a deep breath to control his emotions and gestured for Neon and Ray to follow him so they could see their stats by forming a connection with the planet's core, especially to avoid any further talk with Kyle. In the next second, Alec, Giant, Lara, and Carcel landed in front of Kyle, who looked at Alec with a serious expression. "Alec, do you know about the third Shadow General?" Alec's expression hardened and he nodded. "I know. Better than anyone else, and I don't think there's only one Shadow General." Kyle furrowed his brow. "No way, don't tell me the Shadow Generals also." However, before he could complete his sentence, Alec shook his head with a wry smile and secretly rubbed the back of his hand. "No, they are not on this planet. Neither the third Shadow General nor the others. If they were, this planet would not still be standing." Kyle gazed up at the sky. The planet was now open to anyone who wanted to enter. Fortunately, James' consciousness had ordered someone to take care of the planet's core. If everything went right, they would be able to once again construct the presence-concealing shield around the planet that had hidden the planet for so long. "Alec, I think we need to hurry. I'm not sure when the Shadow Generals will arrive, and I don't want to know how strong they are, at least not right now. That's why we must strike first to completely wipe out the enemies on the planet. Currently, the tower's guardians are assisting us. 9 will also arrive shortly with people from the sea continent. 2 of the strongest guardians of the tower are working to restore the shield around the planet, and I believe they will succeed. Let's gather everyone to fight and clean the enemies once and for all." He paused for a second. "I am not overconfident that we will be victorious without any casualties, but I know we don't have any other choice. We can only fight or wait until they wipe us out completely." Alec gripped his shoulder. "Don't worry, no one is going to back down now. They started this war, but we are going to finish it." Giant and Carcel joined them, their gazes fixed on the duo. "It's difficult but not impossible." Kyle smiled and shook his head as he looked at all of them. Alec is just as he remembers, always trying to help as many people as possible. Carcel still wears an aloof expression as if he does not care about what happens, but he is just like Alec. Lara, she has changed a lot. He still remembers how she used to ignore him when he first started interacting with Alec. As for Giant, well, he is still the unluckiest among them all. Lara surprised Kyle by patting his shoulder, and not just Kyle but everyone around her too. A beautiful smile spread across her lips when she saw Kyle's stunned expression. "Hey, I just wanted to say, well, I've been meaning to say it for a long time. I never meant to ignore you, it's just that I couldn't express myself properly. And then you disappeared and all this happened. That's why I never had the chance to apologize properly." She paused as if it took her all just to say those words. "I'm sorry, Kyle, and please take care of yourself. I noticed that whenever something dangerous happened, you were always the one who disappeared or ended up in a difficult position. I just realized that, so that's it. Bye." Lara turned around and left without saying anything more, but there was a smile on her face. Finally, she said it, and it wasn't as hard as she expected. Jian smirked at her figure and started floating away too. Okay bro, I'm the strongest and youngest guardian of this continent, so I'm leaving too. Just like Lara said, take care of yourself and don't suddenly disappear on us. After all, you have to fight on the front line. Haha, Kyle's smile stiffened, but he let it go and waved at the red-haired man. Alec and Carcel also nodded at Kyle and quickly left with the duo. As the young guardians of the new continent, they had a lot of work to do. First, they needed to send all the talented youngsters they had gathered to train inside the Tower of Opportunity, now that it's open to the public. Second, they have to inform the kings and gather the entire army of the continent. Chapter 404, A Well-Suited Rank. Kyle stared at their disappearing figures for a few seconds and started floating. He closed his eyes and activated his scent perception skill. Instantly, he sensed a few familiar presences amidst the multitude of scents wafting into his nostrils. Yue and Bia weren't too far from where he was. He opened his eyes and went into the forest close to the border. But after just a minute, he stopped when he sensed a barrier. The barrier was thin and transparent, separating the space from the outside world. Kyle raised his hand and touched the barrier, causing it to flicker slightly before settling down. He smirked, and with a blink of his eyes, a symbol appeared in the air. The symbol merged with the barrier and created a small opening on its smooth surface. Kyle peered inside, and right away his eyes landed on a serene lake. It was nestled among big rocks and trees, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Bia was sitting on one side of the lake in her phoenix form, and faint flames danced around her body, just like flickering sparks. Above her, the crimson flower floated, emitting a red aura that was absorbed by her body. His gaze shifted towards the woman donned in elegant attire, seated on the opposite side of the lake atop a boulder, quietly observing the phoenix. Kyle raised his leg and entered through the opening before it closed behind him. He landed softly on the ground, careful not to disturb the deeply meditating phoenix. Gradually, he approached Yue and lightly tapped her shoulder. Yue jolted and instinctively clenched her hand into a fist, prepared to strike, but she let out a long sigh when she realized it was Kyle. At least, announce your presence. What if I had attacked you? Kyle hummed and propped himself beside her like it was the most natural thing. Because of the limited space, their bodies were touching, and Yue wanted to shift away a little. But he gently grasped her waist and guided her to sit beside him. Don't tell me that after I asked you to give everyone the divine essence, you didn't take a rest for even a second. The woman next to him stilled, seemingly processing his words or maybe more focused on his hand on her waist. His touch was cold, just as she remembered. Yue was startled when Kyle tightened his grip slightly. So, she looked up to meet his gaze. They were too close, so close, she could feel his breath gently brushing against her face. The tips of her pointy ears instantly turned red. She wasn't sure when Kyle had started to change so much. No, he never took the initiative to get close first, so what happened now? Her mind was racing with so many thoughts, and those deep, bright eyes were staring at her, waiting for an answer, coupled with his handsome features. It had an immediate effect on her, and her thoughts came to a sudden halt. What did he ask again? Oh, right. She looked down slightly, too nervous to meet his gaze directly, afraid that her heart, which was already racing, might just leap out of her chest. Her face flushed when she realized that Kyle might be able to hear the sound of her racing heart. It's not like, I need rest, right? I'm strong, and even if I don't rest for a few days, it wouldn't matter. Kyle nodded slightly, his brows furrowing. Still, it's not like we're going to war right away. You shouldn't put so much burden on yourself. I heard you're the queen of the Elven Kingdom now. The role suits you, but it comes with a lot of responsibilities. I just don't want you to exhaust yourself working day and night. Yue let out a smile at his words. The tension around her body loosened, and she peered at him with that beautiful smile of hers. After all, she could clearly sense that he was worrying about her. A queen, she rolled the words on her tongue. Clearly, it sounded hundreds of times better when Kyle called her with that title. Does it really suit me? I don't think so. They just needed a strong leader, and I was the only one left. Kyle sensed the sadness in her voice. He had heard that many people had died during his absence, so maybe someone close to her as well. It does, but you can always run away with me. I'm planning to leave this planet once it's safe. I have some debts to settle with some people out there, and it would also be a fun journey. So think about it, okay? Yue blinked at his words and couldn't help but let out a giggle. The previous sadness seemed to evaporate into thin air as genuine laughter spilled out of her lips. She surprised Kyle by wrapping her arm around his neck in a swift movement, pulling him closer. Her eyes turned into crescents at his stunned expression. You want me to run away with you? Why? We're not even close. Kyle let out a chuckle as he felt his heart picking up its pace, and a thought that had been getting clearer in his mind became even more apparent. He realized that he liked this woman in front of him a lot more than he expected. So, how about we get a little closer? Yue's neck flushed at his words. Her breath quickened as she sensed his grip tightening on her waist and his face moving closer to her face. The air exploded with sparks and thick tension, but the moment was destroyed when a familiar cry rang out in the distance. I'm gonna break through, oh my gosh, the majestic me can finally reach a well-suited rank. Ha ha ha, Kyle closed his eyes as Yue pulled away from his grip as quickly as one would in a startled frenzy. He took a deep breath and closed his hand, which felt empty for some reason, before glancing at Bia. Right, congratulations, chapter 405, you knew it's an artifact. Bia flapped her wings and her eyes lit up when she spotted Kyle in the distance. With a swift movement, she soared into the sky. The air around her crackled, with crimson flames flickering around her entire body. After completely absorbing the flower's aura, she had effortlessly shattered the small wall blocking her path. The divine energy in the air rushed into her body, and a radiant golden glow appeared on each of her feathers, which were blue at the edges. The air grew still as the phoenix flew around in the sky and let out a loud cry. In an instant, all types of monsters in her vicinity, those who could hear or sense her presence, froze in place as if witnessing the birth of a divine beast. Kyle looked up and saw Bia's flames take on a pure golden hue. A little distance away from him, Yue gasped, her amber eyes fixed on the beautiful phoenix as Bia spread out her wings in a majestic manner, covering the entire sky in a blanket of flames. Yue began to float and eyes turned crescents. She's beautiful, Kyle leaped up from where he was and floated alongside her, humming. He reached out his hand towards the elf, who blinked but still took hold of it. The duo floated up towards Bia, who had finally ceased her display of newfound authority to the other monsters. The phoenix circled the two of them with excitement and then came to a stop in front of Kyle. She quickly transformed into her shorter form and landed on Kyle's head with a lazy expression. Kyle leaped up from where he was and floated alongside her, humming. He reached out his hand towards the elf, who blinked but still took hold of it. The duo floated up towards Bia, who had finally ceased her display of newfound authority to the other monsters. The phoenix circled the two of them with excitement and then came to a stop in front of Kyle. She quickly transformed into her shorter form and landed on Kyle's head with a lazy expression. The previously proud demeanor faded away as Bia made herself comfortable and, in the process, messed up Kyle's hair with a contented sigh. It's been a while, right? Now that I think about it, I'm feeling pretty hungry. Let's find a good place to eat now. Kyle, who had just raised his hand to pat her head in praise, paused after hearing her words. His lips twitched a little, realizing that no matter what, the phoenix would never change. Regardless, he agreed and looked at Yue, asking if she wanted to go together. Yue had already used the brown crystal to form an image in her mind before she took Bia to a quiet place where the phoenix absorbed the flower. The elf thought for a few seconds. She had a lot of things she needed to do, especially in the kingdom, but then she noticed the two pairs of bright eyes staring at her quietly, seemingly waiting for her answer. Well, it would be fine to put the work on hold for a while. Okay, Kyle nodded at her, and they left the forest together, only to find themselves in front of the border. Then they walked on foot and entered the crowded space after crossing the border. A lot of eyes lingered on them, probably those who had seen Yue before or those who had seen Kyle with the other young guardians. But nobody had time to meddle in their matters because the urgency of the situation kept everyone focused on their own tasks. Yue noticed they had come quite far away from the border. She paused and gazed back, but Kyle grasped her hand and pulled her beside him. There's a lot of crowd, just stay beside me. Also, I can smell a good place a little distance away. Let's go there. She was curious about what he meant by smell, but her attention shifted when she realized he was still holding her hand. Yue softly gripped his hand in return, and even though he noticed, she didn't say anything. They quietly walked through the area, taking in the sights of the houses and numerous individuals selling weapons or skill cores on both sides of the street. Bia's eyes roamed around. She had seen all of this before, but now that she was with Kyle, it felt a lot different. However, the streets weren't filled with enthusiasm, probably due to the ongoing circumstances. The phoenix's sharp eyes narrowed at the duo's interlocked hands, and a surprised look flashed across her face. Wait, when did they progress so far? Why didn't I notice? She let out a little laugh in her head and closed her eyes because it would be bad if she disturbed the moment, unaware that she had already done so before. However, unlike Bia, Kyle's eyes narrowed a little as he noticed the familiar bracelets on Yue's wrists. He hadn't thought about it before, but now that he looked closely, he noticed that they were slightly different from before, especially the glowing gems embedded on their surface. But he stopped his thoughts as they arrived in front of the place he sensed would be perfect for a good meal. It was a medium-sized hotel with wooden furniture, probably the only decent place in the surroundings. Inside, there was an old dwarf couple serving the customers. The place was quite crowded, but Kyle's eyes wandered around and he spotted an empty table in a corner. As the duo approached the table, many eyes turned towards them, impressed by how good they looked together. Both of them were good-looking, but Kyle furrowed his brows and drew a few symbols to cast a small barrier around them, so they could enjoy a peaceful meal together. Yue chuckled at him as he sat down across from her, and she was pleasantly surprised when he naturally pulled out her chair so she could sit down. So if I pay for the meal, would that count as repayment for sparing Nox's life? Kyle blinked and then rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. Well, to be honest, the meat of a beast with SSS plus rank talent would be a lot more expensive than just one meal. But since it's our first meal together and I think we should get closer, you can keep that little monster alive. Also, it would be better if I paid. After all, I'm the one who invited you. Yue's face turned slightly red when she heard the words "we should get closer." The recent memory quickly came back to her mind. Bai hopped down from Kyle's head, realizing they were taking too long, and startled the elderly dwarf woman who came to take their order. The Phoenix didn't hold back and ordered everything because she felt like she should eat a lot more now that she's a pseudo-divine rank being. If only Alec and Nine could hear Kyle's words, saying that he would pay for the meal. The same Kyle who dined and dashed, leaving a big bill for Alec, even though he had a storage ring full of mana stones. No one would know what their reaction would be because they weren't here to witness it. The atmosphere was quiet and peaceful until Kyle pointed out the bracelets on the elf's hand. I believe you found all the parts of the artifact because there's divine energy on its surface. Yue was taken aback by his words, unsure of when he discovered the artifact. You knew it's an artifact. It was back when we first met. I completed some symbols on its surface and realized that the bracelets were part of a powerful artifact, but I wasn't sure what kind. Then I didn't see them on your wrists, so it slipped my mind. Chapter 406. That's not fair at all. Yue nodded and fiddled with the bracelets, her voice becoming slower. My father found the remaining parts. It's a divine rank artifact. She wanted to say more but didn't know where to start. The moment she mentioned her father, memories of the difficult time came rushing back, making her vision blurry. She hadn't shown her emotions so openly since her father passed, so why did she have to embarrass herself in front of Kyle? Kyle did not really care about the divine artifact. Not this one, or maybe he would not even in the future, because the one that ate his soul was enough to give him a big aversion toward divine rank artifacts. But he noticed that the corner of Yue's eyes turned red when she mentioned her father. Don't tell me. He quietly pulled his chair next to her and surprised her by suddenly putting his arm around her and gently rubbing her back. I know it's hard, but it'll get better. Once again, he realized he wasn't good with words, especially when it came to comforting others. However, the woman next to him found comfort in just the few words he managed to say, and she buried her face in his shoulder. Once again, he realized he wasn't good with words, especially when it came to comforting others. However, the woman next to him found comfort in just the few words he managed to say, and she buried her face in his shoulder. On the table, Bia silently bit into another piece of meat that was put there by the old dwarf woman a while ago and watched as Kyle effortlessly secured his future wife. The Phoenix had an uneasy feeling that the duo had forgotten about her presence. She clicked her tongue lightly but still didn't stop munching on her food. After all, wasting was a big no-no. After Yue calmed down, they continued their meal, but Kyle noticed that she kept trying to say something, only to stop in the middle as if something was holding her back. He even asked her what happened, and she did open her mouth to speak, but then closed it again with furrowed brows. However, before he could learn more, something buzzed in Kyle's mind space. He grabbed the little crystal that one of the tower's guardians had thrown to him before leaving to check on the planet's core. In an instant, a serene voice resonated from the crystal, and Kyle's expression turned grim as Lai, the divine rank guardian, informed him that there was something wrong with the planet's air. That's why her efforts to rebuild the planet's shield were failing. In the end, Lai told him to find Yan, the old dwarf, as quickly as possible because he knows a lot about this types of issues and can help solve it. If they don't act soon, the air that has already affected the monsters on the planet will start affecting the land and plant life too. Kyle's expression turned serious as he closed the communication crystal. He looked at Yue, but she had already gotten up to leave. Kyle stood up too, and Bia, who had finished eating, quickly climbed onto his shoulder so she wouldn't be left behind. Kyle generously paid the old dwarf couple and they swiftly left the place. Once they were in the air, Yue looked at him and smiled. Today was one of the best and most peaceful moments she had experienced in a long time. I need to head back to the Elven Kingdom too, so take care of yourself and Bia, all right. Kyle closed the gap between them and let out a sigh before softly kissing the strands of her flowing honey-colored hair. Let's continue where we left off once everything calms down. I mean, you wouldn't run away with me because we're not that close. Yet. The elf stared at him, dazed, too surprised to even react. So he could even do that out of nowhere. She watched as Kyle backed away and stared at her with a soft expression. Okay, bye, take care of yourself too. Yue watched as he left with the Phoenix on his shoulder, heading in the opposite direction, probably to find Yan. After Kyle left, she clenched her fists tightly, feeling a prickling pain throughout her body. It wasn't because of anything else but because of the bracelets on her wrists. So I can't talk about it with anyone else. That's not fair at all. She let out a sad smile and gazed into the distance where Kyle had gone. I hope everything gets better, just like you said. Yue shook her head and headed in the opposite direction towards the Elven Kingdom. She had been away from the kingdom for too long without telling anyone the reason. Honestly, she didn't feel bad about it, but the older elves were definitely going to ask her a lot of questions to make her realize how irresponsible she had been. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Kyle stopped after floating a long way from the place. He rubbed his fingers. Her hair smelled nice, a lot better than all the different scents that always overwhelm my nose because of the divine scent perception skill. I think I'm becoming more sensitive to smells. Bia pawed his shoulder with a loud sound. Hey, did you forget there's a kid around you? I remember you always calling me a kid and now tusk tusk you're doing everything in front of me. Kyle rolled his eyes at her words. You think I didn't notice how eagerly you were staring at us. But don't worry, next time I'll make sure to put a barrier around you to block your vision. Bia suddenly looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Kyle, I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm more sensitive to divine energy. It seemed like you used it on Yue when you touched her hair. What did you do, or am I mistaken? Kyle raised his eyebrow, surprised that she noticed. Nothing, I just noticed something off about her behavior. It seemed like she wanted to speak but couldn't. So I placed something on her, but don't worry, it's not dangerous and won't affect her at all. I'll remove it as soon as the uneasy feeling I am having goes away. He took out his communication crystal to contact Han. It's a good thing he took the old man's communication crystal coordinates before the latter left with the tower's guardians. Chapter 407, Our Future Hope. Jan stood on a platform made of stacked bricks, looking at the other guardians and countless citizens working nearby. They were all building a new barrier in the center of Coexis, combining countless symbols with a lot of natural mana and divine energy. Once activated, this barrier would cover the entire continent with a transparent dome. This way, if the enemy tried to attack and harm the citizens, the barrier, along with the border around the continent, would give them enough time to fight back with everything they have got. Jan wasn't alone. There were many others, including the demi-human king Musum and the human king Estalion. They both stared at Jan's back with solemn expressions. They were shocked to learn that the array masters had succeeded after so much struggle. Finally, they called upon the guardians to help them in this difficult time. A glimmer of hope appeared in the hearts of all those people who watched the guardians constructing a barrier in the middle of the continent. However, the two kings and a few others were completely stunned and couldn't find words when their communication crystals buzzed. At that moment, Alec and Carcel, the young guardians of the continent, declared that this time they would be the ones launching the attack against the enemy first. No way they would wait for the enemy to strike and catch them off guard. Of course, the kings and the elders who heard the news didn't agree because they thought it was too risky, even with the tower's guardians on their side. They had witnessed the enemy's power, and it would be unfair to say they felt confident in confronting so many divine rank individuals directly. But everything changed when word got out that Alec, Giant, Carcel, Lara, and the Elven Queen had reached the pseudo-divine rank. The news was so shocking that some of them even dropped their communication crystals. The elders exchanged glances, and their faces broke into wry smiles. These youngsters had already amazed them by fighting on the front lines during the previous enemy attack. And now, they had once again surpassed everyone's expectations by achieving a rank that even they themselves weren't sure they would reach. In the end, a multitude of projections appeared in the sky as the two kings reached out to all the strong people of the continent. A heated discussion ensued about whether they should heed the words of the youngsters. But before they could come to a conclusion, another news reached their ears that numerous strong individuals from the sea continent had arrived at the border to join the war, a war they hadn't even decided to start yet. Jan couldn't help but muse with amusement as he watched the faces of the people around him change every minute, as if they were experiencing the shock of their lives. King Estalion's communication crystal buzzed once more, and this time he swore he wouldn't answer it. However, the people around him stared at him with intense gazes, silently urging him to pick it up. He let out a groan. Estalion had finally freed himself from the shadow after countless attempts. He had given the shadow the divine phoenix blood, and in return, before vanishing to an unknown place, the shadow gave him something that would enhance his strength. Regardless, it would only be useful when he reached the point where he felt he had truly reached the peak of SSS plus rank. That's why when he heard that many people younger than him had already reached the pseudo-divine rank, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Still, despite his reluctance, he steeled his nerves and held the communication crystal in his hand. Soon, Giant's face appeared before him. The red-haired man ran his hand through his hair and let out a smile that bordered on wickedness. Giant cleared his throat, and in the next moment the image above the communication crystal changed, showing countless familiar youngsters entering a tall tower in rows. So, Giant's voice echoed through the crystal, jolting a stallion, who stared at the familiar tower where the youngsters were entering. I just wanted to ask if I could send some kids to train in the nearest tower of opportunity. Oh well, they're so eager and already going inside, so don't blame me. But don't worry, our future hope will definitely become the hope of the future when they come out from that place with enough strength to fight alongside us. Ha ha ha, just like that, before Giant's words could fully sink inside anyone's head, the connection of the communication crystal was abruptly cut off, leaving the crystal dead silent. Right at that moment, Jan turned around, scratching his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. Oh, it seems they found out that after the Guardians left, all the towers are open to the public. It's great that they're taking advantage of this opportunity to send all the young ones into the towers. His booming voice reverberated through the air, and Astalion's expression turned pale. So Giant contacted him after he had already teleported the youngsters in front of the tower and was in the process of sending them in. Estalion gazed at Musum, the demi-human king, only to find that Musum's expression was even paler than his own. Not just Musum, everyone had various expressions on their faces, unsure of what the hell was happening and why the hell it was happening so fast. All eyes immediately turned to Han, who was munching on fruits in the distance while overseeing some individuals drawing symbols around him. Han and George were the ones who brought the Guardians back, but they haven't discussed anything else yet. Of course, everyone heard about Kyle once the Array Masters returned. Kyle was the human who was considered to be the strongest among the younger generation when he came out of that secret realm. But he vanished even before the planet was attacked, and no one knew what happened to him. Moreover, due to the circumstances, everyone forgot about him. However, the very same Kyle has made a reappearance. And not just that, he even made a major contribution when the Array Masters opened the tower. No, not just a major contribution, he was the one who added the right symbols in the array. Regardless, nobody mentioned that they would be going into a war so suddenly. Chapter 408, Where the Hell is Susan? Jan took a whiff of the air and a frown creased his brow. The air is polluted, but why can't I find the source? He gazed at the people behind him who were busy contacting one person after another. Jan heard everything they talked about because his senses were sharper than his rank. That's why he couldn't help but let out a smirk. The young ones really know how to make others panic. He shook his head and started floating to once again sense the air. So he could find the source of the air pollution, the same air pollution he sensed the moment he came out from the tower. Jan closed his eyes and sensed everything around him. The air, the flow of mana, the faint light particles. But his eyes snapped open when he sensed another type of faint sapphire-colored particles mixed with the air. Those particles were devouring the mana in the air and multiplying rapidly. What in the world is this thing? He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it isn't good because the particles give off an ominous feeling. That's why he quickly gathered all the Array Masters around him and gave them a few symbols before asking them to draw an array that would clean the air. However, the only problem was that the array needed a lot of divine energy. Not from any other source, but divine energy directly from someone who had stepped into the realm of the divine. Without it, there's no way the array would be strong enough to cleanse the entire planet's air. He clicked his tongue. Where the hell is Susan? He and Lai are the only true divine beings among us. Lai is working on the planet core, but what the heck is that old man doing? Don't tell me he ran off somewhere quiet to rest when he knows we have a lot of work to do. Jan massaged his temples. He has reached the SSS plus rank, and there were a few pseudo-divine guardians as well. But unfortunately, he sent 2 of them to scout for information about the enemy. He gazed at Han, and after thinking for a few minutes, he asked the old human to call the people who had reached the pseudo-divine rank. Jan knew it wouldn't be enough, as the young ones had just recently reached the pseudo-divine rank, but anything was better than nothing. The dwarf watched as the Array Masters swiftly drew the symbols inside the array he requested. Unlike the barrier, which would take another day to complete, the air-cleaning array was ready within a few hours. Meanwhile, Han quickly got in touch with Alec and Carcel. He thought they wouldn't answer because after Giant's last words, they didn't respond to King Astalion and the others. But to his surprise, the duo picked up almost instantly. Han let out a sigh of relief and went to a corner to explain the situation to them. Alec thought for a moment and said they were near a teleportation array. They would come directly once they had sent all the youngsters inside the tower. Time passed and Jan, who was overseeing everything, sensed a ripple in the air. He furrowed his brows, but before he could say anything, his eyes widened when a familiar figure crashed in the middle of the crowd. Instantly, a cloud of dust rose into the sky and debris flew everywhere. Some panic cries rang out from the weak citizens who were only there to construct the barrier, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. But one of the guardians in the distance quickly slammed his hand down, scattering the dust into thin air and shouted loudly, "Shut the hell up! The place fell into a deadly silence as Jan turned his gaze towards the caved-in surface of the earth where the horned demi-human had crashed. The horned man with slit red pupils spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression mirrored pain as he clenched his chest, where a black metallic spike protruded out from. Instantly, King Astalion and a few other powerful figures became alert, not really sure what had happened. At that moment, a pleasant voice echoed through the air, and a figure stepped out from a portal that formed in the rippling air. He, not bad, gotta admit that spy was pretty strong. So there's a pseudo-divine rank individual on this planet too, huh? The man in an elegant attire who just stepped out of the portal smoothed out his shirt and looked around, as if familiarizing himself with the place he had just arrived in. Oh, the defense here is quite impressive, but what else can you all do besides hiding when your opponent is so much stronger? By the way, those two spies gave me a lot of trouble. One managed to escape, but I caught the other one. So now tell me, how does it feel to see one of your informants die right before your eyes? His brown eyes, tinged with darkness, held disdain as he scanned the countless people below, looking at them as if they were mere ants. Just like Diora, there was a black three-petal flower engraved on his forehead, showing his alliance with the people the continent wanted to fight back against. Jan's pupils dilated as he clenched his fingers into fists, ready to tear the man into countless pieces. Just like him, all the guardians of the tower were ready to take down that man, even though they could clearly sense his divine rank strength. But with all of them combined, they were confident they could make him regret ever being born. This arrogant bastard. However, before Jan or anyone else could attack the man, a punch landed on the smirking man's face, causing him to stagger backward a few meters in midair. Jan let out a surprised gasp as he waved his hand around, his brows furrowed. What the heck, why is his skin so thick? It almost felt like punching metal. He had left Alec and Carcel behind just to investigate what kind of array required divine energy, only to see an unfamiliar figure appearing out of thin air. But no matter what, the black three-petal flower engraved on the man's forehead indicated that he was an enemy. The man chuckled and moved his jaw from side to side, as if relishing the stinging sensation spreading across his skin. That was quite a heavy punch, but hold on a second. Diora said there weren't any stronger individuals on this planet, so why am I seeing so many people with pseudo-divine strength? Giant ignored the man and turned his gaze towards Jan and the others. Instantly, Jan, Astalion, and two other guardians of the tower started floating and arrived beside him. Jan looked at Giant and cracked his knuckles. Hey kid, let's finish him off before things get complicated. The man laughed as if he couldn't believe what they were saying, and ripples formed behind him. Oh, come and get me, but can you? He smirked, opened his arms, and in the next second the ripples enveloped his body and he vanished into thin air. Chapter 409, It's Not Teleprotean. Giant's pupils contracted when he sensed ripples on his left side. He raised his arm and blocked the fist that came out of thin air directly toward his face, but the impact sent him flying backward in midair. He rubbed his arm, which got bruised due to the impact, and gazed at the man who just appeared from the ripples. He clicked his tongue. So you gonna strike secretly even though you're stronger? Tusk, what a scaredy cat. Jan chuckled and joined him. Doesn't matter, kid, he knows he's as good as dead now that he dared to appear in front of us. The man's brown eyes widened slightly with surprise, and he tilted his head unfazed by their words. Jan jumped forward, a hammer appeared in his hand as he slammed it toward the man, but before his hammer could touch the man, he disappeared once again. This bastard. A curse slipped out from Jan's mouth as he paused and looked around to find where the man would appear next. Astalion and the other two guardians also became alert, doing their best to sense the air around them. But instead of attacking any one of them, the man appeared behind Giant and kicked his back, probably because Giant was the one who punched him. However, before his kick could land, crimson flames appeared all around Giant, forcing him to retract his attack. Giant chuckled and turned to face the person behind him. Now it's my turn. He gathered all the crimson flames, and they traveled toward the man with lightning fast speed. The man's brown eyes flashed with surprise because Giant's flames were very strong. He wondered how the human got such a strong skill, or did the human consume a treasure related to fire? Regardless, before the flames could touch him, he vanished into the ripples again. Giant let out a frustrated groan. Damn, why does this annoying skill seem so familiar? I really hate these disappearance skills. Soon, the people in the air got busy chasing after the man, but the man seemed to enjoy toying with them because he would always control the air around him and vanish before anyone could touch him. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched them struggle. It's fun. Haha, I should have come earlier. This planet is so much fun. Meanwhile, below on the land, Han and a few others quickly made their way toward the man with slit red pupils lying inside the caved-in surface. He was the same horned man who was thrown mercilessly on the ground by the enemy who just appeared out of nowhere. Han quickly poured a few potions on the man's chest where a metal spike was sticking out. He shouted to the others to take him to a safer place, but then a female guardian appeared above the injured horned man and silently carried him away. The other guardians quickly dispersed the crowd, and in the end, only stronger individuals were left on the land. Han cursed under his breath as he gazed at the sky where a heated, no, a one-sided battle was taking place. The man seemed to be just playing around without actually attacking anyone else. Just then his communication crystal buzzed. He rummaged through his storage ring and grabbed the crystal before a familiar face appeared in front of him. It was Kyle, asking for his location because he needed to discuss something important with Jan. In the air, Giant groaned as another one of his attacks missed its mark. He snapped his head toward the man who had just appeared above the round structure, the barrier the Guardians were creating. The man rubbed his chin and wore an incredible expression. "What is this thing? Whom should I destroy it?" He jumped back when a spear shot out towards him from the air, impaling itself in the ground with a loud bang. "Oh, the tip is quite sharp. You all have no manners. I'm just a guest passing by. How can you treat me like that?" A vein bulged on Jan's forehead. "You slippery bastard, just stay in one place. Why are you buzzing around like a damn bee?" The man showed a stunned expression as if he didn't like the title. "No, no, don't call me a bee. I'm just a young divine rank individual who turned 200 years old a few months ago. Just call me Adio, that's the name Hay gave me on my 100th birthday." He massaged his neck and looked around. "I'm getting bored now. Diora has ordered everyone to stop searching for natural treasures and assemble so we can wipe out the remaining struggling souls on this planet. But now I think we don't even need to assemble because a few of us are enough to wipe you all out, ha ha ha." His wild laughter echoed through the air, and Jan hurled his hammer at the man to wipe the annoying smile off his face, but the man vanished again. Just then Giant summoned countless earth spikes and launched them in different directions. Adio, who just appeared in a different place, let out a shriek when one of the spikes grazed his arm and blood oozed out from the injury. He raised his arm and stared at the little injury with wide eyes. How can you send your attack just anywhere? Don't you know it can harm innocent citizens?" As his voice traveled through the air in that exact moment, a portal appeared beside Han, who was looking up at the battle with a hard expression. "Oh, innocent citizens!" Bia flew out from the portal and landed on Han's shoulder, causing the old man to jolt at the sudden voice echoing by his ear. "You scared me. I thought that jerk appeared right next to me." He shook his head with a sigh and watched as Kyle also stepped out from the portal. "What innocent citizens?" Kyle asked the Phoenix, who was sitting on Han's shoulder. Bia pointed one of her wings in the air where the man had disappeared once again, only to attack a stallion in the next second. "Just go and take care of the innocent citizen. He's using a teleportation skill just like you." Kyle narrowed his eyes and observed the man. Instant teleportation was one of his trump cards, so he found it a little weird when someone else used it in front of him. However, only after a few seconds he noticed with a raised brow that the skill the man was using was completely different from instant teleportation. No, it's not teleportation. He's using the air around himself as a vacuum to move around at a speed invisible to the naked eye. An evil smirk appeared on the corner of his lips. "Well, I don't like the fact that he has this skill. So I'm going to let him experience the true horror of the real instant teleportation." Chapter 410, A True Divine Being Strength. Giant let out a frustrated shout and raised his fist in the sky. Damn it, just once let me grab you. I'm gonna break every bone in your body." Not just him, Jan, Estalion, and the other Guardians also wanted nothing more than to grab the man. Just once would be enough. Adio hadn't used a single skill since he appeared, except for his irritating disappearance skill. Jan grabbed his hammer and started spinning it in the air. He had been keenly observing the man's movements and noticed a pattern in his skill. Every time Adio disappeared, he would reappear within a few meters radius. It's like he can't travel far. Electricity crackled around Jan's hammer as he tossed it toward the place where he sensed the ripples. Adio's eyes narrowed because this time the attack was coming directly toward his face, his beautiful and pretty face. His sharp nails turned black and a dark curtain appeared in front of him. The hammer crashed into the curtain with a loud boom. Instantly, ripples formed in the curtain and it even cracked a bit. But after just a few seconds, the force behind the hammer started to fade away. Eventually, it dropped down aimlessly. Adio gazed at the hammer and wiped his forehead in an exaggerated way. "That was close, but is this all you have got? If yes, then the pseudo-divine rank people here are quite weak. Now just try your best to follow me. I'm going to destroy some nearby cities, hee." Giant shouted at Adio as ripples appeared behind the ladder. "You bastard, stop right there," Adio mused, a mischievous twinkle dancing in his eyes. He didn't vanish right away just to enjoy their facial expressions. However, he blinked when Giant abruptly paused and the human's eyes widened for a split second, only to turn into crescents. Moreover, he noticed with narrowed eyes that Giant wasn't looking at him. Instead, the human was looking behind him. He froze when a soft touch landed on his shoulder, followed by a deep voice that sent chills down his spine because he hadn't sensed anyone behind him. Not now, not before. Where do you think you're going? Jian burst into laughter as he watched Adio's expression crumble within a split second. Yeah, just kick him towards me. I want to punch this bastard so badly. Adio leaped forward so fast that his figure blurred in everyone's vision. He looked back with narrowed eyes, only to see a pair of bright green eyes staring at him with little to no emotion. Kyle lowered his foot with a raised brow. He's quite fast. Then he gazed at Jian and gave the red-haired man an okay sign. Get ready, I'm sending him towards you. Adio laughed at his words because he had already sensed the new human's rank. It was hidden behind an invisible layer, probably because the human is wearing a strong artifact to hide his presence. Just like Jian, this human also had pseudo-divine rank strength. Adio scoffed and gave Kyle a taunting look. The human had caught him off guard with the invisible layer that hid his presence, but now that he knew about it, there was no way he would be surprised again. I'm a person who's never been caught, even after stealing powerful treasures right under the noses of countless strong individuals. How can a mere pseudo-divine rank human? His thoughts were abruptly cut short because Kyle vanished right in front of his eyes. And before he could react, something landed on his back, sending him flying forward with a single impactful blow. Adio spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out in shock. However, his eyes widened even more when a familiar red-haired man with an evil smile appeared in his vision. No, the man didn't come in front of him. He was the one hurtling straight toward the man. Adio wanted to stop midair and disappear, but another kick landed on his back in the exact same spot, inflicting more damage and propelling him directly toward Jian. Jian instantly clenched his fist and, just like he said, punched the man in the face, sending him flying backward. Adio's face darkened with anger as he wrapped his body in ripples and vanished, only to reappear in the distance in the next second. The man wiped his chin where blood trickled down. His cheek had started to turn purple because this time Jian infused his fist with divine energy. You prick, how dare you? He abruptly stopped and let out a startled cry because the man with green eyes had vanished. No way, he couldn't believe that one day he would be the one scared by a skill that is so similar to his. He wanted to vanish in the ripples, but before he could, another strong kick landed on his back. Kyle slowly lowered his leg and watched as Jan seized the opportunity to strike the man's stomach with his hammer. He winced as he looked at the size of the hammer. Jan probably broke a few of his bones with that single attack. And his words were true because the moment the hammer slammed into Adio's stomach, faint cracking sounds echoed in the air. The man's expression twisted in pain as he let out a loud and agonizing cry. However, right after that, Adio managed to balance himself in midair with the help of a black curtain that appeared behind his body. His eyes glazed over and dark particles spilled into his brown pupils. In an instant, countless dark metallic spikes appeared all around him. The ground beneath him shattered as he unleashed his divine pressure, causing not only the land but also the air to crack and tremble under the sheer force of his power. He let out a menacing laugh, watching the faces of everyone around him, the faces that turned pale under his pressure. Only after a few seconds, Estalion, one of the guardians and the people watching from the land, they all dropped to their knees. In the end, no matter what, a true divine being's strength is stronger than all your petty tricks. Chapter 411. I'll tell you when you reach the transcendent rank. Adio's pupils trembled and the spikes around him multiplied in numbers, 100, 200. The number kept increasing with each passing second, and the faces of the people around him turned even paler because they knew that if the attack was launched, a large part of the land around them would be destroyed. Amidst the pressure, Jian, and one more guardian jumped forward to stop the man, but they paused when the pressure on their shoulders doubled. Jian let out a curse as he tried his best to maintain his balance midair. Adio stared at the human with green eyes, his pupils filled with dark particles, and a smile crept across his face. In an instant, the pressure on Kyle tripled, causing him to groan in pain. However, Adio's eyes narrowed dangerously when he noticed there was no trace of fear in the human's eyes as the latter gazed at him. He was so angry that he wanted to launch all the metallic spikes towards the human, but before he could, cold blue flames surged out of thin air. At first, he wanted to scoff at the human's last-ditch effort, but his eyes dilated because the flames didn't vanish even under his pressure. Adio wanted to disperse the flames, but within a few seconds they gathered around him, enveloping all the spikes and his lower body in an icy embrace. What in the world is this? Get rid of it. A painful shriek echoed in the air as he vividly felt a strong icy layer forming on his skin. And not just that, a strange foreign sensation that threatened to freeze his very soul appeared in his lower body. He cried out and watched with horrified eyes as the spikes he created turned into bright particles, even though he had formed them with his divine energy. No, how is it possible? Kyle spat out the blood that had gathered in his mouth as the pressure around him and the others vanished. This person is seriously strong, the pressure of a true divine being. He grabbed his left shoulder and moved his right arm a little, feeling a slight numbness throughout his body. I used up all my divine energy just to create these flames. I had a feeling they wouldn't be very effective, but it seems that once the flames reach the transcendent rank, their strength is nothing to scoff at. Kyle looked at Jian and Yan, both of them watching as the spikes turned into particles with bated breaths. Guys, let's finish this. Jinna nodded and let out a sigh. I can't help but wonder how the hell you got so many powerful and strangely useful skills. From that point on, it was a completely one-sided fight. Jian, Yan, and Kyle mercilessly beat up Adio. The man desperately tried to escape, but half of his body was frozen in ice. Also, every time he tried to use his divine energy to retaliate, an attack would land on his body and his mind would momentarily turn blank. In the end, all he could do was cry out as he was tossed between the three of them, who seemed to be thoroughly enjoying breaking every bone in his body. After a few minutes, even the people watching from below turned their eyes away, unable to bear witness to the man's almost unrecognizable condition. Jan grabbed the half-dead body and placed an artifact on the man's wrists before landing on the ground. Does anyone here have experience with interrogation? I want this person to spill everything he knows. It's fine if he dies in the process, I just need the information. Han and another man with pointy ears stepped forward and took on the job. They were confident in their skills. After the matter was settled, Jan let out a sigh as he looked around the land that had been damaged. Now I have to work on the barrier all over again. Kyle landed in front of him with Jian. Almost everyone's eyes were on him, probably because of the deadly flames he used to stop Adio. But Kyle went straight to Jan and told him about the air pollution he heard from Guardian Lai. Jan wasn't surprised at his words, he had already sensed the air pollution and its cause. The dwarf was more intrigued by the flames Kyle used. While the array that would clean the air was being reconstructed under the dwarf's words, he took Kyle to a corner to ask a lot of questions about the flames the young man used. Jian followed the duo, also eager to know where Kyle found the flames. He had seen the blue flames many times before, but he remembered they weren't as strong as they are now. Kyle let out a sigh at the two pairs of curious eyes peering at him. He scratched his chin, unsure if he should tell them. But then Jan's eyes widened slightly, as if the dwarf had sensed something within him. Kiddo, are the flames related to the powerful essence in your body? Kyle nodded. And that was enough for Jan to stop the conversation because the essence within the kid's body was strong. He couldn't pinpoint the essence rank due to his low strength, but he was sure it was at least transcendent rank. Now he understood why the blue flames stopped Adio so easily. However, Jian was still curious. He circled Kyle with a grin after getting nothing from the dwarf. He wanted to know, even if he didn't get anything, he just wanted to annoy the latter a little. Kyle let out a sigh and grabbed his shoulder. In an instant, a solemn expression appeared on his face as if he was about to reveal the biggest secret of his life. Jian, I just remembered I need to feed Bia, so call me when the array that would clean the air is ready. I'll come and supply it with my divine energy as well. He gazed at the blinking red-haired man and quickly started walking toward the boulder where he could see the little bird dozing off. Jian gazed at his back and let out a chuckle. Wait, let's go together. Kyle paused and without looking back waved his hand. Don't follow me, I'll tell you about it when you reach the transcendent rank. Jian stopped in his tracks after hearing his words. He thought Kyle wouldn't tell him because the flames were probably related to something special the latter wanted to keep hidden. He was just asking him for fun, but little did he expect that Kyle would actually agree to tell him. Jian burst into laughter and raised his fist in the air. All right, just wait for me to reach the transcendent rank, it won't be long. Chapter 412, The Faint Scent. Alec looked up at the dim sky and let out a sigh. There was a tired smile on his face as he watched the last of the youngsters enter the Tower of Opportunity. He glanced at Carcel and Lara and the duo nodded at him. Now that this task was done, there was only one thing left to do. Gather the continent army. The three of them quickly left the place and headed straight towards where Han had called them. After all, they needed to supply their divine energy to the air cleaning array. The trio wasn't exactly sure why the air needed to be cleaned, but Han had explained that it was polluted with unknown particles that could harm the planet and turn it into a barren land filled with mindless monsters. That's why they knew it was very important to go and help Jan. News of someone attacking Jan and the others had reached their ears, but unfortunately, it was too late because the enemy had already been taken care of. Carcel paused when his communication crystal buzzed. Alec and Lara also stopped in their tracks and looked at him as he grabbed the communication crystal. Mia's familiar figure appeared above the crystal, and as usual, she had a soft expression on her face, but there was excitement in her sea-blue eyes. Mia cleared her throat with a bright smile and told them that when she went into trance, a towering wall appeared in front of her eyes. At that moment she felt like she would fail, but she did it. She reached the pseudo-divine rank. Carcel let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried about her because, after going through the process himself, he knew it was quite painful, especially for those with low talent. But now that Mia has successfully reached the pseudo-divine rank, a smile appeared on his usually aloof face as he congratulated the beautiful woman. However, before his congratulations could properly reach Mia, another figure appeared above the crystal. It was Sinan, laughing like crazy. Alec, Lara, and Carcel narrowed their eyes as they stared at the wings behind Sinan's back. The black wings had turned golden at the edges with bright silver patterns on their surface. They looked even more beautiful than before when they had only one color. Just by looking at how the demi-human was showing off his wings and the smug smile on his face, they knew that he had also passed the trial and stepped into the realm of the divine. Sinan rubbed his nose and pressed his face close to the communication crystal. Guys, can you see how handsome I've become? Even my horns are glowing a bit. Damn, I'm the first in my race to reach the pseudo-divine rank. You won't believe it, but I actually failed to break the wall on time. However, then I thought about how Nine and Jayan reached the pseudo-divine rank and I'm failing like an idiot. At that moment, a sudden burst of strength surged through my body. I lunged forward and tore through the darkness that was trying to drag me away from the wall. And the next second I did it, but let me tell you it was painful as hell. I screamed until my throat was sore. Sinan wanted to say more, but Regius roughly pushed his face away from the crystal and looked at Alec and Carcel. Guys, everything's fine here. The three of us succeeded and we also used Susan's brown crystal, so just tell us where you are, we'll come straight to you and join you. Carcel noticed the change in Regius' appearance. The elf's previously brown eyes had deepened in color, almost like bronze. Not only Regius, but Mia and Sinan's eyes' colors had also deepened, just like him, Alec, and Lara. Carcel nodded at Regius and quickly informed him about the air pollution, before asking him, Sinan, and Mia to come directly to the place where Han had called everyone who reached the pseudo-divine rank. After Carcel closed the communication crystal, Alec took the lead, and the three of them continued their journey. Before long, they arrived above an open area where many familiar and unfamiliar individuals were busy constructing a round structure, the barrier that would enclose the whole continent in a dome once it's completed. Alex spotted George and Estalian observing the construction process from a distance, along with many powerful individuals including the tower's guardians. However, for some reason, Han, who had called them, was nowhere to be found. Alex's eyes paused on Jan and another female guardian floating beside a round array drawn on the land. He followed the duo's serious gaze and saw Jayan sitting cross-legged above the array, which was glowing faintly with a golden color. Sweat drops trickled down the red-haired man's forehead as he concentrated on supplying divine energy to the array. He even had a deep frown between his brows, like it was taking everything he had just to sit there. Bia was sitting behind Jayan in her phoenix form, her eyes closed in deep concentration. On the phoenix's left side, two more guardians were seated above the array. However, a dry smile appeared on Alex's face when he saw Kyle. The man looked bored and almost eager to finish it up quickly. Kyle had his hand under his chin, supporting his face. His legs were crossed, but there was a noticeable difference between him and the others. While they were sweating buckets of water, his clothes were as pristine as new. The divine energy surrounding him was also more powerful than the rest. At that moment, Kyle startled Alec by abruptly turning around and locking eyes with him. The gray-haired man placed his hands back on the ground to steady himself and let out a sigh. "If you're here, come join us. So we can finish this as soon as possible." Due to Kyle's voice, instantly all eyes traveled toward Alec, who shook his head and landed beside the array with Carcel and Lara. Then he glanced at Jan to know where he should sit. The dwarf waved his hand and asked the three of them to sit anywhere. But once they sat down above the array, they weren't allowed to stand up until enough divine energy was supplied to the array. Alec nodded and along with the others stepped onto the array, but he made a mistake by sitting near Kyle. Alec realized it immediately when the latter gave him a narrow-eyed look, but now that he had sat down, he knew he couldn't change his place. Kyle's voice was normal and casual, but his words sent Alec into a panic. I have been meaning to ask, are you carrying something strange with you? There's a faint scent I have been sensing from you since I first saw you. It's not bad. But it's somewhat similar to the scent I detected from the people with black petals engraved on their foreheads. Chapter 413, This Isn't Fair. Alec unconsciously hid the back of his hand with his sleeve and clenched his fist with a tense expression. He wanted to laugh it off, but then Kyle raised his hand. This gesture almost made Alec's soul leave his body, but to his surprise, Kyle's hand softly landed on his back and patted it a few times. "Why are you getting so tense?" "It's probably because you have fought with the enemy for a long time. I can sense similar scents from almost everyone, but yours is a little too strong. So just take a good bath to get rid of it." Kyle paused and wanted to sniff the air around Alec one more time because the scent around Alec was a little too strong, different from what one would get by interacting or fighting with others. However, at that moment, Nine arrived in the sky. He announced his arrival in a loud voice which made Kyle turn around to look at the man with a faint smile. After finding out that Nine had arrived with his people, Kyle contacted Nine and asked him to come here because Yon needed people with divine energy. Nine landed on the ground and swept his eyes over the familiar people sitting cross-legged above the array. He had left the people he brought with him in the city near the border and then went to find Ellie, his lovely partner. It took him a while, but he found her in the Elven Kingdom, and he was very happy to see her perfectly fine. She had changed a lot with all she went through in his absence, but it doesn't matter. Now that he's here, he'll make sure to protect her with everything. But because of that, it took him a lot of time to get to the place Kyle asked him to. Just tell me what I need to do and where I need to sit. He looked at Kyle, who asked him to sit anywhere above the array. Nine smirked at the many eyes that had been quietly looking at him for a while. Carcel examined him from head to toe and nodded. It's good that all your body parts are intact. Nine's eyebrow twitched a little. It's true that he disappeared suddenly, but it wasn't his fault. He was unconscious when he was taken back and then he was trapped by the queen. Alec hummed at him with a smile. So, how have you been? It's been a while. At that moment, Jian wiped his forehead. He wanted to stand up, but they weren't allowed to after sitting down above the array, so he just checked out Nine from where he was sitting. You should have at least contacted us, but you just had to disappear out of nowhere. And now I hear that you're the prince of the sea continent. Tusk, I want to beat you up a little for all the worry you gave us. But well, I'll settle for a hug. Come here, sit with me. He patted the spot beside him with a grin, but Nine shook his head. Nope, no hug, you're too sweaty, and do you really want to beat me? Don't forget, I brought a whole army with me, hee. Nine looked at Jian and heard the latter click his tongue. He chuckled and then glanced at Yon and the woman floating next to the dwarf before stepping onto the array and moving closer to Kyle, finally sitting beside him. That dwarf and that woman with red hair. They are the tower's guardians, right? I haven't seen them before, but I can tell they are the guardians because they are excluding a refined and calm aura. Kyle nodded. He had also sensed that the aura around the guardians was calm, likely because they had lived for a long time. He quickly told Nine that once they were seated on the array, they couldn't get up until the array had consumed enough divine energy. Nine understood and closed his eyes to focus on his divine energy before supplying it to the array beneath him. Soon Mia, Sinan, and Regius also arrived and joined them. The demi-human proudly showed off his beautiful wings to everyone he encountered on his way, which is why it took them so long. Sinan plopped down beside Nine and patted his shoulder with a smirk. Bro, check out my wings, they look amazing, right? And my skin has become smoother and more vibrant. He paused when he noticed Nine opening his eyes and looking at him. Sinan blinked. He was astonished to see that Nine's features were even more handsome than his own. Deep golden eyes flickering as if they had stars in them. Not to mention, Nine's skin has become radiant with a healthy complexion. No way, this isn't fair. I know you reached the pseudo-divine rank before me, but why did you become even more handsome than me? Sinan protested with a frustrated expression, causing everyone around to burst into laughter. Nine bent down and patted Sinan's hand on his shoulder with a look of understanding. Now you know not to brag before seeing what your opponent is capable of. Nine lowered his voice into a whisper, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Also, who are we to say we are handsome in the presence of so many otherworldly individuals sitting next to us? Sinan's expression fell as his eyes roamed around, taking in the faces of everyone present. He looked from Regius to Jian, then Carcel, Mia, Lara, Alec, and finally his gaze paused on Kyle. And then Nine's words hit Sinan like a lightning bolt. It was painful for him to admit, but he felt average in the midst of all of them. Nine patted Sinan's shoulder, offering comfort. However, at that moment, one of the guardians who was sitting nearby cleared his throat to let them know that everyone around them could hear their conversation loud and clear. That's why the duo stopped talking and quickly closed their eyes. In the distance, Jan gazed at the young ones with a soft expression. He knew that each and every person in front of him had been through a lot at such a young age. He only hoped that they would all remain as pure as they are now to each other, always ready to support and help each other whenever one of them encountered a problem. Chapter 414, Just Think in Your Head. In the middle of the silence, Kyle suddenly opened his eyes and startled everyone around him by standing up from the array. Jian, Nine, and Sinan's eyes widened at his actions, and the trio shouted at the same time. You can't stand up after you have sat down. Jan's eyes also widened, wondering what the heck the gray-haired man was doing. But then he noticed the array beneath everyone and let out a sigh. He quickly shouted and his voice echoed in the air. After so many hours, the array has absorbed enough divine energy. You all can stand up and leave the array. It's going to activate in a minute or two. The moment his voice drifted in the air, everyone sitting cross-legged on the array stood up. They all had their clothes drenched with sweat, except for Kyle, who has naturally cold skin and fire-resistance skill. Jian grabbed the collar of his shirt and gave it a shake before looking at Kyle with a groan. Kyle, you could have used your icy flames to make the place a little colder, but you're never useful in this type of situation. Kyle's ears twitched as he turned around and stared at Jian with a raised eyebrow. But before he could say anything, Jian quickly ran off to join the others who were heading towards the tents in the distance to change their clothes. On the other hand, Bia let out a tired yawn and flapped her wings, creating air currents in every direction before transforming into her smaller form and flying toward Kyle, only to land on his shoulder. Kyle, where's Yue? I haven't seen her. Not that far, she'll be here in a minute or two. I did contact her, but she stopped in the Elven Kingdom for a long time, probably because of something important. Bia raised her head and narrowed her eyes at the man who was stretching his body. How the hell do you know she stopped in the Elven Kingdom for a long time? There's no way it's the scent perception skill because it can only vaguely sense others. Kyle raised his hand and softly flicked the phoenix's head because she was looking at him as if he had done something extremely impolite to a lady. I can only know her location, nothing else. Don't give me those suspicious eyes. It's a new feature of the scent perception skill that was unlocked after the skill jumped a rank. I can mark someone to track their location, but only one person at a time for now. And I already told you I will remove it once the uneasy feeling I'm having goes away. Bia frumped at his words and looked away. Just then, a bright light shot out from the air cleaning array that had been supplied with enough divine energy. The light scattered into countless bright particles like fireflies, covering the entire sky in a beautiful blanket. Kyle raised his hand and touched one of the particles, but to his surprise, not just one particle, but a lot of particles gathered around his body as if they liked his presence. He glanced around and noticed that he was the only one the particles gathered around. In the distance, Jan chuckled at him. Don't worry, they won't harm you and will scatter with the wind. They're made of nature and divine energy, so they tend to gather around people close to nature. It seems your luck stat is quite high. Kyle looked away without answering. Regardless, these particles will roam the whole planet, and the air will finally be cleaned once they're done. Just as he predicted, after a minute, Yue arrived with Anli and a few other old elves. The elven queen gazed at Kyle, who waved at her, causing the bright particles around him to scatter in different directions. Yue suppressed a smile and waved back. Then she went directly to King Astalion and King Musum with an elderly elven woman in elegant attire. She started talking with the two kings, and after her, the dwarf king also arrived and joined them. The four leaders of the continent had solemn expressions as they discussed something important. Kyle found a clean spot on a nearby boulder and sat down above it with Bia, observing everything from a distance. He couldn't help but notice that Yue was much younger than the three old foggies she was talking to. The way she talked with the kings with so much confidence despite her age is remarkable. Bia rolled her eyes at his words. Just think in your head, why are you making me listen? After talking for a while, the four leaders of the continent turned around and asked all the strong people around them to gather with solemn expressions, as if they were going to make a hard decision. At that moment, Alex stepped out from one of the tents in a fresh set of clothes. He was wearing a white button-down shirt with black pants and his shoes were sleek, giving him a sophisticated look. Kyle let out an "oh." He's back to his usual cool and charming look. I can sense a lot of eyes staring at him. He let out a chuckle when he noticed Lara in the distance. She rolled her eyes at Alec, who slowly closed the buttons of his cuffs in a cool manner. Kyle watched as she took quick strides toward Alec and smacked his shoulder with a huff, before walking away with a look that screamed that she would beat him up if he followed her. Alec blinked at the sudden turn of events and gazed at Sinon, Regius, Jian and Nine who were doing the same beside him, a little aggrieved that he was the only one suffering. Carcel also came out behind Alec, but unlike the others, he tentatively stepped away and started walking toward Mia, who had just stepped out from a tent in the distance. Jian quickly left when he spotted Kelvin in the crowd. The man had arrived with a few others when he was supplying divine energy to the array. Alec and the others noticed the gathered crowd, and as the young guardians of the continent, they quickly joined everyone in front of the four leaders of the continent. But at that moment, Jan landed in front of Astalion and the other three leaders and told them something that turned their expressions ashen. The human king, Astalion, took the lead and stood in front of the crowd. He cleared his throat but paused when he sensed a sharp pair of eyes staring directly at his head. From the corner of his eye, he saw it was Kyle, and a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead unconsciously. Don't tell me he wants to get back at me just because I took the phoenix's blood. No, it can't be possible. Right? I sacrificed so many of my precious treasures in exchange for just a few drops of blood that stingy Phoenix gave me. He wanted to protest, but well, he had more important matters to attend to. So he focused his gaze on the people in front of him with a solemn expression. Chapter 415, You all are my people. Estalian's voice echoed everywhere as he first told the people in front of him what Jan had told him. According to the information extracted from the divine being captured by us, the enemy has 6 more divine rank individuals. They also have a big army that is scattered in the dark forest, searching for natural treasures because fortunately or not our planet has a lot of them. He paused as many people's expressions hardened upon hearing the number. Right, Estalian had only talked about the divine rank individuals, but what about the pseudo-divine rank individuals? And the ones with SSS plus rank strength? Their numbers would likely double or triple the divine rank individuals. However, recently Diora ordered everyone under her to gather at the west side of the former East continent. They plan to attack us in a few days, or if they take as much time as possible, maybe in a week. Sharp gasps echoed from the crowd at his words. Alec clenched his fists just as Kyle said they had no other choice but to either attack or get ready to suffer under the enemy. But this time they won't wait for the enemy to run all over them. No, they will be the ones to make the opponent regret the very moment they stepped on their planet. Diora and Hay, the 2 of them are leaders of the army, along with another divine rank elven woman known as Misha. All of us have already seen the powers of Diora and Hay, but from the information, Misha is even more powerful than the 2 because she can control the monsters around her. As long as the beasts are weaker than her, she can make them submit to her without much difficulty. Bia scoffed at Estalian words. She, the majestic phoenix, is the one who just gained the divine authority to rule the monsters below her. Who the heck is this Misha? Does she think she can just appear out of thin air and expect Bia to let her take her one and only trump card? No way in hell. The phoenix's eyes blazed, and she swore she would be the one to completely wipe out this Misha. Let's see which is stronger, the divine majestic phoenix authority or some unknown little elf manipulation who just popped out of nowhere. Kyle chuckled at her words and rubbed her forehead. I am sure your authority is higher, but her divine pressure would be stronger. You sense the divine pressure that the man we captured excluded, the true divine rank pressure. We have stepped into the pseudo-divine rank, but we just touched the edge of the divine realm. On the other hand, she has attained true divine strength. Kyle paused when a sudden idea appeared in his head. He rubbed his chin, considering if he should use it or not, and after a few seconds gazed at Bia, who for some reason shuddered under his gaze. Don't give me those eyes, they always give me chills. Kyle shook his head and ran his fingers through his hair, which had started to turn silver at the tips. He noticed that the more divine energy he absorbed, the stronger its effect on him became. That's why for a while now he kept spreading out his divine energy in the atmosphere, allowing his body to absorb more and fill up the space over and over again. No, nothing bad. I just gathered some symbols in my mind and thought of an array that would use your divine energy and construct a barrier around you. It would protect you from all types of divine pressure that can potentially affect your body. So do you want to give it a try? Bia blinked, tempted by the offer. If she had something like that, she could practically bulldoze her way into the enemy camp without any restraints. As for the divine rank skills, she was confident she could dodge them with her agility. But I believe the process would be very painful, right? Also, why don't you draw the symbols on yourself first so I can see its effect? Kyle hummed and glanced at Estalian, who was speaking to the crowd. Of course, it would be painful because I would have to draw the symbols directly on your body. And I don't think it would work on humans or any other race because, in the array, the main symbol I added can only be used on monsters. Bia grumbled a little. She didn't like pain, but then she thought about the potential effect she could have by easily killing hundreds of enemies, so she agreed with a groan. A little pain would be nothing for a majestic phoenix like her. Kyle nodded at her, and in the distance, Estalian started talking about the main topic. He said that he and other kings, along with the Elven Queen, had decided to gather their army and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Estalian's voice turned a little hoarse, maybe from the mix of emotions he was feeling. No matter what, we are all together. We have the tower's guardians. Alec, Carcel, Giant, and all our young guardians who bravely fought on the front line have reached the pseudo-divine rank. The Sea Continent has also sent their army this time. Many people were angry at the Sea Continent because the merpeople closed themselves off and hid underwater while everyone else suffered. But they didn't voice their grievances because now the Sea Continent has finally decided to help. Besides, they need as many people as possible for the war. So even if they wanted to, they couldn't fight with the people of the Sea Continent. Estalian let his gaze wander around the countless people in front of him before he abruptly looked at Kyle, who stared back at him. Estalian smiled and surprised Kyle by pointing directly toward him. All eyes instantly turned towards Kyle because of the king's gesture. Also, we have Bia, the legendary phoenix. She has reached the pseudo-divine rank too. Now her authority to control all the monsters beneath her is even stronger. So she'll be able to control hundreds of monsters to fight against Misha. Many people in the crowd praised the phoenix that protected them from monsters for so many months. Bia raised her head proudly, happy to receive so many compliments. Of course I will, you all are my people. Before she could say more, Kyle grabbed her beak to silence her. He didn't want her to make any unnecessary promises because he knew the battle would be life-threatening for everyone. Estalian's smile widened, and he concluded his speech with something that Kyle didn't like even a bit. Lastly, we have Kyle, the strongest human on this planet. I'm sure many of you have heard or seen how easily he killed the divine rank individual who appeared out of nowhere to harm us. He will be leading the continent army with our young guardians. That's why I'm also declaring him as the guardian of Coexes. Let's shout to welcome the new guardian and get ready for a battle that will decide our future. The people in front of Estalian shouted loudly, ready to fight for their lives. Kyle facepalmed with a frustrated expression. Who the heck asked him to make me the guardian? He sighed, but then snapped his head up to look at the pair of amber eyes that had been staring at him since Estalian declared him as the continent's guardian. She had her arms crossed and a beautiful, innocent smile on her face. Haha, no way, don't tell me, Kyle laughed dryly in his head. Bia let out a pitiful sigh and rubbed his shoulder with her paw to comfort him. Just believe it, your future wife set you up. Chapter 416. Not alone, though. The entire Coexes was buzzing with preparations for the war. The three middle-aged kings and the young elven queen who declared war wasted no time and left the scene to fulfill their responsibilities as the leaders of the continent. Not just them, all the elder figures from each race spread out. Their first goal was to gather the trained royal armies, and their second goal was to announce to the public that anyone with the strength to fight for the continent could join the war. In return, if anything happened to them during the war, their families would be given enough to live comfortable lives. Kyle watched the busy scene in front of him. Jan and the other guardians of the tower were working hard to finish building the round structure as quickly as possible. The same structure that would enclose the entire continent in a dome-like barrier. He glanced up at the darkened sky above him and then turned to Bia, who had agreed to draw the array on her body. But he knew it would be painful, so he quickly went to Nine, who was the only one left with him after all their friends scattered to complete the tasks given to them by the four leaders of the continent. It was pretty strange that nobody asked Kyle to do anything, even though he was also named as a young guardian of Coexes by Estalian. But maybe they knew he wouldn't be very helpful in assembling the army. Nine gazed at Kyle, who had arrived beside him quietly. What's up? Are you getting bored? Don't worry, soon you'll be the one fighting on the front lines, haha. Kyle rolled his eyes. I'm leaving for a while because I need to do something. If anything happens, contact me. Nine nodded and waved his hand to shoo him away. Go, I'm leaving as well because I need to check on the people I brought. I will give your communication crystal coordinates to Jan so he can contact you directly if he needs help. Just make sure to come back on time. Kyle gave him a pat on his shoulder and started floating. In the next moment, he created a portal in midair. Bia flapped her wings and entered the portal, with Kyle following suit. Behind them, the portal broke apart into tiny particles that disappeared into thin air. In the next second, the duo found themselves above a forest far away from the continent. Kyle asked Bia to change into her phoenix form. Crimson flames spread out in all directions as Bia spread her wings to change her form. Kyle gazed at the pair of crimson pupils that had formed a blue ring around them after Bia reached the pseudo-divine rank and let out a soft sigh. In the end, to make sure nothing goes wrong in the process, he first asked the phoenix to call some monsters who were around them. He wanted to test the symbols on another monster first. Bia flapped her wings and let out a cry. Instantly, a lot of monsters in the forest snapped their heads toward the sky and made their way toward the powerful existence that called them. Kyle noticed with knitted brows that a few of the monsters looked like they had lost their minds. However, it seems that after Bia's authority increased, they were unconsciously listening to her call. I hope the air gets clean as soon as possible. The duo, one phoenix and one human, landed in the forest and got busy with their little experiment, completely oblivious to the dark sky that started to brighten up as the sun rose. Bia groaned a little when another symbol was engraved above one of her wings, in a beautiful shade of gold. Hey, why does it look like you're deliberately using fancy symbols so I won't stop you from finishing the array? Kyle chuckled at her words. Your crimson feathers have a touch of gold in them and they're blue at the edges, so I'm engraving the symbols right above the blue feathers to make them look good on you. After all, nobody wants to see an ugly phoenix trailing behind them. Haha, Bia narrowed her eyes at him, a hint of suspicion in her gaze, but the phoenix's attention was quickly diverted when Kyle paused. They both sensed an immense amount of mana in the distance. Kyle started floating and looked at the beam of light that shot up into the sky with lightning-fast speed. He blinked, and the beam spread out beautifully from the top, enveloping the vast area around it in a transparent dome that would protect the people within if someone dared to attack. It seems Jan is done with the barrier. He looked at Bia, who arrived beside him and softly patted one of her wings. It's done. The symbols, also the array on your body will activate on its own, so you don't need to do anything. Kyle paused and his lips curved upward. You know what you need to do next, right? Now you can vaguely feel my presence again because our bond has gotten stronger in just a few days. So find me once you're done. Bia let out an evil cackle and flapped her wings as she dove towards the forest below. Don't you dare start the war without me. I'll be back in no time, haha, not alone though. Her loud voice echoed in Kyle's ears as he turned to look in the distance where the enemies were gathering. It's true that extra precautions won't hurt, but right now my heart is hurting because the treasures I collected after so much struggle are all going to disappear. He grumbled and vanished into the distance, only to reappear above the remnants of the former Kingdom Escalante. So they're really gathering on the western side. I can smell countless disgusting scents in the distance. The fight with the divine rank individuals is going to be very hard. Kyle flicked his thumb with his middle fingers, and countless bright, flickering symbols appeared around him. They were ordinary low-rank symbols used to attack the opponents that anyone could draw with little knowledge about arrays. As time passed, the number of symbols around him increased, causing the air to contract and tremble under the pressure. He closed his eyes and started stacking the symbols on top of each other. Initially, the symbols were violent, but they calmed down as he got the hang of it. If only Han could see what he was doing right now, the old man would have fainted from horror and shock. These symbols may be low rank, but the way Kyle was stacking so many together in such a small space, despite their violent aura and potential danger, would create a devastating end product. That could easily take down even an SSS plus rank individual. And to make the symbols even more dangerous, Kyle supplied his own divine energy to them. Chapter 417, Who Died? Amidst the ruins of countless buildings, a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a pristine white robe stepped onto the highest and largest block of rock in front of her. Hundreds of eyes around her were staring at her as she approached the demi-human woman standing before her. Diora, stop playing around and finish the work here so I can leave. I informed the third Shadow General, but he won't be coming. He said if only you and Hay can turn this place into a living hell, there's no need for him to waste his time. Regardless, he will send someone to check once we have completely conquered the planet. Diora's ears twitched a little, and she glanced at the human standing beside her. Tusk, why do you always wear white clothes? They don't suit you at all, and I am not wasting time. I am letting everyone have some fun. After all, it's not every day we find such a beautiful planet that is untouched by any evil. She turned around and pushed the woman in front of her back with 3 fingers. Also, stay away from my business. I already hate the fact that the third general sent you an ADO here, even though I said I can handle it. Misha let out a smirk and grabbed the 3 fingers touching her chest tightly, enough to leave marks. The black 3-petal flower engraved beneath her chin glowed with her gray eyes. Don't provoke me, dear. You know I hate it when I'm challenged. Hay, who had been watching the interaction between the 2 women from a distance, quickly arrived beside them and pulled Diora away from the beautiful woman who looked so pristine. However, he knew Misha was the cruelest among them all. The last he heard, she killed over 1,000 humans just to enhance her beauty, so he knew it would be better if Diora didn't fight against her. Especially since the latter can control an entire army of monsters. Oh, did they form a barrier around themselves? But how? No, the question is, where did they get so many resources to form such a strong barrier around themselves? Hay furrowed his brows beside her. 3 males, 2 elves, and 1 from the lizard race were floating above the trio. They were the divine rank individuals who arrived on this planet after Diora and Hay. The trio was silently enjoying the 2 women's bickering, and keeping an eye on the countless people gathering around them after Diora announced they would destroy the last hope of this planet. Just then, Diora snapped her eyes toward a faraway place. Not just Diora, everyone who could sense the mana in the air turned around to stare at the distance. Diora pulled her hand away from Hay's grip and widened her eyes with a smirk. Oh, did they form a barrier around themselves? But how? No, the question is, where did they get so many resources to form such a strong barrier around themselves? Hay furrowed his brows beside her. I don't think you should be happy to see it. The barrier is strong. But he stopped when both Diora and Misha started laughing as if he had said the biggest joke of his life. Misha patted his shoulder with a sweet yet evil smile. Strong. No, it's not. One of the divine rank individuals among us is enough to break that little barrier without much trouble. Diora agreed with her for the first time. She had seen how weak the people of this planet were. Last time, she only retreated because of Alec. If the general hadn't arrived so suddenly and formed a contract with that human, she would have already destroyed the remaining forces of this planet. Diora jumped in the air to gaze at the countless people gathering around her. Should we gather more people or are these enough? She gazed at Misha with a taunting look. Or maybe you can just control an army of monsters so we can finish this as soon as possible, just as you suggested. Misha wanted to scoff at her words, but paused when she heard a cracking sound in her mind space. It was like something just shattered into countless fragments. Huh, her eyes widened when she realized what had broken. It was a small finger-sized black crystal, the same crystal that was connected to ADO's lifespan. She quickly took out the broken pieces from her mind space and stared at them in shock. No way! Diora turned around when she did not get the curt response she was expecting from the woman. Her eyes narrowed at the broken fragments in Misha's hands. The demi-human quickly zoomed in front of the stunned human. Hey Misha, don't tell me it is what I am thinking it is. Diora stared at her and let out a chuckle because she recognized the broken fragments. All the individuals with divine rank strength and above under the shadow generals had to perform a ritual and connect their life energy to the dark tablet present inside the demon's planet. In return, they were all given black crystals. This way, if any of them died, their crystal would shatter, and their names on the tablet would turn white to indicate their death to the one guarding the tablet. The reason everyone had to go through the process is because the people above the pseudo-divine rank were important. After all, their full strength could potentially wipe out a big part of a planet. But the question was, who died? Diora has her life crystal. Hay and the other 3 divine rank individuals are also alive and doing perfectly fine around her. So wait, one person is missing right now. Misha closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were filled with anger. That bastard, how the hell did he die? She let out a loud cry and threw the fragments on the ground. Diora tilted her head and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. So ADO died, but how? He's strong, there's no way he would just die out of nowhere. Diora snapped her head towards the divine rank individuals around her. Where the hell did he go? Did any of you see him? The divine rank individual with the lizard-like appearance instantly answered with a grim expression. He captured someone lurking around us and then headed towards that place. The man pointed his finger toward Coexes, and Diora let out a loud laugh that made the air around her tremble. So you're telling me those little ants killed a divine rank individual in such a short time and without making any noise? She looked around, and the corners of her lips curled upward when no one answered. Diora started floating and raised her voice. Get ready, all of you, we're going to attack now. I don't care about the others who haven't arrived yet. I want to see just how the heck those ants killed a divine rank individual, hahaha. Chapter 418. Attack. 9 narrowed his eyes at the countless people standing in rows in front of him. Some of the old folks seemed unhappy, but he didn't give a care. They were all outside the border, in an open field that stretched towards the former ruined East Continent. The tower's guardians, except for Susan, were gathered above the tall border with numerous powerful mages. Behind them, the entire Coexes was enveloped in a dome that shimmered under the sunlight. 9 hummed and glanced to his left, where numerous elves in armor stood under the command of 2 old elven dukes. It was unbelievable, but the elven kingdom had gone all out in such a short time. Almost everyone from their kingdom had armor on, showing that they didn't hold back in using all their resources for the upcoming battle. In the distance, Yue was engaged in a serious conversation with a few old elves, and she looked beautiful in her ensemble. Her attire featured sleek metal plating, carefully crafted and intricately designed. 9's eyes paused on another elven woman standing a little further away from Yue. He quickly left his spot and headed towards his lover, not caring about the old merpeople who were giving him deadly stares. He landed in front of Ellie, who had her long hair tied in a ponytail, and patted her shoulder with a smile. You look beautiful. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sinon appeared beside him. The winged demi-human wore an evil smile as he glanced at the two of them. So what's up? 9's eyebrow twitched. He wanted to roll up his sleeves and have a one-on-one showdown to answer the annoying question thrown at him. But before he could, a commotion broke out. A lot of people turned around to watch as the largest teleportation array, engraved in the distance, lit up. In the next second, countless humans in blue armor started appearing above the array. Some older individuals guided the new arrivals to leave the array and stand in a different direction to make room for more people. The first few batches of humans were probably from the royal army because after them, a lot of humans who wore different sets of attire started appearing above the array. King Astalion stepped out from another array drawn in the distance, accompanied by his 2 sons Lucas and Israth. After them, Giant, Carcel, Alec, Regius, and Lara arrived with George and some other older individuals. The crowd kept getting bigger and bigger as more and more people arrived to stand in front of Jan and Astalion, who had started floating in front of them. Completely unaware that 2 pairs of eyes had been watching them from a distance, Diora let out a chuckle as she focused her gaze on the people below her. Her hand rested beneath her chin as she observed the scene while sitting on a cloud that enclosed her in a transparent barrier. Hay stood quietly behind her. The woman's eyes turned crescents as she twirled her hair. Well, I came first because I got curious about how the ants killed Adio, but my, why am I seeing so many unfamiliar faces? She had left behind the army with Misha and the other divine-ranked individuals. However, who would have thought that the people they were planning to surprise with a deadly attack were preparing to surprise them instead? Her eyes scanned Jan and the other tower's guardians before abruptly stopping on a few familiar faces of the young individuals who had fought against her, Hay, and the other divine individuals, but somehow managed to stay alive. In the end, her sharp gaze fixed on Alec. How did they increase their strength? I mean, seriously, how? I can't help but wonder if they stumbled upon some hidden treasure trove. Now I'm itching to dig the beautiful place hidden inside the dome so badly. Anyway, I understand now how Adio died. After all, with so many pseudo-divine rank individuals, even I would have a hard time. She burst into laughter and watched as the number of people grew beneath her. No matter what she said, she was confident that she could easily wipe out a big part of the army below. Hey, should I attack? It would be so much fun to see their expressions crumble when I destroy the army they gathered in just a few minutes. Haha. She clamped her mouth shut when Jan raised his head to stare at her direction with furrowed brows as if the dwarf was trying to see through her barrier. Diora's eyes sparkled when Jan looked away. Wow, that was dangerous. I got goosebumps because of that dwarf. She paused and rubbed her hands together with a smile. After the humans, the people from the demi-human and dwarf races also arrived. Soon, rows after rows of individuals stood side by side. The differences between their races were forgotten in the face of the danger they were about to face. Hey, I just had an idea. Let's wait a bit and see how big their army is. And when they're all ready, boom, haha. In the midst of all the commotion, the bright sun started to fade from the horizon as the number of people in front of the border grew. After the humans, the people from the demi-human and dwarf races also arrived. Soon, rows after rows of individuals stood side by side. The differences between their races were forgotten in the face of the danger they were about to face. The atmosphere grew tense with each passing second, and those who were just speaking and chatting casually before were now standing with their weapons clenched tightly in their hands. Jan gazed at the crowd in front. The air became heavy, filled with the faint sound of metallic clinking. The soldiers from each race stood in the front line alongside the older people who would command them. The newly enlisted fighters were positioned behind them, and finally, the mages stood in the end. Many of the mages were also stationed above the border, accompanied by a few towers' guardians who would guide them. Amidst the crowd, Alec looked around and suddenly furrowed his brows. "Where's Kyle?" He started floating and quickly located everyone except Kyle and Bia. It seems he's not here." Just then, King Astalion stepped forward from the group of older people and cleared his throat loudly. Not only him, but Musim, Yue, and the Dwarf King also stepped forward to offer words of encouragement to the countless soldiers and fighters in front of them. The same soldiers and fighters who were about to engage in a life-and-death battle for their home planet. The tense atmosphere intensified as all eyes turned to Astalion. However, before the man could open his mouth to speak, a laugh echoed in the air. Astalion's eyes dilated because he was just too familiar with that voice. Not just him, instantly, all the people who knew the owner of the voice snapped their heads towards the air where the voice came from. Diora blinked when so many eyes were fixed on her. She slapped Hay, who was floating beside her. "SHHH, you should have told me I'm getting loud again. I wanted to hear the speech. Now it's all gone." Alec Giant and many others started floating to gather around the woman. Their eyes blazed with anger as they got ready to finish the woman that appeared in front of them. Jan also grabbed his weapon, but Diora's eyes were fixed on the army below. "Now that the speech is ruined, how about I have some fun?" She raised her hand, and the eyes of the people around her dilated when the air in front of her cracked to form a massive jaw that overshadowed a huge space in front of her. The air twisted with flickering dark particles and a loud rumble sounded in the sky. Alec let out a shout and lunged forward to stop the woman. He had seen that skill before. Last time it destroyed a big city. Now with so many people around, who knows how much devastation it could cause. Stop her. A huge part of the land below would be destroyed if her attack. His sentence was cut short when familiar icy blue flames surged in the air, completely enveloping everything around Diora. The woman let out a surprised gasp as the flames surged and danced around her, eventually engulfing the jaw she had created. "What's happening? Wait, these flames." She wanted to stop the flames, but they were too strong and cold to the touch. In the end, she could only watch with wide eyes as the flames completely enveloped the massive jaw she created and vanished into tiny little particles that drifted around her in a beautiful manner. Haha. No way. Behind her, Hay narrowed his eyes and looked around for the owner of the flames because he sensed that the flames were dangerous, too dangerous. At that moment, a voice echoed in the distance. A little late, but just in time. Kyle sighed as he stepped out of a portal. His gaze traveled to Diora and Hay before stopping at Alec. "What are you all waiting for?" Attack! Jan wasted no time and launched the first strike against the woman. The others quickly joined the dwarf as well. Chapter 419. She'll be back in a minute or two. Jan's hammer collided with a hard surface, and a loud bang echoed in the air. He looked up and saw the dark-robed elven man who had been quietly standing beside Diora all this time. The man effortlessly blocked his attack with just the back of his hand. Hay scoffed at the dwarf and with a push sent him backward a few meters in midair. Then he straightened his robe and turned to look at Diora, whose eyes were glued to his back. Indeed, those strange icy flames caught us off guard, but you shouldn't let yourself get distracted, Diora. Diora gritted her teeth at his words and her mood turned dark. She clenched her fists and let out a laugh. You're right. But now I'm angry. She narrowed her eyes at Alec, Carcel, and Regius, who had gotten closer to her just because she was distracted by the blue flames. In a flash, a whip materialized in her hand, and her nails grew darker along with her eyes, which started to shine ominously under the dim evening sunlight. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, I'll take. Her sentence was abruptly interrupted because she had to jump back midair in order to avoid a glowing arrow that was aimed directly at her head. Diora snapped her head toward the beautiful woman with orange hair who was floating in the distance. Lara tilted her head as her gaze locked with the woman who had nearly killed her in the past. If it weren't for Alec, she might not have even survived, although she had no idea how he saved her life. The moment their eyes met, the old memories of seeing so many people die in front of her eyes came flooding back into Lara's mind, causing her eyes to become devoid of emotion. So what were you saying? 3? No, the number is bigger. Count again. Lara's cold voice sounded in the air. Mia and Yue glanced at her, and the two of them raised their voices to agree with her. The corners of Jian's eyes lifted, showing a mix of anger and mirth at the same time. Wow, that was cool, now it's my turn. He summoned a fire tornado, and the fiery flames surged into the air before heading straight toward Diora with lightning-fast speed. The woman's eyes grew even darker as she watched the flames, and a piercing cry escaped her lips. You bastards, I am going to kill you all. Diora sensed it right away that the fiery flames Jian used weren't strong, completely different from the icy blue flames that had momentarily halted her before. But before she could disperse the flames, Yue and Mia unleashed their most powerful attacks. The air cracked with lightning as a thunderstorm appeared in the sky. Alec, Carcel, and Regius exchanged glances and attacked the woman from different directions with their weapons. Diora roared and looked at Hay, but she laughed with anger when she saw her companion surrounded by countless figures from all directions. Just like her, Hay seemed to be in a tight spot with Nine, Sinon, Jan, Estalion, and many others attacking him from all sides. Diora's angry eyes then traveled towards the gray-haired man floating in the distance, the same man who had blocked her initial attack. She stopped Alec and Regius' attacks with her nails and thrashed her whip to disperse the thunder and flames. The woman's expression twisted with pure rage because the gray-haired man didn't even join the others to stop her and Hay. He just watched from a distance with an emotionless gaze, as if he believed his involvement wasn't necessary. Fuck. Fuck you bastard, how dare you mess up with me, I'll kill you, no I'll kill all of you. Her eyes blazed with anger, and with a powerful thrash of her whip, the people around her were pushed back midair. You weak ants think you can stop me with your meager strength? Let's see how long you can last. Diora locked eyes with Hay and shouted his name. In the next second, she raised her hand and released her divine pressure in all directions. Alec, along with everyone around him, froze in their tracks. Not only them, but a sense of dread enveloped the countless people standing beneath them as the air turned heavy and suffocating the moment the woman released her pressure. Hay wanted to join Diora, but his eyes widened when he noticed a familiar figure materializing behind her. Behind you, he shouted, but it was too late because before Diora could sense something behind her, a powerful kick landed on her back, throwing her body forward in midair. Diora's surprised cry echoed in the air as she quickly tried to balance herself, but her eyes widened when a portal materialized in front of her. What the hell? She wanted to tear the portal with her nails, but another powerful kick landed on her back. In the next second, the portal enveloped her body and her vision turned dark. The moment she vanished into the portal, her divine pressure disappeared and countless relieved sighs echoed in the air. Hay cried out and gazed at the flickering portal that vanished into thin air before snapping his head toward the culprit. Human, don't think I can't tear you apart right here and right now. Kyle lowered his leg and glanced back at the man with a raised brow. His lips curled upward, but his eyes remained cold. Why don't you give it a shot? But I believe you'll have to go through a lot of people before you can even get close to me. Nine and Sinon crackled at his words. The duo raised their weapons and once again attacked the man with Jan and the others. Alec, Carcel, Lara, Yue, and Mia also joined in, raining countless attacks on the elven man who seemed to have gone quiet for some reason after hearing Kyle's words. Hay's eyes darted around. Now that Diora wasn't here, there was no point in fighting so many people alone. He knew he could overpower them with his divine pressure, but he knew it wouldn't work for long. Jian gazed at Kyle and the empty air around the man. The red-haired man rubbed his chin and asked him the question that almost everyone had been itching to ask. What did you do with Diora? Don't tell me now you're strong enough to kill a divine being. Wow, bro, you just left for a while and got stronger again. No way. Instantly, everyone in the air perked up their ears except for Jan and the ones who had already sensed what the portal did. Kyle turned around and replied, but his response left all the people who were eagerly waiting to hear that Diora had died speechless. Nothing, just tossed her in a teleportation portal to send her to a faraway place. She'll be back in a minute or two, I guess. Chapter 420, You're back. Jian rolled his eyes, so the portal was just a regular teleportation portal. How the heck did he never know portals could be used like that? Many people had the same question, especially the Array Masters and the Tower's Guardians. But they knew that if they wanted to create a portal in the blink of an eye, they needed to have a deep understanding of arrays and a lot of practice. And even with all that, they would still need Kyle's teleportation skill to make it look so effortless. So in the end, all they could do was let out a big sigh. Kyle blinked, unaware of what was going through the minds of the people stealing glances at him. He watched as Hay was pushed back by Alec and the others. It's strange, why isn't he using his divine pressure? Kyle narrowed his eyes at the man and used his scent perception skill to sense the air. A foul stench that made him retch entered his nose and he quickly shut off the skill. What the heck was that? Don't tell me he's preparing to launch a powerful attack. No matter what, we can't take risks. He vanished from his spot and Hay, who had been secretly keeping an eye on him while blocking the attacks, quickly became alert. Where did that human go? No, he can't just disappear. I'm almost done gathering all my divine energy. This attack would kill at least half of them, just a few more seconds. He became ruthless and started using the mana in the air to form sharp blade-like earth spikes. Then he shot them in all directions to stop the gray-haired man from suddenly attacking him out of nowhere. Kyle appeared between Alec and Regius, who were just pushed back by Hay. He grabbed Alec's shoulder and gestured toward Regius, the green-haired elf with a serious expression. I'm going to use all my divine energy, so use your strongest attack. Let's finish him in one go. I sense that woman is almost back, and she's not the only problem. A big army is heading toward us from the opposite direction with many divine rank individuals. Alec nodded his head and distanced himself from the crowd. The sword in his hand glowed faintly with a golden light as he fed it his divine energy without restraint. He wanted to use the system's double power skill as well, but it had stopped working after he reached the pseudo-divine rank. Probably because the system is an artifact that is only divine rank. He knew the system wouldn't help him any further after he reached the divine rank because the skills and benefits the system gave were only useful to those who were below the pseudo-divine rank. Kyle didn't vanish from his spot and watched as Hay suddenly distanced himself from the people surrounding him. The dark three-petal flower engraved on the man's head glowed with a dark light, and the air stilled when a crack appeared in the air above his head. Hay snickered as everyone around him froze when a tremendous amount of pressure descended upon them. The pressure was even greater than Diora's divine pressure, and in the next second, darkness spilled out from the crack. Countless red eyes peered from the crack at the people below, their glow looking almost eager to devour everything as they tried to make the crack wider with each passing second so they could come out. However, it was apparent from Hay's trembling hands that he was struggling. Kyle pinched his nose as he raised his head to stare at the crack. Now he knew where the stench came from. He didn't know what those eyes were, and he didn't want to know either. That's why before the eyes could come out from the crack, he used all his divine energy, and in the next second, icy blue flames surged out into the air. The flames enveloped the crack, and a few mournful cries rang out as the countless eyes peeking from the crack sensed the chilling and dreadful coldness. Hay's eyes contracted at the flames. He had already used his divine energy to summon the darkness, so he knew he couldn't stop the flames. He gritted his teeth and used his mana to create many defensive barriers around himself. The flames flickered around him, but for some strange reason they didn't get close. Instead, they only enveloped the crack and silently swirled around him. Kyle wiped his forehead with a sigh as the flames enveloped the crack and closed it off with a layer of ice before vanishing into bright particles. But he raised his head and narrowed his eyes when he noticed a familiar figure approaching from the distance. Damn, she's already back. Alec, Regius, your turn. The duo jumped forward to attack Hay the moment Kyle's words echoed in the air. Jan gazed at the other guardians, and they all also jumped forward in midair to attack the man together. The dwarf had already sensed that Kyle was up to something when instead of attacking Hay, Kyle appeared between Alec and Regius. Hay's eyes darted around and finally panic flashed within them. No way, if so many attacks landed on the barriers he created with his mana, he knew the barriers would crumble. Then it would be impossible for him to stop the icy flames that were dangerously lingering around him. Now he understood why Kyle's flames didn't get closer to him. The gray-haired man probably used all his divine energy to form the flames, and he knew he couldn't waste them. That's why he asked the others to attack first. Jian Yue, Mia, and Lara looked at each other and unleashed their strongest attacks on the man as well. Alec was the first to land his attack on the barriers He had created. His sword, infused with divine energy, flickered with countless sparks. When his attack hit the barriers, there was a loud bang, and Alec got pushed back because of the recoil effect. He tightened his grip on his sword and regained his balance midair. Not only him, but even Hay was pushed back by the impact. Alec grinned because after his attack, countless cracks appeared in the barriers around Hay. Regius attacked the barriers right after Alec with the two glowing blades in his hands. Hay cried out as the barriers around him crumbled. He quickly moved his hand to create another barrier to protect himself. Anything would be fine. After all, he just needed to survive for a few more seconds because he sensed Diora's presence nearby. But Carcel's spear pierced his body with a tremendous force. Hay spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened with shock as the ordinary-looking spear tip entered his shoulder. He lifted his eyes to stare at the golden-haired man who shoved his spear further into his body to push him back. In the next second, a sword pierced his other shoulder. Hay grabbed the sword's tip and tilted his head to stare at the pair of golden eyes peering at him. Nine let out a snicker and kicked him forward toward Jan and the others, giving them enough chance to attack. Carcel also jumped back into the distance. At that moment, Diora arrived in the air. She let out a high-pitched cry as she watched Hay's condition. "Stop right there," she raised her whip, and her divine aura spread out once again. But a chill ran down her spine when a cold voice echoed behind her. "You're back." Chapter 421, Go for a stroll once again. Diora snapped back and swung her whip, but it missed its target. "Come out. Don't play hide-and-seek with me, I'll kill you all." She intensified her divine aura, using all her strength. Alec and Carcel clenched their teeth and were about to move toward Diora to stop her, but they froze when Kyle suddenly appeared behind her, lifting his leg in a very familiar manner. Alec smirked and cursed under his breath. "That bastard really knows how to get on others' nerves." Carcel shook his head and stretched his neck. "At least she will be out of the picture until we're done with Hay." Diora sensed it clearly this time when Kyle attempted to kick her. She quickly turned around, but her eyes darkened when she saw a familiar flickering portal just inches away from her body. She cried out and tore the portal with her nails. However, in that moment of distraction, she failed to notice another powerful kick that landed on her waist and sent her flying downward. Kyle watched her, then vanished behind her. He winced as he appeared close to her, feeling the immense pressure radiating from her body. "I have to admit, I still can't handle the divine pressure." Diora clawed at his body, but he disappeared before her nails could pierce him. Kyle straightened his clothes and looked at the woman who had managed to regain her balance in midair. "She's insane." Even though he said that, a smile crept onto his lips as he vanished once more. He reappeared around Diora again and again, from all directions, driving her to the brink of madness. The others who were fighting with Hay, or more specifically delivering finishing blows to the man who seemed close to death, moved back when the icy blue flames, which had been silently swirling around Hay, suddenly engulfed the man in a chilling embrace. A pained, heart-wrenching cry that sent chills down the spine of everyone who heard it rang out in the air as the flames forcefully entered Hay's mouth to freeze his skull and all his internal organs. Diora paused in her actions. The woman lowered her whip and stared at Hay, who turned into a glistening ice statue right before her eyes. She let out a crazed laugh. "Haha, no way, no way." She wanted to go and save him, but halted because the ice statue shattered into countless bright particles, the same beautiful particles that had stopped her skill before. Diora's eyes flickered with madness. There was no way her partner could die, not because of some insignificant ants. The woman opened her mouth, probably to shout again that she would kill every person in her sight, but before she could, another kick landed on her waist, sending her into a portal that materialized behind her. Diora's eyes locked with Kyle's and darkness enveloped her vision once again. Kyle lowered his leg and let out a sigh. "The enemies are near, and I've already used up all my divine energy. Not to mention, even my mana is running low." He glanced back at the many individuals behind him who had been staring daggers at him for a while now. "What?" Nine floated towards him and gave him a serious look before glancing at the distance where the array masters were present. More specifically, he looked at Han, the man who taught Kyle about arrays. "Bro, I think I should also learn some array symbols, especially to create the portal you just used to send that woman away." Jian and Sinan joined him with solemn expressions. "We should learn as well, it's too powerful to ignore." Regius rubbed his chin. "Now that you three are going to learn, I'll join as well. I don't think it's hard after seeing how easily Kyle can draw so many symbols within a second." Alec and Carcel wanted to join too. They would be lying if they said they weren't tempted. However, Jan poured cold water on their expectations even before they could voice them. "Kids, it's not easy to learn array symbols, especially the ones Kyle is using to create teleportation portals midair." The old dwarf counted his fingers and hummed with a thoughtful expression. "Well, if you really want to learn, it won't take you all a long time. Approximately 20 years. Only if you all spend all your time learning them and have a good memory and comprehension ability. 9 stared at the dwarf with blank eyes and retreated into the distance as if he never even asked to learn about arrays. Giant and Sinon quickly followed him and went towards the crowd to recover their divine energy and mana. Kyle chuckled and shook his head at them before staring into the distance. I think we should all get ready and move. The enemies are here. Jan and Alec arrived beside him and nodded. The dwarf glanced at Kyle, a little surprised that the kid could already spread his senses so far away. I can sense them as well, it's a big army. They'll be here soon because they're traveling at full speed. Kyle nodded. Not just them, that woman is back as well. Let's move forward and ask. He stopped speaking when Jan patted his shoulder with a smile. I know, leave it to me. I'll get all the people behind us ready for the fight. Just worry about yourself. I can sense you used all your divine energy. Kyle watched as Jan and Alec quickly left his side to tell the others. Estalion, Yue, and the other two kings instantly ordered their people to get ready because they were going to move forward. The air tensed because the people had seen how Hay and Diora were so strong, but Estalion raised his voice to make their resolve stronger. Don't forget, we are fighting for ourselves, for our families, for our people. If we retreat today, no one will survive. So grab your weapons and start moving because the enemies won't stop and they will get stronger with time. That's why we are not going to hesitate and wipe them out before they can become strong enough to finish us all. The crowd's eyes blazed with anger, and they raised their weapons in the air. In the next second, the land trembled as countless people from different races started moving toward the enemies to make them regret the time they stepped on this planet. Kyle gazed at them. He knew many of them would die, but he just hoped they could finish this war with as few casualties as possible. He raised his head and clicked his tongue when Diora once again appeared in the sky. I don't have enough divine energy to fight with you, so it's better for you to go for a stroll once again. He blinked and in the next second vanished into thin air. Chapter 422, The War, Part 1. Amidst the ruined buildings, Misha paused in midair and narrowed her eyes, gazing into the distance. She wasn't alone. Thousands of individuals from different races were running behind her floating figure. Some had animal feathers, some were humans, and others had lizard-like scales covering their bodies. But no matter how they looked, all of them had a petal engraved on their foreheads. Or if not on their foreheads, it would be on other parts of their bodies. Misha's gray eyes sparkled as she sensed countless presences rushing directly toward their location. Don't tell me, haha. So they're coming towards us instead of hiding behind that dome they created. She rubbed her chin, a little surprised by the situation. Nevertheless, she wondered where Diora and Hay were. The duo had left her behind to do all the work and disappeared. It's strange. With Diora's personality, she would have already attacked the dome. And why didn't she inform me that the people we're attacking are heading toward us to fight head-on? Misha grabbed the hem of her robe and elegantly turned around, her gaze falling upon the 3 divine-rank individuals, 2 elves, and 1 from the lizard race floating behind her. You 3 take charge of the army. I am going to summon the monsters. After all, we can't afford any risks, especially after what happened to Adio. A flicker of coldness flashed in Misha's eyes as she mentioned Adio. I swear I want to tear apart the bastard who killed that prick. She began to float upward and her eyes started glowing ominously with a red hue. In the next second, a sweet melody wafted through the air. However, only the lurking monsters around the ruined structures could hear it. Even the distant monsters in the forest raised their heads, drawn to the enchanting voice. In the end, all the monsters who heard the voice started running towards it as if they were under its control. The 3 divine-rank individuals looked at Misha's figure and immediately ordered the countless people beneath them to move forward. The air was filled with cheerful laughter as the huge army eagerly rushed ahead, itching for a fight. The land beneath them trembled as they jumped or ran through the many ruined structures, heading straight toward the last hope of the planet without any hesitation. After all, they knew they had the upper hand, being stronger and more powerful, and with so many divine rank, pseudo-divine rank, and countless other strong individuals by their side. This battle wouldn't even last long enough for them to savor it. It would probably be over before they could even fully indulge in their desire to kill to their heart's content. Their eyes lit up when they saw countless people rushing towards them. Just like them, the people at the front shouted loudly and raised their weapons in the air to show they were ready for the war. Dust filled the air and the ground trembled beneath their feet as the 2 opposing forces arrived opposite each other. Estalion's eyes narrowed because the enemies didn't stop. Instead, they attacked instantly without any care. Estalion and the older individuals around him ordered their people to attack. No matter what, they can't back down now. The clash of weapons echoed in the air, accompanied by the cries and shouts of the people who fought with their lives on the line. However, the individuals with black petals engraved on their foreheads were amused and treated the war as a little game that would soon come to an end. In that moment, countless monsters appeared in the distance. Misha looked down at the battlefield with her glowing eyes and commanded the monsters to attack and take out the enemies. The atmosphere grew tense as countless roars reverberated in the air. More and more monsters joined the battle, only increasing the pressure on the people fighting against the ones with black petals engraved on their foreheads. Alec paused in midair, his eyes sweeping over the countless people below. Before long, the air became heavy with the sounds of clashing weapons and the unmistakable scent of blood. Then he fixed his gaze on the three divine rank individuals who floated in the distance. The trio seemed almost bored, as if they were just waiting for the battle to end, fully confident that it would be an easy victory. Moreover, they weren't alone. Many pseudo-divine rank individuals were floating behind the trio, as if waiting for their order to join the war and finish off the struggling souls. The moment the three divine rank individuals met Alec's gaze, they became alert, not because of Alec, but because of the many people floating midair behind the blue-haired man. After all, they weren't aware that the enemy had so many pseudo-divine rank individuals. Jian let out a shout. "There are our praise, guys, attack." The three divine rank individuals were surprised when Alec, Nine, Carcel, Yan, Sinan, Regius, and all those who fought in close combat rushed forward toward them without hesitation. Yue, Jian, and Mia commanded the mages with the tower's guardians from a distance and rained down one attack after another on the enemies. Jian jolted when a portal materialized beside him. Kyle stepped out from the portal with furrowed brows. Jian formed countless sharp earth shards and threw them at the enemies, then gazed at Kyle. "What happened? Also, what about Diora?" Kyle massaged his temples. "Gone. At least for a while, I'll take care of the divine rank individual with lizard-like features. Bia is almost here too. She said she'll take out the woman who is controlling the monsters." Then he patted Jian's shoulder and gazed at Yue. "I'm leaving for now. Contact me if something happens. Also, don't go jumping into something that can threaten your life." After Kyle disappeared, Jian's eyes blazed and he jumped forward to battle a pseudo-divine rank individual. Not just him, Yue, Lara, and Mia also started fighting with the pseudo-divine rank individuals. Istalion and the ones with SS, rank strength or higher, got themselves busy with the ones who had similar strengths. Misha watched the battlefield and scoffed at the people who were struggling, trying their best to fight. She was a little taken aback when she saw so many pseudo-divine rank individuals. But that's all because she knew she and the other divine rank individuals would be able to easily handle them. Suddenly, the woman snapped her eyes in another direction, where she sensed a large number of monsters rushing toward their location. Her gray pupils shook because she was not the one who summoned them. So why the heck so many monsters are rushing toward the battlefield? What is happening? I know that the monsters on this planet are getting crazy because of the polluted air, but why are so many heading toward this place? Is there someone else on this planet who had the ability to command the monsters? Chapter 423, The War, Part 2. Misha's gray eyes narrowed into slits as fiery flames entered her vision. In that moment, a commanding cry echoed through the air, followed by a beautiful pair of wings that appeared in the sky. The wings were glistening with a mix of golden, red, and blue feathers as they soared towards the battlefield. Bia's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the people below. Just as she said, the phoenix wasn't alone. Countless flying monsters followed her in a mesmerizing formation. All of them covered the sky like a blanket and cast shadows on the ground, causing many on the ground to raise their heads and stare at the majestic phoenix leading the monsters with bated breaths. Nine, who was fighting alongside Carcel and Regius against one of the divine rank elves, suddenly stopped in his actions. He looked up at the phoenix and couldn't help but let out a loud curse, almost startling Carcel, who had just been pushed back towards him in midair. Carcel followed his gaze and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Fuck." Nine laughed when he heard Carcel cursing so openly. It was a rare sight to see Carcel lose his composure like that. "Damn, I'm jealous." She brought a whole freaking army with her. Bia snickered at the monsters who were fighting alongside the enemies. Her eyes sparkled, and she ordered the flying monsters behind her to attack the people with black petals engraved on their foreheads. Not just the flying monsters, but the countless monsters following behind the phoenix through the land also jumped into the battlefield. Many were surprised, but the ones who knew Bia shouted toward the phoenix with newfound enthusiasm. The people with black petals engraved on their foreheads faltered in their stance for the first time when they saw the massive army of monsters joining the opposing side. They subconsciously looked at the divine rank individuals on their side and were once again stunned because all the divine rank individuals were surrounded. Misha's dark eyes followed the beautiful phoenix and a vein throbbed on her forehead. She knew it was rare to see a phoenix, let alone one that had attained pseudo-divine rank strength. But this was troublesome because the same phoenix was helping the people she wanted to kill. Moreover, to make matters worse, she could vividly sense that the phoenix's authority to command the monsters was much stronger than hers. "Don't tell me it's a bonded beast." Diora, just how the fucking hell can you spout such nonsense that this planet doesn't have anyone above SSS plus rank? The woman zoomed in towards the Phoenix to immediately finish it off because if she didn't, she knew it would be bad for her side. No matter what, I am stronger, so you need to die for me, pretty Phoenix. Misha released her divine pressure, and countless burning meteors materialized behind her that shot out towards the Phoenix with lightning-fast speed. The people and the monsters who felt her pressure dropped to their knees. But the woman wearing the white robe didn't care if her pressure was affecting the enemies or allies. She just wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Because for some reason, a nagging feeling started stabbing at the back of her head the moment she saw the Phoenix. Misha's face crumbled when the Phoenix, who should be the main target of her pressure, snickered at her face with a pair of eyes that clearly mocked her, as if she didn't amount to anything. Bia's wings glistened with a pale golden hue, and the symbols engraved at the edges of her wings started glowing. In the next moment, a transparent barrier enclosed her body and pushed away the pressure that was directed towards her. I gotta admit, these symbols are not just for show, haha. Now I'm gonna have a lot of fun, and unfortunately, this woman's gonna be my first target. The Phoenix glided down the air smoothly to avoid the burning meteors, and her eyes sparkled as she fixed them on Misha. Let's see how long you can last against the majestic me. The air around Misha started trembling as she conjured a snowstorm with sharp wind currents, but she staggered in midair when the Phoenix didn't even flinch from the coldness. Blissfully unaware that after spending so much time with Kyle, Bia had developed a natural resistance to all types of icy skills. Misha increased her pressure with a frustrated cry, and the people beneath her were almost crushed, but she didn't stop. Bia groaned because she couldn't get near the woman, and due to their fight, many people were dying. The Phoenix's eyes roamed around, searching for a way to get close to the woman. Bia's eyes brightened when a familiar figure materialized behind the crazy woman, who had been throwing so many attacks towards her that it was getting a little difficult to dodge. Kyle gazed at the Phoenix, and before Misha could react, he grabbed her neck tightly. The cold sensation shocked the woman to the core, and with a movement so fast that not even Bia could follow with her eyes, Misha's body turned into a mirage. In the next second, the air behind her cracked into countless fragments. Misha froze when her nails, which had turned into crystals, touched nothing but empty air. Huh. She looked around with bewildered eyes and then snapped her gaze towards the Phoenix, thinking it was probably the Phoenix's trick. But then countless flickering portals materialized all around her, almost eager to suck her in. Misha cried out, shocked that the Phoenix used array symbols. Moreover, with how fast the portals materialized around her, she was 100% sure that the Phoenix's knowledge about it had far surpassed the ordinary level. But how is it possible? Not even in her wildest dreams did she imagine she would see a beast that could comprehend something she herself had little knowledge about because it was too difficult. The woman laughed and tore the portals before fixing her dark gaze on Bia. Now I want to open your skull and cut your body to see just how the hell you reached this level of strength. Bia's eyes sparkled with mirth as she watched the woman getting ready to send another attack towards her, unaware that the real culprit once again materialized above her. The woman cried out as a powerful kick landed on her head, sending her tumbling downward with lightning-fast speed. Kyle lowered his leg and gazed at Bia before a portal materialized in front of the Phoenix. Go, I'm sending her behind you. Fight somewhere else. She's causing too many deaths. Haha, don't worry and leave her to me. She's my prey. Chapter 424, The War, Part 3. After sending Bia away with Misha, Kyle gazed at the battlefield. He rubbed his forehead, which throbbed from using so much divine energy in such a short time. Plus, he used up all his mana by creating multiple portals and using instant teleportation repeatedly. It seems I will have to fight in close combat for a while until I recover some mana. If only I could draw an array that could give me a constant supply of divine energy or mana. He let out a sigh because he knew it wouldn't be possible. First, drawing the array would require a lot of time and people. Second, he didn't have any strong resources to power the array. After all, he used up all his resources to supply enough energy to the array he built to defeat the divine rank being at the right time. Kyle looked at Alec, Jan, and the others. They weren't exactly winning, but they were keeping the pseudo-divine rank individuals and the two divine rank elves occupied. He let out a curse when he saw two familiar figures appearing in the sky, Diora and the divine rank individual with lizard-like features. I just sent you two away and you're back again. It would be hard, but I think it's better to at least take down one of them. He zoomed in towards Alec, who was fighting with one of the divine rank elves alongside Jan, Sinan, and the other tower's guardians. Kyle grabbed Alec's shoulder and gave a nod to Sinan. I'm taking him. I believe you and the others can handle the man while we're gone. The winged demi-human's eyes widened as he blocked another attack that almost sent him flying. How could the two of them leave him behind, even though they can clearly see his battered condition? Wait, Sinan wanted to speak, but he shut his mouth because Kyle had already dragged Alec with him even before Alec could reply. Jan swung his hammer and let out a chuckle as he gazed at Sinan. So it looks like it's just us taking on this guy now. Let's give it our all and take him down, young man. Sinan's face fell, but he nodded with a solemn expression. It's fine, I can take a little beating. It's just that my already hurting body will hurt a little more, so it's fine, right? In the distance, Alec gazed at Kyle, who had dragged him away from the fight. What happened? Kyle pointed his finger at the sky, where an ominous aura surged out. Diora's eyes were dark, filled with craziness, and the divine rank individual with lizard-like scales all over his body had half of his clothes torn. Plus, the lizard man's head was throbbing with many angry veins, like he just wanted to destroy everything in his path. The corner of Alec's lips twitched as he gazed at the two divine rank individuals. Kyle, I really don't want to suffer at your hands ever. Kyle raised his brow with a mischievous glint. Oh, what if we clashed in the future? How about this? If for some reason we had no other choice but to go against each other, you admit defeat, and if you do, I'll do the same. After all, it wouldn't be good for the well-being of this universe if the two of us started fighting each other, haha. He shook Alec's shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry though, I don't think we'll ever fight except for some friendly spars. And I promise not to use instant teleportation in those spars, otherwise it would be an unfair fight. Alec let out a sigh, but his eyes were smiling. The duo talked just like any other time. After all, no one knew what the future held. Alec gazed at the two people who had already started attacking. So now what? Kyle cracked his knuckles. I don't have divine energy or mana, just a little that I gathered in the past minute. So I'm going to send the lizard man to Susan. That old man is probably resting somewhere, but he should also help now that we need it so much. Until I am done, keep Diora occupied. When I return, we'll take her down together. Alec nodded. It was hard but not impossible. He grabbed his sword and hurried towards Diora to stop her. Alec winced a little when Diora's eyes, which had turned pitch black, stared at him intensely before the woman leaped towards him with a loud, angry shout. Kyle grabbed his communication crystal and contacted his father. His brothers were fighting alongside the people of the human kingdom, so he knew that right now, his father was the only one who could help him. The old man's voice came through the crystal almost instantly, as if he had been waiting for someone to contact him. Kyle chuckled, and before Ohan could ask him anything, he quickly inquired about Susan. After all, the Guardian had been ignoring him despite his attempts to reach out for so long. Kyle's eyes lit up because his father shared the news about Susan right away. He's with me and Ian because he wanted Ian to drink the divine essence, but Ian refused because he thought it would be painful, so Sir Susan is doing his best to convince Ian to take it. Kyle smirked. He couldn't believe Susan remembered his request. Dad, do me a favor and ask Susan to go check the forest outside the border as soon as possible. Ask him to see if the monsters are behaving. With everyone busy fighting, it's important to have someone strong watching the border to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Ohan's voice sounded a bit confused as he agreed to Kyle's request. He wasn't quite sure what his son was up to, even in the midst of a war. Kyle closed the communication crystal and looked at the divine-ranked man covered in lizard-like scales. Now it's time to get rid of this lizard. At least he won't come back. He checked his mana and sensed that he had enough for a few uses of instant teleportation. In the next second, Kyle disappeared towards the lizard man who had attacked some people, only to be stopped by Lara and Yue. Chapter 425. The War, Part 4. The sky grew darker with each passing second, the atmosphere was quiet and the air felt calm. However, words couldn't capture the frustration that Susan was experiencing. His forehead throbbed with anger as he landed on the border and looked at the dome covering the entire coexis. I said there's no need. With this barrier around the whole continent, how could the monsters attack the citizens? So why the hell does that little prick want me to check the forest? Darn it, I swear I'm going to get back at him. He's the only one who dares to make me work so much. Susan clicked his tongue and started floating before pausing in front of the dome. A bright light spread out from his fingers, and the light created a small opening in the dome for him to pass through. He flew out from the opening, and after a minute of floating, he stopped above the forest. Because aside from a few low-rank monsters wandering around, he didn't see anything else. I've checked the border, it's safe. No problem at all. He kept exploring the forest for another minute before turning back to the dome and closing the continent. But suddenly he sensed a movement in the mana behind him and titled his head back. Huh. In the next second, under his gaze, a flickering portal materialized in the air. The portal spit out a muscular man with lizard-like features who managed to balance himself midair and let out a furious roar. Human, I'm going to tear you apart. The scales on the man's body glowed ominously as he rushed toward the flickering portal. Susan jolted when a hand came out from the portal to punch the lizard man backward. The old man's heart trembled at the sight, and he swiftly turned around to fly toward the dome that covered coexis, but he halted when a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Ha, old man, take care of him, I can't anymore." Susan's eyes widened as he watched Kyle step out from the portal. The young man had his clothes filled with blood and sweat, and he was breathing heavily as if he had just run a marathon. He looked completely different from the pristine appearance the old guardian saw him in last time. Kyle gazed at Susan and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Opposite him, the divine rank lizard man easily balanced himself in midair and stared at him with bloodshot eyes, ready to kill him right then and there. Kyle winced as his whole body throbbed from the pressure he had been putting on himself for so long. This time, he felt it vividly that the mana in his body wasn't even enough to make him float for more than a minute. Yet he pushed his limits again and used instant teleportation to appear in front of the lizard man. Then, he used all his strength to punch the man, and the latter flew towards Susan, who had a bewildered expression on his face. The old man was still processing what was happening when he sensed the divine aura spreading out from the lizard man. Susan snapped his shocked eyes toward Kyle. "What the hell? He's a divine being. Why did you bring him here?" Kyle chuckled at Susan, who easily dodged an attack thrown at him by the lizard man. In the end, no matter what, the gap between a divine rank and a pseudo-divine rank individual was too huge. After all, he could see it clearly that unlike him, Susan could easily handle the lizard man. "Jan and the other guardians are busy. Also, you didn't join the war, so I'm leaving this man in your care." Susan silently cursed the time he met Kyle with a pair of eyes that screamed he's leaving for a faraway place after he's done with the lizard man. No, he's going to leave this planet. The old man's eyes fixed on the lizard man as he rubbed his hands to release all his pent-up frustration. However, he stopped when he noticed Kyle staggering in midair. Susan narrowed his eyes and watched as Kyle clenched his fists hard enough to draw blood. The old man wanted to check Kyle's body, but the latter vanished from his sight. The kid's pushing himself too much. There's not even an ounce of mana left in his body. If he continues like this, he's going to collapse. Susan sighed and gazed at the lizard man who attacked him once again. "It seems now I have to join the battle. Jan is going to make me listen to his endless nagging, but well, it's okay, I guess. Fighting once in a while is fine because not just Kyle, but all the kids fighting for the continent have a lot of potential. It would be a pity if any of them lost their life in the battle." He fixed his gaze on the lizard man, and in the next second his body turned into a mirage. The lizard man's eyes dilated as a hand grasped his neck and sent him flying backward. His body crashed into countless trees before slamming into a large boulder, shattering it upon impact. Susan appeared above in the sky and looked down at the man who cried out and jumped into the air, causing the surroundings to tremble. The duo started fighting, and with two divine rank individuals using all their strength, the sky rumbled with dark clouds and fissures formed in the air. Still, even though the fight looked evenly matched, the lizard man was already exhausted because of Kyle. Sure, the gray-haired human wasn't able to harm him badly, but the latter made him use a lot of divine energy. That's why the lizard man soon realized he was losing to the old man. So he decided to secretly flee when he had the chance. After all, his life was way more important than his anger or the battle he had to fight to conquer the planet. On the other hand, Kyle staggered as he appeared above the battlefield. He let out a gasp as he lost his balance in midair and barely managed to safely land amidst the thousands of people fighting each other. Countless metallic sounds rang in his ears, and the unmistakable scent of blood entered his nose as he unsheathed his sword. The same sword he found in the ancient realm. Its gleaming blade shone brightly as he jumped forward and went into a killing spree in the middle of the many people fighting around him. Kyle's eyes traveled towards Alec and he let out a tired sigh. The blue-haired man was giving it his all in the fight against Diora, and he didn't seem to be in the best shape. Still, Alec was holding his own against her pretty well. "Just hold her a few more minutes, until I have some mana." After just a minute, Kyle's clothes were completely drenched in blood. Moreover, because of his divine skill, he could smell it so vividly that it turned revolting. That's why he grabbed a shirt from his mind space and tore a piece from it to cover his lower face. The night clouds gathered above the sky and the moon shone brightly. Despite that, the battlefield remained well lit thanks to the countless skills, spells, and attacks being thrown by everyone. In the midst of it all, Kyle paused when he noticed a familiar shimmer on his forehead. Huh. Kyle stabbed his sword into the chest of an S-rank demi-human who had a glowing one-petal black flower engraved on his neck, then kicked the body away before grabbing the tips of his hair. "Oh, they're turning silver." Chapter 426. Bia vs. Misha. Above a vast land far away from the place where the war was going on. Under the darkened sky, a thunderous and exasperating cry pierced the air, causing it to tremble in response. "You pesky phoenix, just let me get you once. Just once is all I need to pluck every last feather from your body." Bia cackled menacingly, and the space around her shone brightly with vibrant crimson flames. The phoenix looked down at the woman opposite her, who was screaming in frustration. Misha's pristine white clothes were soaked in dirt and blood, and her forehead throbbed with angry veins. She couldn't believe that as a true divine being, she couldn't handle a mere phoenix who had just barely touched the divine realm. The woman let out a laugh, and her figure became blurry. She moved so fast that it almost left behind an afterimage as she lunged at Bia. But her eyes darkened with anger when crimson flames surged out to cover the phoenix's entire body in multiple layers of protective shields. Misha cursed under her breath and tried to break the barriers with her fists. However, apart from a few cracks, the barriers stayed intact, and to make things worse, the crimson flames left burn marks on her skin. Damn it, damn it. Why the hell are this phoenix's flames so powerful? I'm a divine rank individual, for fuck's sake, and I can't even disperse the flames. She wanted to scream once again because her divine aura wasn't working on the phoenix. Whenever she spread out her divine pressure, the strange golden symbols on the phoenix's wings would shine and deflect her pressure away from the phoenix's body. Bia snickered when she finally saw the woman's figure materialize beside her. Now it's my turn, hee hee. She flapped her wings, which shone with a mesmerizing blend of golden, crimson, and blue feathers. Misha's eyes contracted when the many barriers surrounding the phoenix expanded in all directions with a deafening echo. The woman gritted her teeth and raised her hand to create several earth shields to protect herself. But she had to retreat because the flames were too hot and melted the shields she had created. In a flash, Misha grabbed a double-edged blade without a hilt from her mind space and fixed her dark gaze on the phoenix. Let's see how long you can hold on. In that moment, a sweet melody reverberated through the air, and the woman's eyes shone brightly with a crimson hue. Bia narrowed her eyes when she heard countless roars echoing around her. The phoenix scanned the many monsters that started gathering around the woman. Misha tilted her head and flipped the gleaming blade in her hand, like she was getting used to the sensation. Bia watched as the woman rushed at her with the sharp blade, and the many monsters followed suit, as if dancing to her commands. Misha's stance faltered for a second when she didn't see a hint of fear in the phoenix's eyes, which annoyingly turned crescents. Regardless, she didn't pause in her actions even when the phoenix formed the familiar barriers around her body. The woman raised her blade, and with glowing eyes, a crimson light flashed from her fingers as she stabbed the blade into the burning barriers. The many barriers that enclosed the phoenix cracked and started scattering into countless pieces. Misha let out a victorious smirk. Haha, finally I got you. But when she raised her eyes to laugh at the phoenix, she staggered a little. The woman saw a mischievous glint inside the bright pair of crescent-shaped eyes staring down at her. The brightness amidst the darkness made the phoenix's eyes almost look overbearing with a hint of blue in between. The phoenix's massive presence loomed over her, and in that exact moment, she felt a shiver run down her spine as she realized that her control over the monsters she had just summoned was nullified by another force. It was a powerful commanding force, completely different from her own. No matter what, Misha could only control the monsters through their senses when she used the dark powers bestowed to her. But the force the phoenix used made them obey because the phoenix held a position that was rightfully above them. Haha, no way. Her words got cut off when the phoenix opened her mouth and let out a cry. It was so loud that the woman's ears started ringing. The next thing she saw was a sea of pure golden flames that spread out from the phoenix's body, almost covering the entire space around them. Misha's eyes trembled as she watched the flames. So all this time the phoenix never used her divine energy. In that moment, the woman finally accepted the fact that she was fighting with a true phoenix, one that had touched the realm of the divine and had the power to go even beyond it if given the chance. But she didn't dare admit that she, a divine being, would lose to a mere phoenix. Misha wanted to prove that she was stronger, no matter what tricks the phoenix used. In the end, the phoenix could never defeat a true divine being with her lowly tricks. That's why she secretly took out an artifact and stopped to face the golden flames head-on. Her plan was to take out the phoenix in one go the moment the phoenix exhausted her divine energy, but that was her biggest mistake. Bia laughed in her head and looked at the woman with a haughty expression. It looks like you want to get a taste of my beautiful flames, huh? Okay, enjoy, she spoke in a sweet voice that sounded too harmless for its own good. In the next second, the golden flames turned even brighter and enclosed the whole sky in a golden blanket. Misha's shocked eyes reflected the flames that enveloped her from all sides. "No. How can you have so much divine energy?" The woman cried out and used all her divine energy to form one shield after another around her body. But the shields would melt under the heat within seconds, which turned hotter with each passing second. Wait, I admit defeat, retract the flames." Bia's breathing turned irregular because she used all her divine energy and remaining mana in that move. Her vision blurred for a second, but she shook her head and watched everything as painful, desperate screams echoed from inside the flames that shone brightly under the moonlight. The many monsters watching everything from beneath whimpered with scared expressions and quickly ran off in different directions, so as not to disturb the phoenix. Regardless, the golden flames burned brightly, and after a long time when they scattered, nothing was left behind. Bia let out a grin. Unlike the others, she could sense her stats very vividly, and she knew that Kyle wasn't the only one who had a high divine energy stat the moment he broke through to the pseudo-divine rank. Bia's divine stat also showed second stage low, probably because of her bond with Kyle and because she's a phoenix, not any ordinary beast. I did say it, I am majestic, and a woman who just appeared out of nowhere can never be superior to me in terms of controlling monsters. Tusk tusk, look what happened when you dared to challenge this majestic me. The phoenix's vision blurred with tiredness. She had used all her energy, her body screamed with pain, even though she fought Misha head-on without showing any weakness. She was truly tired, so much so that she wanted nothing but to sleep for a long time. Bia let out a yawn. I'm done with my job, so I can sleep for now, right, just for a while. Chapter 427. I don't like this form even a bit. Under the moonlight, the air swirled gently and caressed the phoenix's feathers. Suddenly, a beautiful, brilliant crimson light enveloped the phoenix's entire body. Whoa, it's cold! Bia clicked her tongue, and strands of long golden hair scattered in the wind before gently cascading down her back. As the light faded, a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes with blue slits peered at the small, pale hands that emerged from the glow. She touched her wrists, where the golden symbols Kyle engraved on the edges of her wings glowed brightly. Not bad, but I still prefer my original form. Bia gazed down at her legs and wriggled her toes. Geez. I don't like this form even a bit. Without the feathers, my skin feels cold. How do humans manage to survive with such fragile bodies? With a blink, a crimson feathery tunic materialized around her body. Her eyelids drooped with fatigue, yet she couldn't resist the curiosity to see her human features. That's why she soared through the sky and found a lake nestled between some rocks. Bia's bare feet touched the ground and she gazed into the crystal-clear water. However, in the next moment, a piercing cry echoed through the air. Bia dropped to her knees, staring at her own reflection in disbelief. This is me, she touched her face, which looked too round, and her body that appeared no older than a 6 or 7-year-old child. A red flame mark shone brightly in the middle of her forehead. No way. I just tried to transform into a human for the first time, so why do I look so young? Did I mess up the process or something? The phoenix counted her age on her little fingers in a panic, but her eyes widened with shock when she realized that she wasn't even 10 years old originally. It's all because of Kyle. He's been advancing so fast that I didn't even notice how quickly I progressed. Still, I can't believe how talented I am. I was able to reach the pseudo-divine rank at such a young age. As expected, I am too majestic and powerful, truly the leader of all the monsters. She nodded her little head and gazed at her reflection once again. The previous negative remarks immediately faded from her mind due to her unimaginable high potential. Dang, look at me, I think I'm pretty cute with this round face as well. Maybe I should ask Kyle to adopt me as his daughter once he successfully marries Yue. Well, it's not a bad idea. But wait, that means I won't be able to enjoy the privilege of being a bonded companion, right? Nope, no way, I can't let that happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't supply me with enough treasures. She crossed her arms over her chest and paced around the lake, once again not really liking her human form. The moment she broke through to the pseudo-divine rank, a flood of new knowledge filled her mind, knowledge that didn't belong to her deceased parent. She knew very well that it's something she acquired through her own advancement. Moreover, after reaching the pseudo-divine rank, she immediately realized that she could transform into a human or any other form just by thinking. However, she couldn't try it due to the chaotic atmosphere. Bia let out a yawn and put her hand over her mouth. As she moved, her golden hair swirled onto her shoulder and some of it got into her mouth and eyes. She let out an irritated huff. What the heck is this? Why is it getting in my mouth? I don't like the taste. I'll ask Mia to cut it off for me. She stomped her feet on the ground and changed back into her little bird form, the same form she could use to easily sit on Kyle's head. Bia let out a sigh. In the end, no matter what, this form is the most comfortable, even though it's the most useless. She flapped her little wings and settled above a boulder after finding a quiet spot nearby. All right, I'll rest for a while and then join the war again. Good night for now. Inside the battlefield, Kyle's eyes crinkled with mirth, and the previous predicament of wanting to get rid of his bloodied clothes as soon as possible slipped from his mind when something coursed through his body. In that moment, the divine energy all around him traveled towards him and entered his body in an almost desperate manner. Though he still felt tired and his muscles were strained, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied smirk when a refreshing and cool sensation spread throughout his entire body. Moreover, a part of his divine energy filled up almost instantly after the divine energy in the atmosphere entered his body. Kyle immediately glanced at the image that had replaced his stats from the corner of his eyes. Haha, just what I needed. Name, Kyle race, human/semi-celestial bloodline, celestial soul rank, transcendent rank, pseudo-divine stats, strength, SSS plus mana, divine rank, divine energy. Final stage elite agility, pseudo-divine current physique rank, pseudo-divine talent celestial luck S plus unique ability, nature's favorite, unlocked due to S plus rank luck, skills. Kyle gazed at his hair that had completely turned silver again. He had just advanced and entered the last stage of the divine energy in the pseudo-divine rank, yet he didn't break through. I do feel like I can break through to the divine rank, but why does it feel like I need a little push? Susan did say I'll break through to the divine rank if I reach the elite stage in my divine energy. He let out a sigh and gazed at Alec and Diora. The woman had made Alec's appearance almost unrecognizable. I only asked him to handle her for a few minutes. I believe he's cursing me right now. Haha, but Kyle cracked his knuckles and stabbed his sword into another individual's neck who attacked him from behind. Now I don't think I need to wait until I have enough mana or divine energy. He blinked and vanished from his spot, only to appear behind Diora who tried to grab Alec's neck. But the blue-haired man avoided her hand by a hair's breadth. Alec's eyes lit up when he saw Kyle. In an instant, his gaze landed on the latter's hair that should have been gray, but right now they were shining brightly in silver color. Finally, you're here. I almost thought I would die. Diora paused after she heard Alec's words and turned around with lightning-fast speed to tear the person behind him, but Kyle had already vanished. In the next second, a familiar kick landed on the woman's back, sending her flying into a portal that materialized in the air. You bastard! Kyle ignored her scream as he clenched and unclenched his hand a few times. He really didn't like sweating. That's why he was grateful for his cold body. However, due to the pressure he put on himself and the amount of skills and strenuous activities he did in such a short time, his body started sweating, and with the blood, it was getting a little annoying for him to stay in that condition. He let out a sigh, and another portal materialized in front of him and Alec, whose breathing was even more irregular than his. Let's go, it's time to finish off the remaining divine rank individuals. Alec heard Kyle's words and let out a chuckle at how confident the latter sounded before the duo jumped into the portal. Chapter 428. I wonder too. The air shook with a booming laugh as Diora floated in midair and stared at the two people who stepped out from a portal that materialized before her. Her eyes were completely black, filled with madness. She knew she had gone too far and had lost a lot of her divine energy by aimlessly running around, only to be thrown into a distant place over and over again. But no matter what, she couldn't accept that these little ants in front of her had killed Hay and were not dying under her power. You two need to die, Diora muttered under her breath and locked her eyes on Alec and Kyle. After mumbling for a few seconds, her eyes cleared up a little as she let out a breath and finally started to process what the heck she had been doing for the whole day. She, the one who should have been playing with the people on this planet, was the one who got played. How ironic. The pair of pitch-black eyes started to regain its color, and soon her pupils returned to normal with a hint of earthy color in between. Diora's eyes scanned Kyle and Alec as they both held swords in their hands. The duo seemed out of place on this small planet with their otherworldly appearance. And their strength. Why were they so powerful and possessed such unique skills if they were just ordinary people living on a hidden, forgotten planet? The one with bright silver hair wore an emotionless expression on his handsome face, while the other with deep blue hair had a cold expression on his handsome face as they focused their gaze on her. They were probably ready to attack her, right? As her eyes landed on Alec, a mocking laugh unexpectedly escaped her lips. Kyle, who was about to vanish, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing at the woman floating opposite him. I wonder if she had finally lost her mind. He voiced his thoughts so Alec could hear, but Diora actually started speaking after hearing his words. Haha, I wonder too, did I lose my mind or not, but you know what? The fact that I'm fighting someone who in the end is one of us, it's what's making me laugh at myself. Diora tilted her head and her lips curled upward as she watched Alec's face crumbling under her gaze. I also wonder how your friends who know you will feel after they find out you sold your. Her words were abruptly cut off because she wasn't able to react on time when Alec left his spot with lightning-fast speed. He grabbed her mouth to silence her, then promptly threw her backward, causing her body to stumble in midair. Diora gazed at the pair of angry eyes staring back at her, as if challenging her to speak one more word and he would make her regret ever being born. She attempted to fix her disheveled clothes with a snicker, but they were already torn in multiple spots, so she decided to leave them as they were. An evil smile played on her face. She was mocking the audacity of the human who dared to challenge her with that look even though he knew he had no chance of winning against her. I have to admit, now that I am tired, my reflexes are getting slower and slower. Alec didn't dare to look back at Kyle, who was floating behind him. He just wanted to finish off the woman in front of him, but he knew that even though he caught her off guard earlier, he wouldn't be able to defeat her head-on. He held onto his sword tightly and waited for Kyle to question him about what Diora was talking about. But little did he know, after hearing Diora's useless screams so many times, Kyle didn't even care about what she was blabbering anymore. Plus, her voice sounded too hoarse for his comfort. "Why's he so quiet?" Alec got his answer when the ground beneath him and Diora started glowing with countless symbols that were trembling ominously. The dark space lit up with the brightness spilling from the symbols. Huh? Diora glanced at the symbols too, and unlike Alec, she felt a chill run down her spine when she noticed how intensely the symbols were trembling. She didn't know much about arrays or symbols, but one thing she knew for sure was that symbols weren't supposed to be stacked on top of each other. Not to mention so many destructive symbols. The woman cried out with only one thought in her head: she needs to run far away from this place. However, in that moment, Kyle's familiar voice finally sounded behind Alec. "Done, the array activated successfully. Now we just need to make her stay above the array for a minute." Alec snapped his head back, but Kyle had already vanished from his spot. In the next second, he appeared beside Diora, who tried to leave the place. Kyle raised his sword, and a loud sound echoed in the air when his blade clashed with the woman's pointy nails. He gazed at Alec and shouted with furrowed brows, "Hey, what are you waiting for? Help me." Alec nodded and let out a sigh of relief before quickly joining Kyle. Diora's eyes trembled as she felt the symbols beneath her turning more and more violet with each passing second. The woman screamed and unleashed her divine aura, launching powerful attacks on the two humans. However, Alec gritted his teeth and attacked her from behind. The sounds of swords clashing against something solid filled the air. The moon shone brightly through the gaps in the dark clouds, and the brightly lit symbols illuminated the fast and almost blurry movements of the three people fighting in midair. Kyle's eyes were fixed on the woman as his sword moved swiftly, and the tip became blurry. Diora dodged Alec's attack and attempted to grab Kyle's sword, but her eyes widened when the blade changed direction in midair. A loud cry escaped her mouth as the blade pierced her shoulder. Chapter 429, The War, Part 5. Diora clenched her bleeding shoulder and stumbled backward as she stared at the silver-haired man opposite her with dilated eyes. In that exact moment, another sword pierced her stomach, and blood oozed out from her mouth. But instead of panicking, she let out a crazy laugh because she could sense that she would be leaving this place in a few seconds. And she swore to come back just to kill every single living individual on this planet. Especially the two men who had made her go through so much. The woman tightly grabbed the tip of the sword protruding from her stomach before tilting her head to stare at the blue-haired human behind her. "You think you can kill me? No, you can't. Haha," she smirked at Alec, but her face paled when Kyle waved his hand in front of her face. It wasn't because of his hand, but because of the ordinary-looking black pendant that hung down from the metallic chain in his hand. "How?" she questioned and slowly lowered her gaze to her waist where the pendant should have been. But it wasn't there. Then she stared at Kyle and desperately reached out to snatch the pendant because it was the only artifact that would teleport her back to her home planet once it was infused with enough divine energy. But before her hand could reach the pendant, the man vanished from her sight. In the next second, Kyle surprised Alec by grabbing his collar roughly. The blue-haired man let out a shocked gasp when he was suddenly tossed into a portal, and Kyle jumped into the portal after him. Diora's trembling eyes followed their movement. She wanted to chase them, but it was too late because the glowing symbols beneath her spread out with lightning-fast speed and enveloped her entire body. The woman screamed, and a loud booming explosion echoed in the area. It was so loud that all the land occupied by the former East Continent trembled due to the noise. The place where the war was going on also shook, and many individuals cried out in surprise. But just after a few seconds, the noise settled, and once again the battle raged on. However, this time the people with black petals engraved on their bodies started retreating or running away, because a lot of divine rank individuals on their side had already vanished into thin air, and the two divine rank individuals who were present above the battlefield were surrounded from all sides. Quite a distance away from the place where the explosion took place, Kyle watched as the black pendant in his hand turned into particles after he used his flames on it. He thought everything went well, but then suddenly Alec let out a frustrated cry. "You bastard, at least tell me what you're up to, my sword knew." Alec grabbed his knees and landed on the ground with a dejected expression. His one and only precious sword, the one he found inside the Tower of Opportunity, was just gone like that. He had been taking care of the sword like his child because it was a growth-type weapon, a powerful weapon that had been steadily growing alongside him as he fed it a part of his mana sometimes. Kyle blinked. Now that Alec mentioned it, he did just toss the blue-haired man inside the portal without any prior notice, so Alec wasn't able to retrieve his sword. "It's a good thing I took mine in time." Alec shot a fierce glare at the man floating in midair. After fighting with Diora, his breathing was erratic, and now, noticing Kyle's expression of relief, a vein visibly flared on his forehead. "What the heck, you're relieved that I lost my weapon?" Kyle immediately shook his head and his expression turned solemn. No way, he would never say that he was relieved because he took his sword back on time. Stop whining, it's just a sword. Let's go check the place where the explosion happened. Maybe it survived. Maybe. Alex sucked in a deep breath and controlled the urge to go one-on-one with the man floating in midair. He reminded himself that a war was going on, and it wouldn't be good if he started fighting with Kyle right now. He closed his eyes for a minute and rubbed his temples, really hoping that somehow his weapon would survive. That's why Alec didn't notice when Kyle started sniffing the air around him and locked his bright green eyes on his body. I did have my suspicions, but Diora's words confirmed it. Regardless, the dark energy radiating from him is very faint. Maybe he just consumed something he shouldn't have. I don't know if I should ask because there's no way he's going to share this with me or anyone else. And after seeing how stiff he became when Diora confronted him, I know he's gonna run away instead of letting me or anyone else worry about his problem. Kyle stared at the bright moon. I think I should just let him handle it because there's no way a little setback can stop him. After all, he's the most hardworking one among all of us. In that moment, something buzzed inside his mind space. Kyle grabbed the small crystal that Lai, one of the tower guardians, tossed at him before leaving with Jordan to restore the planet's core energy. Kyle's expression turned serious as he quickly answered the woman whose voice sounded from the crystal. It was the second time Lai had contacted him. The first time was to tell him about the air pollution, so he wondered what she wanted to say now. Alec also heard the voice, and even though he wanted to stay seated on the ground for a few more minutes, he knew he had a lot to do right now. Lai paused for a few seconds when she noticed Alec and Kyle's condition. The duo was completely drenched in sweat and blood, not to mention their dirty clothes. I just wanted to let you know that the planet's core is fine now. It has once again started supplying energy to the structure connected to the barrier that enclosed and hid the planet in the past. I believe the barrier will regain its power before the sun rises. So make sure no one from the enemy side can escape this planet. If they do, all our efforts will be wasted. Kyle's eyes lit up. He smiled and looked at Alec, who had a similar expression. Finally, the planet would be safe from the Shadow Generals, at least for a while, and that time would be enough for the people of the planet to get a little stronger. Kyle closed the crystal after Lai finished speaking. He chuckled at Alec, who groaned because the latter's body was aching like crazy. I'm tired too. Let's finish off the enemies once and for all, then we can rest for as long as we want. Alec let out a tired sigh but still entered the portal that materialized in front of him. Kyle wanted to follow suit but paused when he noticed a faint glint from the corner of his eye. He looked back at the distant area where the explosion happened with squinted eyes. And then, something shiny in the darkness caught his attention. Haha, his sword survived, but how? Now I'm tempted to steal this sword, it's too unique. Chapter 430, do you still want it? Alec appeared above the battlefield and he glanced down to see the thousands of people battling below. Then he turned his gaze towards Karcel, Jan, and the others who were fighting the pseudo-divine rank individuals and the two divine rank elves in the distance. He quickly rushed towards Mia, who was fighting one of the pseudo-divine rank individuals, and started helping her. Alec took out another sword from his storage ring, the one he obtained from the continent. It was heavier and bigger than the one he had lost. But it's not like he had any other choice, did he? Mia's breathing was uneven when she glanced at Alec, who appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes reflected surprise, not just Mia, but everyone who had watched Alec fight with Diora and then vanish with Kyle, and the woman was surprised. However, the surprise soon turned into happiness when they didn't see Diora anywhere on the battlefield. Does that mean Diora has been taken care of? But they weren't sure because Kyle hasn't returned yet. Also, Jan and the other tower's guardians were curious about the sudden earthquake that happened a while ago. It definitely wasn't natural, more like the sound of an explosion that happened in a faraway place. In that moment, a familiar portal materialized above the battlefield, and Kyle stepped out from the portal. Many people glanced at the man with the bright silver hair. Alec kicked the person in front of him and instantly felt the familiar presence that appeared beside him. This time he wasn't even surprised because it seems he finally got used to Kyle's sudden appearance. What took you so long? He halted in mid-sentence when he turned his gaze toward the man, only to notice a familiar sword in Kyle's hand. Kyle smirked and ran his fingers along the blade of the sword in his hand. The metal had turned black in different spots, but the shape of the sword remained unchanged even after going through such a massive explosion. Not to mention the bright golden light that was emanating from the sword. So do you still want it or should I take it? Alec's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the sword from Kyle before hugging it tightly. He wanted to thank Kyle and ask how the sword survived, but the latter disappeared from his sight. Kyle appeared behind one of the divine rank elves fighting with Karcel, Regius, and Nine and punched the man. The man cried out and was flung towards Karcel, who seized the opportunity and spun his body midair before kicking the man towards Regius. 9 wiped his forehead and finally took a relaxed breath after spending so much time under the divine pressure. He really thought his body would be crushed soon, but he survived. Now it's my turn, you bastard. He rubbed his knuckles and clenched his fist, gathering all his strength. But the elven man managed to balance himself midair and let out a loud cry. The air around the man started cracking, and countless shockwaves, strong enough to make everyone deaf, spread out in all directions. 9 grabbed his ears tightly and cursed under his breath. Just when he thought he would be able to get his revenge, this crap happened. His breathing was irregular and his divine energy low, so he couldn't even form a proper barrier against the shockwaves. Not just him, everyone around him was also affected by the shockwaves. Kyle winced and almost lost his balance midair, but he gritted his teeth and used instant teleportation to appear behind the man. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he grabbed the man's head and flung him forward, where a portal appeared out of thin air. I almost thought I was gonna lose my hearing today. He watched as the portal disappeared with furrowed brows before looking at the exhausted people around him. Carcel, come with me, let's finish this one. I prepared one more explosive array in another place. 9 and Regius, you two should help the others. Carcel nodded, even though he wasn't really sure what explosive array Kyle was talking about. He followed the silver-haired man as the latter entered another portal. 9 and Regius glanced at each other, and the duo quickly joined Jan, Sinon, and the other tower's guardians. Now only one divine rank individual was left behind, and with more people joining the fight, the elf felt a chill run down his spine. The elf's clothes were torn and soaked in blood that was oozing out from the various injuries on his body. He looked around, and after realizing that he was the only divine rank individual left, he turned around and was ready to make a run for it. He didn't care about the shame and punishments that awaited him after he reported all this to the Shadow General. In the end, his life was what mattered most. But Sinon, who got the most beating from the divine rank individual, let out an angry shout. You think you can run away after giving me so many injuries? Just look at how my handsome face is all swollen up because of you. Get ready for my ultimate move. He flapped his wings and with lightning-fast speed appeared above the elf. 9 paused in his actions and gazed at Sinon with a serious expression. What's he up to? Not just 9, Jan and the others also stopped in their tracks and curiously gazed at the winged demi-human. The divine rank elf snapped his eyes toward Sinon and with a snicker, instantly used one of his skills to finish off the demi-human now that the latter was alone. However, in that moment, under so many eyes, a massive wave of water appeared behind the Sinon. The wave grew in size and surged out in an all-exposing manner before enveloping the sky in a curtain. 9's eyes widened at the sight. Oh crap! He instantly fled in a different direction. Regius and the ones who knew about Sinon's strange interest in water-type skills also started flying away in different directions. Jan and the other tower's guardians were confused at first, but they got their answer when the towering wave of water swooped down. It didn't just drown the divine rank elf, but all those who were in its path. Sinon let out a boisterous laugh as he watched the wave, satisfied. He used all his remaining divine energy in this skill. That's why his water-type skill was strong enough to drown a divine rank individual. But his smile disappeared when many drenched individuals gazed at him with dark eyes. Oh, it seems I failed to control the skill rage properly. He quickly ran off and started fighting with the drenched divine rank elf to avoid the people glaring at him. Jan let out a tired sigh and quickly joined Sinon. This is a new experience I'm adding to my list. After all, it's not every day I get to have a free shower in the middle of the battlefield. In the distance, Alec killed the pseudo-divine rank individual he was fighting and took a deep breath. Jian also took down the 2 pseudo-divine rank individuals he had been fighting after Yue and Lara came to help him out. The battlefield shook once again when another loud explosion echoed in a faraway place. Alec, who had joined 9 and the others in beating the hell out of the last divine rank individual, stopped when he heard the noise and let out a chuckle. Just how on earth did he manage to set up another deadly array? Chapter 431. How about a good meal? Carcel coughed a few times as he stepped out from a portal and appeared above the battlefield. He tried to calm his heart, which was beating wildly because a while ago, he saw his life flashing before his eyes. The glowing symbols enveloped me as well with that divine rank individual. I seriously thought I was a goner. He ran his fingers through his hair and glanced at Kyle, who appeared beside him, breathing irregularly. You could have told me it's dangerous and can potentially threaten my life. Kyle wiped his forehead with his sleeve. But I saved you just in time, didn't I? So no need to worry. Carcel took a deep breath. He thought he was more level-headed compared to Alec and the others who always wanted to beat up Kyle. But every time he experienced something like this, he understood where they were coming from. He ignored Kyle and quickly joined the others who were fighting in midair. Kyle glanced at his fading back and let out a chuckle. Maybe I should have told him that I calculated the time and knew when the symbols would explode. So there's no way I could mess up the time we had to leave. His eyes scanned the battlefield. Unlike before, now he could clearly see that the people of Coexes were winning. The ones with black petals engraved on their bodies had started fleeing in different directions. It seems they noticed that all the strong individuals on their side had either been defeated or disappeared. Kyle glanced at the last divine rank individual. The man was getting beaten up by so many people that he knew there was no need for him to interfere. His eyes paused on the pseudo-divine rank individuals Jian, Yue, and Lara were fighting, and he vanished before appearing behind one of the pseudo-divine rank individuals. Yue paused in her actions when she saw the bright silver hair. She blinked and watched as Kyle easily took care of her opponent. She immediately realized that she was staring at the man too intensely, but she didn't stop. Maybe it was because of his hair, which had once again started to shine brightly, or was it solely because it was him? Kyle kicked the body off his sword and watched as it plummeted toward the chaotic battleground below. He took a deep breath and looked at the blood on his hands. Then his gaze shifted to the elven woman floating across from him. He knew that throughout the fight, Yue was keeping her eyes on him, and it made him feel self-conscious. I do want to go near, but I'm drenched in blood next time. He was about to disappear toward the battlefield, but someone grabbed his hand. Kyle felt the warm sensation on his skin and glanced back at Yue. The corners of his eyes lifted as he looked into the eyes staring at him. What happened? Yue raised her hand and wiped the few bloodstains off his face. Just don't tire yourself too much. Kyle sensed many pairs of eyes on his back, especially Jian's stare. However, he shamelessly leaned into the touch. That's not possible, I am already tired, but I guess I can rest a lot after all this ends. Yue nodded, and after she let go of him, Kyle vanished toward the people fighting on the ground. She quietly watched him as he killed many people. In that moment, Jian arrived beside her and cleared his throat loudly with a smirk. There's a war happening, so how about we all focus on the battle first? Yue blinked at his words and her ears turned red with embarrassment. She hurriedly joined Lara against two SSS rank individuals. After a while, the phoenix arrived above the battlefield. Bia's wings overshadowed the ground as she controlled all the living monsters inside the battlefield before commanding them to hunt and kill every single enemy who tried to escape. Kyle rubbed his aching shoulder and glanced at Bia for a second. What took you so long? The phoenix looked down, and after a few seconds she dove down towards the silver-haired man fighting amidst the countless people. I just realized that I'm too young and youngsters need plenty of rest when they are tired, so I went to take a break after killing that woman. Kyle raised his brow with an O, not really getting what she meant by too young. Good job. As a pseudo-divine rank, you killed a divine rank individual. That's already enough, so it was fine for you to rest. Bia raised her head proudly. She didn't say anything, but Kyle chuckled when he sensed her emotions faintly. She was happy. He did feel that their bond had gotten stronger the moment his hair turned silver, but now he was sure. I should praise her more often. The people around Kyle were startled when they saw the phoenix that paused above the silver-haired man. Kyle jumped into the air and grabbed Bia's leg as she flew upward. In the next second, blue and golden flames surged out in the air, brightening the dark sky. The flames traveled toward the battleground and skillfully killed many enemies. Kyle let out a tired sigh and spun his body upward before climbing onto Bia's back to lie down. I guess now they can handle the rest. My whole body is aching, and I have no energy left in me. There's no way I can continue. He closed his eyes as the phoenix roamed above the battlefield, which grew more chaotic with each passing second. Not because of the enemies, but because the soldiers and fighters from Coexes started chasing after the individuals with black petals engraved on their bodies. Alec, Carcel, and the tower's guardians also joined the battle happening on the ground after killing the remaining pseudo-divine rank individuals. Time passed, with countless metallic sounds echoing in the air. Kyle's ears twitched when he heard Nine's familiar voice. Bia, can I sit on you too? I'm tired as hell, and the alive old foggies from my kingdom will work me if I go down now. So let me hide on your back for a while. The phoenix snickered at the brown-haired man with narrowed eyes. No way, one is already heavy enough. Kyle opened one of his eyes and gazed at the man whose condition was even worse than his. He smirked and closed his eyes again. Nothing is free in this world, my friend. How about you bribe her? Maybe she'll let you sit on her. Nine gazed down at the battlefield. It had grown louder with everyone killing the remaining enemies, and the soldiers had started cheering with tears of relief. Bro, honestly, I don't think there's anything I can give her. She's already at a rank where normal treasures won't tempt her. So, how about a good meal? Kyle opened his eyes and stared at Nine with shock. So cunning, he knows Bia's weakness. He clicked his tongue when Bia agreed with twinkling eyes at the mention of food and told Nine that he could sit on her back. Nine sat down beside Kyle, who stretched his neck and closed his eyes again. Kyle's ears twitched again when the man beside him let out a big sigh. Actually, there's something I want to tell you. That's the second reason why I came here. Oh, what is it? Kyle quickly sat up when he sensed the seriousness in his voice. In that moment, Nine pointed at his eyes. You know, I can see the future. It's only for a few seconds, but it's usually true. A while back, or rather a few years ago, I saw a vision after I touched Alec. It was the first time I saw something so clearly. So it's still fresh in my mind. Chapter 432, The End of the War. Kyle furrowed his brows and gave Nine a nod, urging him to continue. Alec didn't look good in that vision. He looked a little older than he is now, and he was mumbling nonstop that he didn't want to kill someone. Nine glanced at Kyle, fully aware that sharing his visions with others could mess up how things were supposed to go. But what if he wasn't there when Kyle and Alec fought? What if he couldn't step in and stop them? In the end, he decided it would be best to tell the duo everything. I'm sure I heard it clearly. Kyle, he was mumbling your name. I don't know what will happen in the future, but this thing has been weighing on my mind for a long time, so I wanted to tell you this. Kyle hummed. He didn't understand why Alec would harm him. Did they really go out and start fighting each other? But why? Alec isn't the type to suddenly harm me or anyone else. There must be something that happened to make him behave like that. Tell me, did you see me in that vision? Or did you see my lifeless body? Nine blinked when Kyle sounded so nonchalant. He closed his eyes for a second and thought about that vision again. No, I didn't see you. I only saw Alec and some blurry figures in front of him. Kyle rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Did you tell Alec about this? Nine let out a dry laugh. He already knows. I got disoriented after the vision, so I tried to punch him and blurted out everything I saw. Kyle placed his hands on the soft feathers beneath him to lift his weight and sighed. Now that both of us know about this, do you really think it will happen in the future? In my point of view, the future has already changed because… He stopped in the middle of his sentence when he remembered what Diora said and how Alec's body emitted a faint dark energy. Haha, no way, it can't be possible. He gazed down at the battlefield as Nine asked him what happened. Nine, it seems like me and Alec were really going to fight. I don't like it, but I guess if we have to, I'm gonna beat him up. Kyle surprised Nine when he let out a quiet curse under his breath. Damn, just a while ago I promised him I wouldn't use instant teleportation if we ever fought in the future. Now I want to beat up my past self. However, after complaining for a few minutes, Kyle slumped down on the soft feathers with a calm expression. Sometimes it gets infuriating when we don't know what's going to happen. But it's not like we're going to fight now for something that hasn't even happened yet. Nine nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right. Maybe my vision isn't accurate anymore now that you both know about it. I'm relieved I won't get in trouble for sharing it, haha. But I think it's best if I keep my ability hidden from everyone else. It can be dangerous if too many people find out about it. He was about to leave but stopped when he remembered that his inherited skill rank had increased after reaching the pseudo-divine rank. Hey Kyle, now I can see a glimpse of someone's fate by touching them. I can't use the skill often because of the pressure, but now I can use it whenever I want. So do you want to give it a try? Nine waited, but instead of agreeing, Kyle started laughing and waved his hand, telling him to go away. Nine, my fate is blank, I already know that. I don't think you'll be able to see anything. No need to waste the skill on me. Kyle smiled at the confused man and held out his hand. Well, if you still want to try, you can. Nine stared at the hand, and a strange feeling of hesitation welled up inside him. The thread in his golden eyes moved a bit as he touched the hand with a frown. However, after just a second, Kyle sat up and pulled his hand back not because of him, but because of the woman that appeared in the air. Oh, UA is here. I'm going for now. How about you use the skill on me next time? Kyle let out a yawn. He was really tired, and the first thing he wanted to do was take a bath. He didn't wait for Nine's answer and started floating towards UA. He looked down upon the battlefield, which had now grown calm as the enemies were completely defeated. It seems the tower's guardians, Alec, and other pseudo-divine rank individuals launched a full assault after dealing with the stronger enemies. Lots of fighters and soldiers were crying, cheering, and raising their weapons in the air with joy. They emerged victorious in the war, but they also lost many comrades. Maybe that's why many of them started moving back towards Coexes, not even caring about the spoils of war. Kyle shook his head and floated beside UA as they watched the morning sun rising in the sky. The war ended, but the casualties on our side are not low. I knew many would die, but I still hoped for fewer. Before long, Alec, Giant, Carcel, Regia, Sinon, and the other girls joined the duo as they floated side by side to watch the rising sun. Or more specifically, to witness the bright light enveloping the entire planet. The scenery was simply beautiful, with the sky completely bathed in a layer of brightness. The same sky that was filled with broken glass fragments when the barrier around the planet lost its strength. Now that the barrier is surrounding the planet once again, they know the planet is safe. But for how long? That's a question nobody wants to think about right now. Bia glanced at the sun and let out a tired groan because Nine hadn't left her back even though Kyle had left. Hey, if you don't leave my back in a minute, I'm going to throw you down. I'm tired, so go away. She grumbled a few more times, but Nine didn't reply. At least reply, are you even listening? Chapter 433. I have been waiting for you. Nine opened his eyes and looked at the pitch-black space around him with nothing in sight. He rubbed his hand and clearly remembered that the last thing he did was touch Kyle's hand and activate his inherited skill. Afterward, his vision turned blurry. What is this place? His golden eyes glowed in the midst of darkness as he took a step forward. However, no matter where he looked, he saw nothing but an endless void. Nine opened his mouth and tried to speak, but as usual, nothing came out. Kyle did say his fate is blank, so this is what he meant when he said I won't be able to see anything. He shook his head and started walking in the darkness, waiting for the effect of the spiritual gaze to wear off. The silence was deafening, and in the darkness, he almost felt a little out of place. However, in that moment, a spark of brightness lit up in the darkness. Nine paused and watched as a tear formed amidst the darkness. But just as it appeared, the darkness swallowed it completely. What's happening? He took a step forward, but this time an even bigger tear formed in front of him, as if someone or something was trying to forcefully enter a space they weren't supposed to. The sound of the tear echoed through the silence, and in the next second, brightness spilled out from the tear. A figure clad in dark yet luxurious attire stepped out from the tear and stood in front of him. Nine's eyes widened and he staggered backward as he stared at the pair of cold, emotionless eyes gazing at him. They were familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. The figure's face remained expressionless as he opened his mouth. I have been waiting for you. Nine knew the man in front of him was Kyle, but no matter how he looked at him, he couldn't help but feel that something was off. The way Kyle's eyes checked him from head to toe, with little to no emotions, made it seem as if he was looking at someone who had died a long time ago. Kyle stepped forward, but Nine took a step back. He didn't want to, but it happened naturally. Nine noticed that Kyle's hair was no longer silver, but instead it had turned black. His eyes remained the same shade of green, but devoid of any emotion. Kyle chuckled slightly, but the corners of his lips stayed downturned as he raised his hand to point his finger towards Nine's forehead. Don't worry, I just want you to do something for me. It was difficult for me to enter this space because in your time, my body is still heavily reliant on the bloodline. So I don't have much time. Nine's gaze zeroed in on the finger that touched his forehead, and then his vision darkened. In the next second, Bia's angry voice entered his ears and he jolted in surprise. Ah. Nine, I'm going to throw you down in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Bia flapped her wings and glided down from the sky, trying to throw Nine away from her body. But before she could, he started floating and rubbed his forehead, which was hurting a little. So that wasn't just a dream. Nine ignored the grumpy phoenix who wanted more food because he stayed on her back longer than expected and looked at the familiar figures floating in the distance, watching the sunrise. His eyes landed on Alec, and he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. I didn't see much of what the strange version of Kyle tried to show me. It would only be unlocked when I reached the place he asked me to. Still, this bastard got himself into a big mess and hasn't told anyone yet. I just hope I can complete my task on time. Otherwise, it won't be good for both Alec and the others. He quickly joined the others, and they all floated silently in the sky. The brightness of the new day bathed the battleground where the war had taken place. However, after just a few minutes, Kyle watched as everyone around him left one by one. Yue went to the 3 kings who managed to survive the battle and started doing her part. After all, she had led her people back to the kingdom, along with many other old elves. Nine went to his people and asked a few old merpeople to guide all the alive people from the sea continent towards Coexes, where they could rest for a day before heading back to the sea. Alec, Carcel, Jian, Regia, Sinon, and the girls went to join Yan and the other tower's guardians. They started surveying the battleground and eliminating all the remaining individuals with black petals engraved on their bodies. The land was stained with blood, but Kyle knew there was nothing more he needed to do. He let out a sigh and stroked Bia's head as she sat tiredly on his shoulder. Let's go home and get some rest. I'm tired too. Ray and Neon are safe. I should ask them if they want to go back together. Kyle floated towards the place where many humans were resting, some in uniforms and others in ordinary clothes, but all of them had their clothes stained with blood. The people who saw him approaching gazed at him with respect and cheered his name loudly because they saw how he ran around the battlefield, killing many enemies throughout the war. Kyle nodded at them and quickly asked Ray and Neon if they wanted to go home or if they wanted to stay back. The duo was tired, so they flung their arms over his shoulders and asked him to carry them back home. Kyle chuckled, and in the next second, a portal materialized in front of him. Ray and Neon rolled their eyes at how easily he conjured a portal just so he wouldn't have to lift their weight. The trio entered the portal together. However, when their father saw their blood-filled clothes and unrecognizable condition, the old man freaked out and called Butler Ian to bring some healers immediately. It took Ray a whole 20 minutes to calm the old man down, and for Kyle to slip into one of the rooms in the small buildings to finally take a long bath. Chapter 434. How about we go and kidnap him? The morning sun began to set on the horizon, and the entire Coexes erupted in cheers for their victorious battle against the enemies who had taken the lives of their loved ones. Alec, Jayan, Carcel, and all the young guardians of the continent were hailed as heroes the moment they set foot inside Coexes. But it wasn't just them who got praised. The tower's guardians also got gratitude and respect from all the races living inside the continent. Guardian Lai and Jordan returned too after completing their mission to restore the planet's core energy. The celebration of victory filled the whole continent with excitement and energy. The soldiers and fighters who survived the war started returning to the continent through teleportation arrays. They all held their heads high and joyfully reunited with their families. Also, just as the soldiers and fighters were promised when they decided to join the war, every single survivor got rewarded. But unfortunately, the ones who lost their lives had their rewards given to their families. Not to mention, the four rulers of the continent tasked a lot of individuals to build a grand tomb in the center of Coexes. The people were asked to write down the names of the ones who died in the war to honor their memory. Estalian, Yue, and the other two kings announced that the ones who contributed the most in the war would be rewarded in front of the crowd to show them respect. The four rulers also wanted to let everyone know that the ones who attacked the planet weren't the true enemies. The real enemies are beyond the planet's boundaries. They will attack again, and the people of Coexes need to become stronger. Strong enough to face the true enemies head-on. Yan and the other guardians were offered the title of the continent protectors. They were the ones who emerged from the tower just to help the planet. Yan accepted the title on behalf of everyone. Then he asked all the other guardians from the tower to go and enjoy the victory with the continent. Now that all the towers of opportunity on the planet were open to the public, there is no need for them to go back. The tower's guardians could go back, but after living inside the tower for so long, they were all bored. Moreover, since James's consciousness had left the tower, they all decided to stay on the planet. Some of them decided to guide the people of Coexes, so everyone could fight back if the enemies outside the planet attacked again. The remaining guardians were not sure what they would do in the future. Regardless, Yan told them all to do whatever they wanted. After all, he knew they all wanted to explore the world now that they got the chance. Yan was surprised when Susan appeared in front of him in a disheveled condition, asking where the war was happening. Yan, so you're saying the war ended? Are you kidding me? I just killed a divine rank individual and came to find you instantly because Kyle is ghosting me after asking me to kill that lizard. And now you're telling me everything ended? How could it be possible? Susan huffed, and Yan laughed at his condition. The old man's white hair was messed up and his clothes were torn in various places. Yan controlled his laughter and patted the man's shoulder. So you were the one tasked with killing that lizard. Good job, my friend. As for Kyle, even I don't know where he is. After he was done, he left and never came back. Susan slapped the hand on his shoulder away. He ran his fingers through his hair and left, shouting that he was going to a faraway quiet place and this time he wouldn't return no matter what. Another day passed, and every single individual living in Coexes, young and old, started gathering together in front of the biggest castle inside the continent. The luxurious castle belonged to Estalian. He was the only king among the four rulers to have his own castle because Coexes was built in the same place where the former central continent was located, and he saved his kingdom by merging it with the others. The castle gates were open to everyone and the crowd gathered in the garden. It was a place where they could see and cheer for all the heroes of the continent. Alec eyed the people and floated towards Estalian, who stood on the huge balcony overseeing the crowd and received recognition from the four rulers of the continent. Not just Alec, Carcel, Giant, Sinon, Regius, Lara, Mia, Yan, and all the tower guardians, along with the strongest individuals of the continent, also received recognition. Giant narrowed his eyes and massaged his temples because amidst the vast numbers of people, only one person was absent. He couldn't help but let out a laugh when Estalian called Kyle and Bia's names, only to receive silence in return. The crowd also turned silent, but to their surprise, Estalian tentatively called out someone else's name after Yue whispered something to him. Giant clicked his tongue. Just where the hell is that guy? Don't tell me no one contacted him and told him about the ceremony. Nine arrived beside him and let out a sigh. After the war, he asked the merpeople to rest in the Elven Kingdom. Then he dumped everything else on the older merpeople so he could enjoy his time in Coexes with his friends for a while because he had to leave for a faraway place soon. I did, Alec and Sinon did too. Kyle didn't answer the communication crystal at first, but when he did, he only said that he's sleeping and Bia's eating, so he can't come. Sinon joined the duo and they floated together. Guys, how about we go and kidnap him? Right now, everyone inside the continent is enjoying and he is sleeping. That's not fair, we need to enjoy ourselves. Let's drown ourselves in good food and drinks. The trio jolted when Carcel suddenly arrived beside them and let out his opinion. I like that. Alec and Regius also joined them, and after the ceremony was over, they all vanished together towards a certain someone who had not shown his face for even a minute after the war. Chapter 435, My Future Friend. On the other hand, after Kyle went home, the morning sun did not stop him from staying in bed all day. The bed belonged to Neon, but he did not really care, even when his brother entered the room and stared at his back for 10 long minutes. Kyle's entire body was sore from the intense battles in the war. He let out a sigh and covered his face with the blanket. I never knew that repeatedly exhausting mana and divine energy could be so physically draining. He had many things to do, like getting up and exercising, as well as finding a good and safe way to leave the planet. However, he felt that nothing was urgent, so he decided to simply lounge around for the next few days. But in the evening, his father insisted on dragging him to the dining hall and asked him to eat. Kyle protested that as a pseudo-divine rank individual, he did not need to eat. Nevertheless, when Ohen gave him a deep look, he obediently and quietly ate with the others. Kyle gazed at the round, red feathery ball sitting on the table with a raised brow. What is this thing? He poked his finger at the bulging stomach of the phoenix and let out a chuckle. Just how much did you eat? Bia huffed and rolled her body toward his father. Dad, your unfilial son is bullying me. Kyle blinked and watched as his father picked up the little phoenix in his hand and gave him a glare as if he had done something wrong. Huh, what the hell? He laughed, and even though Ray and Neon left the house to celebrate the war victory with their friends, he went to his room to lie down again. But his peace did not last long because his father asked him to go and help butler Ian in setting up a small library in the building. After all, in the old man's opinion, lying for too long will not be good for him. Kyle let out a tired yawn and reluctantly went to assist Ian in placing the many books on different shelves. But after an hour, instead of setting the books, he started reading them. Ian noticed his distraction but allowed him to do as he pleased with a smile. The day paused, and Kyle didn't even realize because he was engrossed in the books that were strangely interesting. He didn't come across many books that mentioned his family ancestry and just skimmed through the book about the Ice Enchantress a few times. Somehow, that particular book ended up inside the pile of books that came out from the old storage ring Ian brought from his father's study. But strangely, he didn't find anything useful. Regardless, he had to admit his father had a strange interest in romance because he came across many romance books in the pile. Kyle finally got the chance to just lay down on the bed without a care when both Ian and his father left the house. The two old men went to the royal castle in the center of the human kingdom to watch the ceremony, where all the young heroes of the continent would be present. Kyle slumped down on his bed, thinking that he should soon contact Susan or Jan to find out how he could leave the planet. Should I just fly and leave the planet to go to another planet? Also, Yue hasn't given me an answer yet. Bia landed on his stomach and closed her eyes to sleep. Talk to her again when she's free, you know she's busy unlike you. Kyle clicked his tongue, a little annoyed at the truth. He closed his eyes and went to sleep as well, but he was jolted awake after a while when a sense of dread crept into his heart. Bia's eyes snapped open due to his sudden movement, and she freaked out when she saw a pair of glowing eyes in the dimly lit room. Kyle, the phoenix, called out his name and settled on his lap to see what happened. Kyle closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead that throbbed painfully. I just saw a strange dream. I don't usually have dreams. No, it's the first time I had such a vivid dream. Bia gave him a puzzled look and furrowed her brows. What kind of dream was it that made you sweat so much? I mean, you usually don't sweat even under intense heat with your normal body temperature. Kyle caressed the phoenix's head and stared blankly at the ceiling above him. I don't know, it was really weird. I was screaming for help while some bizarre creatures made of maybe molten steel were devouring me. The weirdest part is that I saw it all as if I was watching it, not actually experiencing it. Bia, Kyle paused for a second. I saw someone standing just a little distance away from me. But that person just stood there silently, watching me cry out in pain, and soon blood painted the land that looked colorless for some reason. I was jolted awake when that same person suddenly spoke up without turning around, saying, "Are you looking my future friend?" The voice sounded sad, but it gave me chills for some reason. Bia stared at Kyle, who started rubbing his forehead again. He was probably trying to understand what the dream meant, but then a familiar voice entered Kyle's ears. "Kyle, my bro, where are you? We're all here to pick you up. Let's go party." "Alex paying for everything." Sinan sounded very excited when he mentioned Alec's name. It seems he was ready to make Alec poor. Kyle blinked, feeling a bit disoriented when someone knocked on his room's door. Kyle didn't even respond, and all of a sudden, the door of his room swung open before Nine, Giant, Carcel, Regius, Alec, and Sinan strutted in like they owned the place. Nine grabbed his blanket and tossed it away. The brown-haired man burst into laughter at Kyle's bewildered expression. "Don't blame us for intruding. We bumped into your father on the way, and he gave us the green light to kidnap you. He said you were just lounging in your room like a sleepyhead, So come on, get up and let's have some fun. Kyle stared at them as he was pushed off the bed, and before he knew it, everyone was urging him to go wash his face. He let out a sigh and chuckled before giving an okay sign as he entered the bathroom. Bia stared at Kyle fading back before she turned to look at the many people in the room. The room looked crowded because of its small size, and for some unknown reason she gave them a pitiful gaze. After 5 long minutes, Jayan frowned. What's he doing? Why is he not out yet? Did he sleep in the bathroom or something? The others had similar questions, and at that moment Bia climbed onto Jayan's shoulder with a huge sigh. Who told you to send him to wash his face? Now just wait for an hour because he takes forever when he's washing up. Jayan stared at Bia, and she nodded with a serious look. He looked at the others who were standing around him, and they all face-palmed. After 10 long minutes, all of them sat down on the bed where Kyle was lying a while ago, waiting for him with a patient look as he took his sweet time to get ready. Chapter 436. Alex going to pay. Kyle walked out of the house wearing a cream-colored hoodie and trousers of a similar shade. His bright silver hair gracefully framed his face, accentuating his attire, while his green eyes exuded an air of seriousness. But upon closer observation, one could detect a slight glimmer of excitement as he glanced back at the group of people behind him. Unlike him, they had their excitement dampened after waiting for him in a cramped room for 1 long hour. However, as they all walked together, they started talking once again. The passersby could not help but steal glances at the group due to the unique air they exuded, and because all of them were handsome in their own way. A lot of people even recognized the group as they entered the market to simply roam around. In the end, Kyle had to use a concealing array around everyone to avoid the crowd that started gathering. After all, they were there to enjoy themselves. Sinan and Jayan were the most excited ones. They used Alex's wealth to buy everything they saw in the market, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Kyle let out a chuckle when he saw Alex's solemn face as he paid for every single item. The blue-haired man was probably regretting the time when he agreed to pay for everything. In that moment, Kyle's eyes paused on Nine. The man seemed rather quiet for some reason, and it didn't suit his personality at all. Kyle bumped his shoulder with Nine and raised his brow as if asking what happened, but Nine just smiled and said something he didn't really get. Bro, I'm leaving for a faraway place soon. Kyle furrowed his brows, and Bia, who had been sitting on top of his head, also fixed her gaze on Nine. Oh, where are you going? Back to the sea continent? Nine chuckled. Not sure yet. I'll let you know when I'm back from that place. That's why you won't be seeing me for a while. Kyle watched as Nine went toward Alec. Then the brown-haired man dragged Alec toward a stall selling handmade armors that were engraved with some symbols. Carcel stopped beside Kyle and followed his gaze. He's kinda quiet for some reason. Kyle nodded, but before he could speak further, he got distracted when something buzzed in his mind space. He went to the side for a while to check his communication crystal. After wandering in the market for a while, the group went to a restaurant to eat. One male elf and one female human took their orders as they ordered all types of drinks and food. Carcel spat out the moment he took a sip of the beverage placed in front of him. The alcohol tasted too sweet for his taste. Guys, I don't like this thing. Alec is going to pay, so I am ordering something else. All eyes instantly traveled toward the golden-haired man, a little taken aback that even Carcel had decided to use Alec's money. Jayan laughed and called over one of the waitstaff nearby. Hey, bring us the special elven wine, we are going to get drunk. Kyle glanced at the mug of elven wine that was soon placed in front of him. He hadn't consumed alcohol before, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't get the chance at all. He stared at the murky dark liquid and took a sip. It tasted a little sour, not that different from fruits. All of a sudden, Sinan, who was sitting in front of him, raised his mug. I'm drinking, but I'm not getting tipsy, haha. Maybe it's because I'm too strong and this stuff can't affect me at all. He lowered his mug, but then narrowed his eyes toward the hotel entrance that was a little further away from their table. Hey, why am I seeing some familiar faces? Whoa, a few of them look angry for some reason. The first person to follow Sinan's gaze was Alec, and the moment he did, his smile stiffened because Lara stared back at him with a look that demanded an explanation. Carcel also glanced at the hotel entrance and paused in his actions. So, all of us forgot to tell them, right? Nine opened his mouth to speak, but stopped because Lara and Mia weren't the only ones who appeared at the entrance. Yue and Ellie were also with them. Alec and the others turned silent after they saw the girls. Kyle noticed the silence and glanced back to see the reason, but instead of surprise, he waved at the girls. He blinked when all eyes turned toward him. What? Yue contacted me when you all were busy at the armor stall. She asked if I know where you all went because both Mia and Lara had no idea. So I told her that we are together and shared our location. Alex sighed, but no one was prepared for the big commotion that erupted in the restaurant when so many beautiful girls joined their table. All the boys were under the concealing effect of the array Kyle used to alter their appearance, so they appeared ordinary to the onlookers. Kyle quickly used the array again before anyone approached their table and asked everyone to go to another place. Nine glanced at Kyle as they all left the restaurant together. The silver-haired man walked with Yue. Bia quickly changed her position and climbed onto Yue's shoulder with a pleased expression. A bitter smile appeared on Nine's face as he eyed the elf beside Kyle. I thought it wasn't today, but everything is happening just like I saw in my mind. He grabbed Ellie's hand and whispered to her that he wanted to talk about something important. After saying their goodbyes, the duo separated from the group. Jian clicked his tongue as he watched Nine's fading back. I swear I'm gonna find a beauty too. The group traveled around together and ate at another restaurant. Late at night, when everyone started leaving for home and the shops began to close down, the group finally separated and went in different directions. Kyle glanced at Yue, who stood beside him, and let out a hum. How about I send you home? Chapter 437. What are they up to? Yue thought Kyle would just form a portal and send her back, but she was surprised when Kyle started floating and extended his hand toward her with a smile. She blinked and grabbed his hand as they started floating. It took them a while to arrive in front of the large building surrounded by a huge garden where Yue was living currently. Kyle's ears twitched when he heard many faint noises in the building. He even saw numerous guards and servants in the garden. He drew some symbols and concealed Yue and his presence from everyone as they walked in the garden. I believe it's difficult for you to leave this place without being detected. Yue nodded with a hum. My title is not small, so the old elves have assigned many people to safeguard me, even though I am strong and do not require their protection. They probably want to keep a close watch on me. The duo didn't even notice, and the sun started rising on the horizon to clear the dark sky. Kyle glanced at the sky, filled with pink and orange clouds, and let out a sigh. I don't want to say it's late and you should leave, but I know so much has happened and you must be tired, so go and rest. He glanced at the elf next to him. She was wearing a flowing forest green dress adorned with delicate golden embroidery. The belt cinched at her waist accentuated her figure, and her long hair, tied in a ponytail, cascaded down her shoulders and back. As the morning light reflected in her amber eyes, Kyle couldn't resist softly running his fingers through her hair. Bia's eyes narrowed when she sensed the atmosphere turning quiet and strange. Hey, I am going to go see Nox, that little monster. Call me when you are done. Kyle watched as the phoenix left Yue's shoulder and flew toward the building. He couldn't help but think that the little child he had been watching over had finally grown up. However, what happened next made him freeze in his spot. His eyes were still fixed on Bia's fading image when suddenly, a gentle touch landed on his cheek. It was so soft and fleeting that it took him a few seconds to comprehend what had just happened. He raised his hand and lightly brushed his cheek before looking at the woman across from him, whose ears and neck had turned completely bright red. Yue covered her lips with her arm. Only after she had done it did she realize that they were in the middle of a place where so many guards were wandering around. She knew they couldn't see her or Kyle due to the array, but she panicked in that moment and quickly turned around to leave. But Kyle grabbed her hand and pulled her into a hug. Their bodies pressed close, and he wrapped his arm around her waist as she raised her wide eyes to stare at him. The corners of Kyle's eyes lifted upward with mirth as he gazed into her eyes. Yue flinched slightly when he leaned in closer and whispered softly, "You started it." The elf closed her eyes tightly when he got even closer, and in the next second, a soft touch landed on her lips. She noticed with a gasp that Kyle's lips were as cold as his body. Her hands were pressed against his chest due to their close proximity, and she noticed something under his clothes. However, the presence of the shield protecting Kyle's heart went unnoticed when, for the first time, she heard and sensed it clearly that his heart was beating just as fast as hers. The rhythm of his heart sounded so beautiful that she got the courage to raise her hands and wrap them around his neck. The faint whispers around them faded as the two of them focused completely on each other. Kyle smiled softly in between their kiss and pulled the woman in his arms even more closer. On the other hand, after Bia entered the building, she found Nox immediately because the little lynx was surrounded by countless servants who were feeding him many delicious dishes. Dang, look at him, why does it feel like he's living a better life than me? She narrowed her eyes and spoke in the head of the lynx, who jolted with shock after hearing her voice. Nox stared at the little bird that flew above his head with a menacing expression. How dare you enjoy in my absence? It seems like you need punishment. Nox cried out and instantly remembered all the times in the past when Bia had opened her beak wide enough to swallow his body whole, only to stop because Yue and Mia were nearby. He immediately offered everything around him to the phoenix. The servants were surprised to see the crimson bird, and some of them who had seen Bia with Yue before immediately recognized her. They prepared many delicious meals for the phoenix. After a few minutes, Bia was lying on the table comfortably, surrounded by many people who offered her whatever she needed. Meanwhile, Nox whimpered beneath the table, hoping that Yue would come back home soon to save him from the devil. Bia's eyes sparkled with happiness as she laughed and enjoyed her time. But she got curious when she overheard some servants talking about Nine and Ellie who had come to visit Yue. She used her divine energy to digest the food she ate and started flying. However, before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye to Nox. "All right, my future food, I'll visit you some other time. So eat a luot and grow chubbier." Nox shuddered and hid his face under his paws. Bia laughed at the little monster and quickly got rid of the servants following her. Then she started wandering inside the building to find Nine and Ellie. After a few minutes, she found the duo, but she raised her eyebrow because, after the servants left Nine and Ellie alone and asked them to wait for Yue, the duo secretly left the room. What are they up to? She thought about telling Kyle, but decided against it because she had been feeling very strong emotions coming from him for a while now. She knew Kyle, and it was very rare for him to feel such strong emotions, especially good ones. Plus, Bia had a feeling he wouldn't respond if she reached out now, so in the end, she quietly started following Nine and Ellie to see what the duo was up to. Chapter 438. Can't I stay here for a while longer? Bia stopped in front of one of the bookshelves filled with an array of books. In the center of the room, there was a large, ornate wooden desk surrounded by several armchairs. The dimly lit room exuded an air of sophistication and calmness as she glanced around. A study. The phoenix got startled when Nine almost caught her by suddenly turning his head towards her. But before he could spot her, she quickly hid behind one of the bookshelves. Phew, that was a close one. But why do I feel like I am doing something wrong by following behind them? Just what the heck are they up to? Regardless, it's a good thing that neither Nine nor Ellie could sense Bia because the elven woman was a lot weaker than her, and Nine had the same strength as her. Bia found a hidden spot between some books and settled in to observe Nine and Ellie, but even after a few minutes, the duo didn't do anything special. Nine simply took out 2 blue beads from his storage ring and gave one to Ellie. Then the duo quickly found a hidden spot in the study and concealed their presence. What am I even doing? Don't tell me they are going to do something crazy. Whatever, I'm out of here. But at that exact moment, the air inside the room turned troubled for some reason, and there was a faint rustling sound. But at that exact moment, the air inside the room turned troubled for some reason, and there was a faint rustling sound. Bia stopped and looked back. The phoenix narrowed her eyes as a crack appeared in midair, a little distance away from the wooden table. The crack silently grew wider and wilder, and after a few seconds, someone stepped out from it without making a sound. It was a middle-aged elven woman with short purple hair. She was wearing a cloak that gracefully flowed down her body, hiding everything except her face. The woman glanced around with a pair of bronze-colored eyes, and then she took a step forward with a cold and emotionless expression before quietly sitting on one of the armchairs around the wooden table. Bia stared at the woman whose presence alone made her a little overwhelmed. After the woman appeared, the phoenix tried her best to secretly sense her strength, but she wasn't even able to hear the sound of her footsteps. "She is stronger than me." If Bia hadn't seen her with her own eyes, she would have never known that someone else had arrived in the room. The phoenix held her breath and tried to be as silent as possible so the woman wouldn't sense her presence. Then she finally noticed the insignia engraved on the woman's dark cloak that was overlooked before because of the dim lighting in the room. It featured a graceful tree with intricate branches and leaves. The tree was also adorned with many delicate symbols. Bia watched as the woman glanced at everything inside the room. It seemed like her gaze lingered for a moment on the spot where Nine and Ellie were hiding, and then she turned her attention to the area where the phoenix was hiding. Bia shut her eyes and scooted back further into the spot between the books. She had a bad feeling about all this and knew that the woman had already sensed her presence. "Kyle, I don't know what you're doing. There's something very, very wrong going on here, so please come here now." She jolted in mid-sentence because the door of the room swung open with a loud sound. In the next second, another person stepped in and let out a faint squeal, which sounded too loud due to the quietness in the room. Damn it, my tiny heart almost leaped out. Bia calmed herself and quickly glanced toward the voice, and her eyes widened because it was Yue. The elf had her face hidden behind her hands as she stood beside the door. Her neck and pointy ears were flushed red. The color contrasted with her fair complexion, so it was visible even in the dimly lit room. Yue took a deep breath and lowered her hands to smooth out the wrinkles in her dress. She had a smile on her face, but it froze when a soft and bored voice echoed in the room. "Did something happen?" The woman sitting on the armchair placed her palm beneath her chin and glanced at Yue from head to toe. "Probably something good." Yue froze in place upon seeing her. She took a step back with trembling eyes. Her previous smile faded, replaced by a hard expression as she clenched her fists and stared at the woman. "Why are you here?" The bracelets around her wrists started shining as the woman glanced at them and let out a hum. "Why are you asking questions when I've already given you so much time? It's time for me to leave, and you know you have to come with me." She stood up and approached Yue with silent steps. This planet is indeed filled with treasures, but after looking around for a while, I found out they are not really useful to me. So I got bored. Yue took a step back and a panicked expression appeared on her face as she glanced around. She wanted to run away, but she knew she couldn't because the person in front of her was way too strong. Can't I stay here for a while longer? It's so sudden and I'm not ready. I have so many responsibilities. How can I leave, please? At least let me say goodbye to my friends and family. They don't even know about all this because I couldn't speak due to the bracelets. The woman's face remained devoid of emotions even after she heard Yue's desperate voice. It's surprising that you have reached the pseudo-divine rank on your own, even though less than a year ago, you begged me to increase your talent so you could save your people. But it's a pity that as someone who has entered the realm of divine, you still can't let go of mortal emotions. All of a sudden, the woman snapped her eyes toward the phoenix that had been screaming Kyle's name in her head. Shut up and stop screaming. It's starting to get on my nerves. You are in my domain ever since I arrived here. So all your connections to the outside world have been cut off. Simply put, the person you're calling for can't hear you. Chapter 439. We were just getting closer. Bia gasped and cried out. She frantically flapped her wings to fly, but before she could, an invisible force held her body in place. Bia used her divine energy and tried to scream, but she couldn't even move. Yue's eyes widened when she noticed Bia's struggling figure. She stepped forward and tightly grabbed the woman's arm. Stop it! What are you doing, Glacia? Don't you dare harm her! The woman raised her brow and glanced at the hand tightly gripping her arm. She let out a bored sigh. Why did you have to be the one who found and activated the artifact, something that belonged to my deceased master? You don't resemble her at all, nor do you have coral eyes. If I wasn't bound to take the person who found the bracelets with me to the elven planet, I wouldn't even glance at someone as weak as you. She stared into Yue's eyes, and in the next second Yue dropped to her knees, gasping under the tremendous weight that descended on her shoulders. Listen, young lady, the universe is filled with many pseudo-divine rank individuals. Do you really think you're special? You already promised to go with me when I increased your talent, and believe me when I say I hate it the most when people go back on their words. Glacia clicked her tongue. She only helped the elven woman in front of her because Yue activated something that belonged to someone precious to her. After all, it's not like the elven planet lacks people with talent. So why would she want someone from such a small and weak planet? It's just been a long time, that's why she forgot about the old artifact, and now she has to handle this mess. Regardless, she gave Yue time so the woman would willingly go with her to avoid any further drama, but in the end she still has to force it. How troublesome. We are leaving now. I have wasted enough time on this planet. Yue closed her eyes for a second and took a deep breath to control her emotions. No, if I try, maybe I can make her stay a little longer. Yeah, I can do it. Glacia saw through her easily and coldly glanced at the place where she sensed another pseudo-divine rank person the moment she stepped inside the room. Or else I will have to do something that I don't think you will like at all. Yue tried to grab the woman with a panicked expression, thinking that the latter was going to harm Bia, but to her surprise, Glacia didn't harm the phoenix. Instead, one of the distant bookshelves was pushed back, causing all the books to scatter on the ground. The air shook, and in the next second, two surprised cries rang out in the room as Nine and Ellie were both dragged out from behind a transparent curtain. Glacia looked at the brown-haired man and ignored the woman beside him. Oh, a merman, it's pretty rare to come across one with such pure spiritual eyes these days, especially since the last merplanet got destroyed by the first Shadow General. Yue gazed at Nine and Ellie, who were struggling to breathe under the invisible pressure that held them tightly to the ground. What are you two doing here? She shouted at the duo, breathing raggedly, but didn't get an answer because the two of them couldn't speak under the tremendous pressure. Bia also cried out when her body was lifted in the air before Glacia stared at her with narrowed eyes. It's a phoenix, it's already unusual to see one with so much divine essence on a small planet, but I can also sense something powerful in its body. The woman was about to examine Bia's body, but her thoughts were interrupted when Yue spoke again, this time with a pleading voice. Wait, let them go, okay, I'll go with you, just please let them go. Nine and Ellie gasped when the pressure around them finally disappeared. Bia also let out a breath as she regained control of her body. The phoenix surprised the woman by growing in size and unleashing a high-pitched cry. How dare you? Who do you think you are to harm me and the others? Wah! Crimson flames scattered inside the room, setting the books and wooden furniture ablaze. The phoenix quickly flew towards the ceiling, aiming to shatter it. After hearing the conversation between the woman and Yue, Bia knew Kyle had to be here because there was no way she could defeat the woman with her current strength. However, before the phoenix could touch the ceiling, someone grabbed her neck and threw her toward the bookshelves. Glacia furrowed her brows in annoyance, and the flames inside the room vanished under her pressure. I really hate it when someone screams, and this thing has been continuously getting on my nerves. Now, finally, it will be quiet. Bia's vision turned blurry when something powerful enveloped her senses. The last thing she heard was Yue's panicked and loud voice before she lost consciousness. Glacia looked at the phoenix and then glanced at Yue, Nine, and Ellie who gathered around the phoenix, trying to wake her up. It's not dead, so stay quiet. Yue, show me the bracelets because now I'm losing my patience. Yue paused and looked at Bia. She grabbed the hem of her dress tightly and her eyes started to well up with tears even though she tried her best not to cry. In the end, she still felt so powerless. However, strangely the person who stirred up the strongest emotions within her was none other than Kyle. We were just getting closer and now this has to happen. I know he is going to get mad at me. She took a deep breath and extended her wrists towards the woman. Glacia touched the bracelets and they scattered into countless bright particles before everyone's eyes. The whole room shook, and after a few seconds the particles came together to form a portal that was shining with a white hue. Chapter 440. Who is this crazy person? Yue quickly stood up and swiftly backed away before the woman could forcefully throw her into the portal. Wait, you said I could bring my mother with me. You can't go back on your promise. She's the only family I have left and she's not strong enough to survive alone. Glacia couldn't help but chuckle, amazed at the girl's courage to repeatedly speak to her as if they were equals. But she despised those who didn't keep their word, so how could she break her own? Tell me, where is she? Yue held onto her dress tightly and told the woman that her mother's room was on the second floor. Glacia disappeared from the room but returned a few seconds later with an unconscious middle-aged elven woman in her arms and a squirming monster in her grasp. She threw the links at Yue, and Nox quickly hid behind Yue with a frightened expression. It's yours, right? Now enter the portal. Glacia pointed at the portal. It was surrounded by a restless white hue that was growing weaker with time. Yue took a hesitant step toward the portal, but Nine, who had been silently observing everything all this time, finally spoke up. I want to go too. Glacia, I believe you wouldn't mind because I have a unique ability that can be of help. Glacia glanced at the brown-haired man with a raised brow. The man stared back at her with an expression that seemed too serious for him to be joking around in such a situation. An irked feeling surged in her chest. Why is everyone on this planet so arrogant? They are speaking to her so casually even after seeing her strength. But when she looked into Nine's eyes and saw the pure golden spiritual threads, she was tempted. It's very rare for people to have the ability to foresee the future. So it wouldn't be bad to take him with her. After all, it's not like she's poor and can't feed some extra people. Regardless, the thing that made him even more interesting was that he appeared in the room even before her, almost as if he already knew something was going to happen. Not to mention, he wants to go with her even after knowing that she is dangerous. Haha, did this brat already foresee my arrival? But the real question is, why does he want to go with me? Yue looked at Nine with a puzzled expression. She wanted to stop him, but Glacia let out a chuckle. You can come, but are you sure? Because if you come with me, you will have to work under me. Nine nodded in agreement. He knew he had to leave now because if he didn't, it would be too late. He stepped towards the portal, but then he glanced at the black-haired woman beside him. She was clutching his shirt with a worried expression. Ellie, I already told you it's very dangerous. Your life could be in danger, so I can't take you with me. I just wanted to say goodbye, but I realized I put you in danger. I'm truly sorry. I can't promise that I'll come back. Just please don't hate. Nine's words were abruptly interrupted as the ground beneath him started shaking violently. Not just him, but everyone else also noticed when the whole room started trembling as if someone was trying to destroy it but couldn't. Glacia's eyes narrowed to slits as a crack appeared within her domain, the separate space she had created. In the next moment, everyone froze as a familiar, angry voice echoed into the room. Who is this bastard? How dare you harm my people? Do you really think you can get away with it? Yue's eyes widened the moment she heard the voice. It was coming from behind the room door, and then loud banging sounds started reverberating in the room. Kyle, her feet moved unconsciously, but she cried out when Glacia grabbed her wrist and pushed her and the unconscious woman in her arms inside the portal, which had begun to fade into white particles. Nox instantly followed behind Yue with a loud cry. Glacia furrowed her brows and narrowed her eyes to get a better look at the person who was trying to enter her domain. Who is this crazy person? Why is he using so much divine energy? Does he want to blow up this place? The woman raised her hand and sealed the crack that appeared in her domain. Nine let out a dry chuckle. He's gonna destroy this place because I know, even without looking at him, he's really pissed off right now. He quickly moved towards the portal, ready to follow Yue, but Ellie grabbed his arm. Nine let out a soft sigh and tightly grabbed the hand holding him. Ellie, please, but he paused when the woman opposite him started slapping his shoulder with an angry expression. You really think I would let you go alone? What if you go and start cheating on me? I am coming with you, you jerk. I don't have any family left here anyway. Nine wanted to argue, but his eyes widened in shock as Ellie forcefully shoved him into the portal. After his figure vanished inside the portal, Ellie glanced at Glacia, who had stopped paying attention to the portal. Instead, the woman was staring at the room door with an intrigued expression. Ellie looked up at the ceiling and took a deep breath before she also jumped into the portal. The moment Nine told her he was leaving, she made up her mind to follow him. She stayed quiet because he said the place he was going was very dangerous. Plus, she knew she was weak, so he wouldn't take her with him even if she insisted. That's why she followed him to this room, even though he asked her not to. It was her decision to go with him, and she knew she wouldn't regret it because she really had no one left on this planet. The portal began dissipating into countless white particles. Glacia moved towards the portal and waved her hand to remove her domain. The moment her domain disappeared, the whole room was flooded with icy blue flames. She glanced at the flames for a second longer, then watched as the room door opposite her was destroyed into tiny pieces. In the next second, a person with bright silver hair and green eyes filled with anger stepped inside the room and stood opposite her. Chapter 441, Why Can't I Sense Her? A while ago, Kyle let out a chuckle as he watched Yue, who quickly ran off towards the building with an embarrassed expression. He touched his lips with the back of his hand and let out a pleased hum. The feeling of someone else touching him was not bad at all, or maybe because it was Yue, that's why. Kyle's heart fluttered for a second when he recalled what he had done a moment ago. He started walking towards the exit of the garden and watched the orange morning sky. The atmosphere was peaceful and quiet. However, the softness in his eyes and the faint smile on his face vanished when suddenly, Bia's presence disappeared. He stopped in his tracks and started calling the phoenix's name in his head with a confused expression. Bia, 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 but no matter how many times he called, there was no response. What the heck happened? A sense of dread crept into his heart, and without a second thought, Kyle vanished from his spot. In the next second, he appeared in a corridor, startling an old servant who saw him materialize out of thin air. Kyle ignored the servant who started shouting and ran off to call the guards, claiming that an unknown enemy had entered the queen's residence. He looked at rows of doors on both sides of the corridor and spread out his scent perception skill to sense Bia. But it was like the phoenix had entered another space altogether because even with his divine rank scent perception skill, he couldn't detect her presence. I'm sure she's inside the building, so why can't I sense her? Hundreds of different scents flooded his nose, but he let out a shuddering breath because in that exact moment, the mark he placed on Yue disappeared, and along with it, her scent that he smelled a moment ago also vanished into thin air. Haha, no way, what the heck is going on? He started running through the corridor, frantically checking every room while calling out Bia and Yue's names loudly. The old servant who ran off before came back with many guards holding weapons, but the moment they saw Kyle's hair and eyes, they knew who he was. The guards and servants also panicked when they heard Kyle's frantic voice calling out to their queen and the divine phoenix. No matter how they looked at the situation, they knew something was wrong. That's why instead of questioning Kyle, they all scattered and just like him, started calling out Yue's name. After all, their top priority was to ensure Yue's safety. Kyle paused when he saw a middle-aged woman who had come to find him after hearing that Yue had disappeared. He looked at the woman, and even though he hadn't seen her before, her hair, which was similar to Yue's, gave him a clue about who she was. Kyle took a deep breath and regained his composure. It wasn't the time to panic. He looked at the woman who appeared on the verge of tears as she asked him about Yue. Don't worry, Auntie, Yue is strong. I believe she's okay. We will find her. I last saw her entering the building. Yue's mother, Iva, gave him a nod. She could see the tense air around him and knew he was just as worried as her. Also, finding Yue was their top priority. She didn't ask anything else and started searching the building with the servants, even though they asked her not to due to her health, which had been declining since her husband passed away. Kyle glanced at her back and rubbed his forehead. Damn it, his eyes brightened as he spread out his scent perception skill to the extreme level and covered the entire building. Kyle's stomach churned, and his vision turned blurry because he still couldn't use the skill for a long time due to the many scents that entered his nose all at once. But he shut his eyes and sensed every single scent in the building. However, all of a sudden, he heard many cries in the distance as a lot of servants started shouting in panic. What happened? Kyle didn't have to check to know the answer because the moment he turned around, he saw a woman in a dark cloak holding Iva's unconscious body. His eyes widened because he couldn't sense anything from the woman in the cloak, as if her presence was just an illusion. He used instant teleportation and tried to stop the woman, but before he could even touch her body, she transformed into a mirage and vanished from his sight. Kyle stared at his hand that grabbed nothing but air and his eyes dilated. The enemy is stronger than him, so much that he can't even touch her. Suddenly, someone shouted from downstairs in a frantic voice. The study. The study door isn't opening. Kyle turned his head toward the voice and vanished. In the next second, he appeared beside a female servant who was trying her best to push open the study door, but it wouldn't even budge. The elven girl immediately backed away the moment she saw Kyle. She cried out, and many other guards and servants gathered as they watched Kyle kick and punch the door with all his strength. Kyle breathed out and shouted at the many people behind him, "All of you leave this place." He didn't wait for an answer and started gathering all his divine energy inside his palm. Icy blue flames surged out and they started surrounding the study from all directions before seeping into the walls, freezing everything in their path. Kyle let out a shout and once again punched the door in front of him, this time with so much divine energy that everything else around him started disintegrating. All the people inside the building started running out when the ground beneath them started trembling violently. Kyle watched as a crack appeared in the space in front of him, and he finally faintly sensed Bia, Yue, and Iva's presence. His anger increased because he even sensed Nine and Ellie in the study. "Who is this bastard? How dare you harm my people? Do you really think you can get away with it?" Chapter 442, Where did you send them? Kyle yelled and slammed his fists against the door with even more desperation. But the crack that appeared after he poured so much of his divine energy into it quickly sealed up before his seething eyes. Damn it all to hell! Countless ice spears materialized behind him and shot towards the door, but not even a scratch appeared on its surface. It felt as if a powerful invisible barrier was blocking all of his attacks. Why won't this freaking door break? He noticed that even his flames, which had surrounded the room from all directions, could not enter the space. Kyle gathered more divine energy, but as he tightened his fist with anger and frustration to punch the door again, something strange happened. The place in front of him shook, and with a faint rustling sound, something spread out in all directions. Immediately afterward, his flames surged into the room from all directions, freezing and turning everything in their path into countless bright particles because the barrier stopping them had vanished. After the walls sustaining one of the biggest rooms inside the building turned into particles, a big part of the building started to crumble, causing a cascading effect throughout the entire structure. Kyle stared at the crumbling door and kicked it with so much strength that it shattered into many pieces. However, even before he stepped into the room, he sensed it very clearly that Yue, Nine, Ellie, and Iva had left the place. The thing that barely made him relieved was that the moment Yue left the barrier that stopped him from entering the room, he could finally sense the mark he placed on her. But it was so far away and so faint that he couldn't even grasp her exact location. Kyle stepped into the room. His knuckles were bruised from pounding his fists on the door repeatedly, but despite the pain, he still clenched his fists so hard that blood oozed from his palms. He stared at the woman in the dark cloak standing across from him. A smirk formed on her face as she checked him out from head to toe with a look that screamed interest. Kyle's eyes darted toward Bia's unconscious body for a split second, and then he once again fixed his cold gaze on the short-haired woman. There was a fading portal beside her, and he knew Yue and the others had left the room through that exact portal. Where did you send them and why? He couldn't believe the voice that escaped from his lips belonged to him because it sounded too hoarse for his comfort. The woman didn't say anything and just stared at his body. At that moment, Kyle felt that something was off because he wanted to attack her, but his legs wouldn't move. He raised his hand and touched beneath his eyes, which had started bleeding. Not just his eyes, but blood was also flowing from his nose and mouth, even though he wasn't injured. Then, he finally dropped to his knees and stared at the woman with dilated eyes as she took a step closer to him. Her bronze eyes brightened up as she peered at him. "Who are you? You are clearly so weak, but why is there something inside your body that I can't grasp?" Glacia narrowed her eyes. As one of the strongest people on her planet, someone who had reached the final stage of the transcendent rank, she couldn't believe she was unable to see through a human who hadn't even entered the divine rank. "I have been sensing something unique inside you, but the moment I tried to understand it, it hid itself, almost as if it had a mind of its own and knew that my presence could pose a threat." The portal next to her began to fade, and Glacia knew it would crumble in a few seconds. But the human in front of her made her want to stay on this weak planet a little longer. "How about I give it a look? Don't worry, I will make sure not to kill or completely destroy your body." The icy flames in the room began to extinguish as Kyle lost control of his body. He didn't notice, but Glacia had once again extended her domain to gain complete control over everything around her. She reached out her hand towards Kyle, who met her gaze with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Kyle couldn't speak, but he swore that if he survived today, he would do whatever it takes to kill this woman. Glacia let out a chuckle. "I have to admit, it never ceases to amaze me how arrogant all the people I have met on this planet are." She touched Kyle's forehead and started sending her energy into his body, not really caring about the massive power difference between them or the fact that her energy could wreck his body. Only after a split second, an astonished expression appeared on her face because she sensed that the human in front of her had a mind space. But how was it possible when he clearly hadn't reached the true divine rank? She wanted to forcefully peer inside his mind space, but before she could, once again a crack appeared in her domain. Glacia snapped her eyes up from where a pair of brown eyes stared at her. Her hand left Kyle's forehead, and she staggered back when the person staring at her threw a wave of electricity at her. Glacia's eyes widened with shock because the person who attacked her had reached the transcendent rank as well, albeit just the initial stage. But it was enough to make her raise her guard against the old dwarf who tore a part of her domain, even though his hands were trembling. Ho ho Susan, this is interesting, but I only see a kid and a phoenix in there, no one else. The old dwarf entered the domain after he finally managed to tear a part of it. He wasn't alone. Susan, Anley, and many old elves who were contacted by the guards and informed that something happened to UA were floating right behind him. Chapter 443. That woman took 9 as well. Susan quickly entered the domain after he heard the old dwarf's words. He saw Kyle, and upon seeing the kid's condition, an angry expression appeared on her face. Just what the hell is going on here? His angry voice echoed in the air. He couldn't believe he had just left the kids alone for a while, only for an unknown person to attack them in his absence. If he hadn't sensed the strong force inside the former West Continent and found the old dwarf, Xeron, one of the old divine guardians of the planet who had just managed to construct his body, he would have never known something was going on. Xeron glanced at Susan with a surprised expression, a little taken aback that his old friend was getting angry because of an unknown kid. Regardless, he focused his gaze on the woman in the dark cloak. I did sense another transcendent presence, but why is such a strong person harming a weak individual? I thought those above the pseudo-divine rank are not allowed to kill lower beings unless they are siding with the dark side. Glacia clicked her tongue. What bad timing, she glanced at Kyle one last time. The human's eyes had turned blank, he probably fainted in the process. Glacia knew the dwarf was weaker than her, but she also knew that even if she fought with him and won, she wouldn't come out unharmed. That's why before Xeron could even attack, her body turned into a mirage, and she entered the portal that scattered into countless white particles. Anley and the other old elves also entered the space and started looking around for UA. However, when they did not find her, they started to panic and question Xeron and Susan, but the duo completely ignored them. Susan gritted his teeth and made his way toward Kyle. The moment he touched his body, the boy fell down toward him. He is badly injured. Xeron, I am taking him with me for treatment. Just find the other tower's guardians and inform them about everything. Susan formed a portal in front of him and left with Kyle. After he left, Xeron glanced at the phoenix and checked her body. She is fine, just unconscious. He glanced at Anley. What is your name? Well, whatever it is, do you have a communication crystal? Xeron paused and started mumbling under his breath. Wait, even if I have a communication crystal, I don't know the other guardian's communication crystal coordinates. He let out a sigh, and before Anley and the other old elves could get a proper idea of what the heck was happening, his figure turned into a mirage and he vanished with the phoenix. It didn't take long for the news that the Elven Queen had disappeared to spread throughout the whole Coexes. The news reached Jan and the other guardians an hour later through an old elf, and Jan immediately contacted Susan since Xeron didn't come to find him. Jan got angry after hearing everything from Susan. He couldn't believe that something like this happened in their presence. And seriously, what was Xeron doing when that woman ran off without a scratch? Alec, Jayan, Carcel, Sinan, and the others found out about it through Anley, and they were shocked because they had just parted with UA and Kyle a while ago. They all quickly went to find the tower's guardians to get more details, but even the guardians had no clue, except that a powerful elven woman took UA and badly injured Kyle. The people of Coexes, who were still celebrating their recent victory against the enemies, were hit with another wave of panic when they heard that a new powerful enemy had appeared on the planet. How could they not panic? After all, this time the enemy was strong enough to badly injure the strongest human on the planet and kidnap UA, the Elven Queen, right in front of the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity. Inside a dimly lit room, Kyle opened his eyelids at the sound of the water droplets, but a splitting headache hit him hard and he let out a groan. Just then, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Don't get up because I don't have any more divine energy to heal you. Kyle blinked a few times and his hazy eyes finally cleared up. But when he remembered what happened before he became unaware of his surroundings, he let out a deep exhale and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes darted toward the unfamiliar ceiling before he glanced at the old man with white hair sitting a little distance away from him. It was Susan, and he looked very tired for some reason. The room looked ordinary, but water droplets cascaded down from one corner of the ceiling, forming a beautiful curtain of water that fell into a small pool. Also, the room didn't have any furniture except for the bed Kyle was lying on and the chair and table where Susan was sitting. So I survived. He let out a sigh which sounded way too loud to ignore. Susan raised his eyes and stared at the kid. Yes, you did because of me and Xeron. Kyle blinked, still a bit dazed from everything that had just happened. Xeron, he's the last divine guardian of this planet who stayed behind when all the other divine beings left. He reached the transcendent rank so he could sense the woman who harmed you. Kyle sat up, ignoring Susan's request not to. The old man let out a sigh. Even though Kyle had made him work a lot during or before the war, he couldn't just let the kid die. At first, when Zeron told him about the transcendent rank individual, he thought it would be just another enemy. But who would have guessed that Kyle and Yue would be in danger? Kyle massaged his temples and asked the question he had been hesitating to ask because he already knew the answer. What about Yue and Nine? Susan's eyes widened at his words. What, that woman took Nine as well? Chapter 444, I am leaving this planet. Kyle glanced at Susan's shocked expression and quickly got out of bed to stand on his feet. Not just Nine, there were more people too, and I have a feeling Nine already knew this was going to happen. He remembered Nine's words. The brown-haired man had told him that he would be going to a faraway place for a while. Also, Yue's strange behavior. Regardless, the one thing Kyle didn't understand was why they didn't tell him or anyone about it. If they were forced to go with that elven woman, they could have at least shared the situation. After all, if Kyle and the others had known about it, they would have rushed to help Yue and Nine if the duo was in danger. Yet they both chose to hide it. I remember Yue trying to tell me something, but she would always stop. It's like for some reason, both Yue and Nine couldn't share it with others. Kyle took a moment to check his body. He clenched and unclenched his hands a few times and moved around, making sure everything was okay. Susan's expression turned grim as he approached him. Kid, don't push yourself too hard. That elven woman gave you some serious internal injuries, and even though they are healed, you still need rest. Kyle shook his head and took out a pair of shoes from his mind space. He put them on and looked at Susan. I am good. I am grateful that you and Zeron saved me and Bia, and you even took care of me while I was unconscious. His voice echoed in the room, which had started to feel too silent. But now I think it's time for me to leave this planet. Yue and Nine aren't my only reason. I have been meaning to leave for a while now because I have some scores to settle with a few people out there. Plus, I don't think staying here will help me increase my strength anymore. Susan let out a big sigh, not sure what else to say to make the kids stay and rest. Also, Kyle's unwavering gaze made it clear that he wouldn't listen or care about the danger beyond the planet's boundaries, so he pointed at the room's exit. All right, I respect your decision, but let's talk about it later. Now that you have decided to get up, please ask all the people outside to leave the Tower of Opportunity. Susan looked fed up as he went back to sit down on the chair. They have been crowding outside the whole day because of you. Kyle let out a faint smile. He had sensed the many familiar presences outside even before Susan told him. His tense shoulders relaxed as he quickly stepped towards the room's exit. He pushed the hard wooden door open and saw many people talking, sitting, or walking in the open area filled with grass in front of the room. In an instant, all eyes turned to him, and the first one who jumped towards him was none other than Bia. The phoenix left Mia's shoulder and climbed onto Kyle's head with a worried expression. Hey, why are you always the one who gets seriously injured? That damn woman, I am going to kill her if I ever see her again, even if I have to use all my strength. I need to tell you a lot. Nine and Ellie were behaving strangely, and so was Yue. Kyle heard all the complaints of the grumbling phoenix who, like always, messed up his hair. He barely maintained his balance when Jian, Sinon, Ray, and Neon wrapped their arms around him tightly. Alec, Carcel, Regius, Han, Mia, and Lara shook their heads as Kyle patted the red-haired man's back to make the man move away from him. Kyle froze when all of a sudden Jian wiped his nose on his shoulder. He took a deep breath but still raised his leg to kick the man far away from his body. However, before he could, Jian quickly backed away and started wiping his eyes, which were completely dry. Bro, why are you freaking us out again? It's good you didn't go into a coma again. Also, I think Nine went back to his kingdom. I wanted to inform him about you. But he's not picking up his communication crystal. Sinon also backed away and joined Jian as Ray and Neon started checking Kyle's body, and after they were sure he was perfectly fine, Ray fixed his narrowed eyes on him. I feel like now you invite trouble whenever you go. You're the youngest among us, so don't you dare to die before us. I'm going to contact Dad because he's been worried sick about you. So talk to him, okay? Kyle nodded and glanced at Alec, who stepped forward and patted his shoulder. We all know what happened, don't blame yourself, you did your best. Zeron had told us everything about the woman who took Yue with her. She has reached the transcendent rank. Alec paused for a second, but no one knows if Yue's fine. Kyle closed his eyes for a second and sensed the mark he placed on Yue. Don't worry, she's fine, I can sense her faintly, and if she's fine, the others are fine as well. Alec looked at him and his face turned serious, not because Kyle could sense Yue, but because the elven woman had kidnapped some others too. What do you mean others? Kyle gave a wry smile and told everyone everything. Bia also joined in and shared what she saw and heard before she lost consciousness. The moment the duo was done, the air became heavy as Jian clenched his fists with an angry expression. That bastard Nine, how could he not tell anyone about this and just leave with such a dangerous person? Not to mention he took Ellie with him. Did he lose his mind or something? If he knew, he should have told me or anyone else. Sinan grabbed Jian's shoulder and let out a smile that looked borderline evil. Don't worry, the next time we see that bastard, we are going to beat him to a pulp. Han glanced at the young people around him. All of them had started talking about how they were going to find that woman who dared to harm their friends. Then he moved his eyes toward Kyle, who went to the side to talk with his father. After Kyle closed the communication crystal and tossed it toward Neon with a faint smile, Han approached him with a solemn expression. So Kyle, what are you going to do next? I know you won't just sit around. Kyle glanced at his master, who hadn't said anything all this time. A sharp and serious glint flashed in his eyes. Master, I am leaving this planet. In an instant, everyone turned silent. They already had a feeling Kyle would leave, and honestly, all of them also wanted to depart from the planet to become stronger and find Nine and Yue. Han let out a sigh. It's your decision, and nobody is going to stop you because you are old enough to know what's best for you. I also know you have become very strong, and staying on this planet would hinder your growth. As your master, I want to see you achieve an amazing future. So don't ever give up, no matter what goes down, no matter how hard it gets. Kyle's green eyes brightened up as he stared at the old man opposite him. Master, I know what I want to do after that elven woman tried to take my life. I want to become stronger than anyone out there. He chuckled when everyone started gathering around him and continued. I don't want to be vulnerable. I want to be able to protect myself and my loved ones. Nobody should have the power to harm me, so I am going to go all in, push myself to the limit, and become the strongest. It might seem like a dream or maybe I sound arrogant, but I am going to try my best to make it my reality. Alec clicked his tongue. You think you are the only one, huh? I'm also gonna become the strongest. Let's see if you can beat me first. Jian's eyes widened with shock. How can you two forget about me? I'm sure I will be the strongest, and you two will be my underlings in the future. Sinan rolled his eyes and wrapped his arm around Jian's neck. How about we have a one-on-one to see who's stronger? Regius smiled and folded his hands. You shouldn't forget about me, right? After hearing Kyle's words, I am super motivated to become the strongest too. Lara and Mia raised their brows and glanced at each other. Do you really think we would stay behind? Carcel cleared his throat and surprised everyone around him by stepping into the conversation. I don't think you all should worry about who should take the title of being the strongest. I mean, his sentence was cut short when Bayan let out an evil laugh. Of course, the majestic me has already taken it. Who dares to claim the title if not me? Ray and Neon glanced at everyone as they all turned quiet after Bia declared her claim to the title of the strongest. The duo grinned at the proud phoenix, who held her head high and stared at everyone, daring them all to challenge her words. Han let out a wry smile as he watched them all and shook his head. He glanced at Kyle and held his shoulder. So when are you planning to leave the planet? Chapter 445, just a feeling I can't describe. All eyes turned to Kyle, who glanced at Susan from the corner of his eye. The old man had just stormed out of the room made of stones in the grassy field, probably because of all the noise everyone was making. Susan wanted to make them all go away, but he stopped when Kyle started speaking. I have come to realize that putting things off is a bad habit of mine, so from now on if I want to do something I will do it right away. That's why I am leaving now. Kyle gave his answer to Han with a subtle smile and he responded with a nod. But then a wave of protests erupted, with all of his friends saying that if he left now, they would not be able to go with him. After all, they had to inform many others about their departure since they were the young guardians of the continent. Regius needed to bid farewell to his grandmother and the surviving elders from his village. Carcel had to inform his older brother and mother. Sinan, Jian, Lara, and Mia faced the same situation. And let's not forget that they had to find capable individuals to take their places all around the planet. It would take at least a few days to sort it all out. Alec rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. Kyle, I know you have made up your mind, but how about we all leave together after a few days? That way me and everyone else can quickly handle what we need to do. Jian agreed with him. Also, if we leave together, it will be a lot safer. In the end, no one knows how many dangers are waiting for us outside the boundaries of this planet. Ray and Neon glanced at each other and also agreed with Jian and Alec. They wouldn't stop Kyle if he wanted to leave because they knew he could take care of himself. But they wanted him to stay for a few days because they didn't know how long it would take for them to see their younger brother again once he left. Kyle let out a deep breath as multiple voices flooded his mind. Bia sensed his troubled emotions and left his head to sit on his shoulder. What happened? Kyle raised his hand to caress the phoenix's head and furrowed his brows. Just a feeling I can't describe. The moment he mentioned that he would leave the planet now, a sense of unease began to well up inside him. It felt like something was telling him it would be better if he left a few days later with everyone else. Kyle relaxed his brows when he noticed Alec's eyes on him, not wanting to make the man worry. But why would he feel this way all of a sudden, like something bad would happen if he left the planet now? This is not the first time I have had this feeling. Could this be a new way for my bloodline to alert me about danger ahead of time? Regardless, it is best to stay cautious. He thought he would leave a few days later, and the strange feeling in his heart vanished like it never existed. Kyle raised his hands to calm everyone around him, but at that moment, another person landed on the surface a little distance away from them. Xeron let out a yawn. Then the brown-haired dwarf clicked his tongue at all the people in front of him as he approached them with slow footsteps. I just wanted to rest. Kids, can you all stop speaking for even a second? I can hear all your noise up here. He pointed up at the clouds where he had been trying to catch some shut-eye and locked eyes with Kyle. Ho ho, I actually thought you died. But it was a pleasant surprise to see you alive. Kyle squinted at the dwarf because he looked a bit familiar, especially with that sleazy smile on his face. Then his eyes widened because he had seen the dwarf before. You. Aren't you the one who gave me that old scroll before I entered the Tower of Opportunity? Xeron stopped and let out a chuckle. It has been so long and you still remember. He waved his hand and rubbed his nose. SHHH, no need for thank you. I'm someone who helps people here and there. That scroll was nothing compared to all the things I have given out casually. Alec gave a wry smile since he was the only one who knew which scroll the duo was talking about. So Kyle got the scroll from Xeron. However, in that moment, Jian raised his hand with suspicious eyes. Wait, what scroll are you both talking about? He had a bad feeling about this because he knew Xeron stole his and Kelvin's storage rings. That damn old dwarf, he only let it slide because the dwarf saved his life. Bia glanced at Jian and his expression sank when she told him about the scroll. The scroll helped us a lot in the tower and we gathered many treasures because of it. It has all the knowledge of the first 3 floors of the tower. Kyle started checking his mind space. I think I still have it with me. I wanted to sell it for a good price after knowing it's authentic, but I never got the chance. Han let out a chuckle at Kyle's words. Now he understood why the kid had so many treasures to sell after coming out from the tower. Not just Han, Neon, and Ray also glanced at each other, finally figuring out the secret of how Kyle got his hands on so many treasures. In that moment, Jian surprised everyone around him by dropping to his knees with a blank expression. He pointed his trembling finger at Xeron. Don't you dare tell me you stole the scroll from me and Kelvin. Chapter 446. You thief, Xeron let out a gasp. Brat, how could you put such blame on me? Me stealing? No way, I am such a powerful person, do I need to steal? He shut his mouth when Kyle took out an old scroll from his mind space and Jian lunged forward to open it and check the content of the scroll. Haha, this is the same scroll Kelvin and I lost, you thief. Jian's angry voice made the dwarf sweat. You didn't even spare our accessories. Do you have any idea how much suffering we had to endure because we lost this scroll? The king acquired it after spending thousands of mana stones. Xeron let out a scoff, too thick-skinned to admit he stole it. No way, it's a different scroll. Look, the design is older than yours. Susan facepalmed when the two started arguing. He quickly dragged Jian away before the kid got beaten by the dwarf, who had started to roll up his sleeves to prove his words. The moment Jian was out of the picture, Xeron swiftly changed the topic. You kid, I heard your conversation. You want to leave the planet, right? However, where would you go? Do you have a destination in mind? Kyle shook his head. I have no idea about my destination. But I will follow the mark I placed on UA to find her 9 and the others. Also, I'll increase my strength along the way so I can take down all the enemies I encounter. Xeron rubbed his chin. You have reached the pseudo-divine rank, but it's dangerous to wander outside the planet due to the shadow generals and the dark armies. In the next moment, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Just tell me this. Are you gonna leave alone or go together with the others after a few days? Kyle smiled as everyone stared at him in silence. He could see that they all hoped he would leave with them in a few days. I'll leave with them after a few days. Sinan raised his hand and cheered to lighten up the mood, and he succeeded because everyone started laughing at the winged demi-human. However, at that moment, no one knew that today would be their last day to have a normal conversation with each other. Xeron nodded at Kyle. So, how about you all go to the sacred divine land? I remember our planet has an ethereal tunnel leading to that place. Odiak and many other divine rank individuals discovered it a long time ago and made it usable after sacrificing a part of their strength. He waved his hand, and many chairs appeared around him. He sat down on one of them and Kyle quickly sat opposite him to learn more about it. Alec and the others followed suit. In the distance, Susan released Jian, who let out a snort and made his way to one of the chairs. He put aside the thought of revenge for now because he knew he was weaker, and it seemed like the dwarf had some useful information to share. Susan let out a sigh and joined everyone. The sacred divine land is probably the best place for you all right now. James and many other people had used the ethereal tunnel in the past. I'm not sure where they are at the moment, but I heard the sacred divine land is perfect for those who want to gather enough divine energy to break through to the divine rank or go further. Bia furrowed her brows. What is that place? A place filled with divine energy? Ziron let out a hum. It's a huge land floating between countless planets in this universe. You are right, the place is filled with divine energy. But it's not called a sacred land because of the divine energy. It's named that way because of the thousands of ancient tombs filled with treasures hidden beneath the land. The sacred land is also called the land of spirituality because there's no mana in that land. Instead, there's spiritual energy, which is very useful for strengthening one's soul rank. Kyle glanced at the image that had replaced his stats from the corner of his eyes. His soul rank increased after he woke up from the coma because his soul consumed the celestial essence. So, there are other ways to increase one's soul rank too, Ziron continued when he saw all the people around him invested. However, only the people who are close to nature or can converse with the mystical spirits in that land can harness that energy. The spirits are small winged creatures without physical bodies, they only have souls. It's pretty rare to come across people who can use spiritual energy, except for the special ones who can see the future or fate of others. That's why the land is known as the sacred divine land. Ziron's expression turned serious as he glanced at Susan. It's a perfect place for all of you, but unlike Susan and the other guardians who haven't left this planet, I know a lot. I don't think the land is very safe now, because half of it is ruled by the demon and dark race after the first Shadow General destroyed a big part of it just for the sake of fun. But I truly think you kids should go there and enhance your strength because, apart from the sacred land, there's no other place that can offer you sufficient resources to break through the confines of the divine rank. A teacup appeared in Ziron's hand as he took a sip and glanced at the many people staring at him with a hint of excitement. Nevertheless, in the end, it all depends on your luck and abilities whether that place becomes a treasure trove for you or a worse nightmare. Kyle absorbed the information he had just received from the old dwarf. He couldn't believe there was still so much he needed to know to become truly strong. As everyone around him quietly digested the information, Kyle did not hesitate to ask the many questions he had after knowing Ziron had a lot more knowledge than the tower's guardians. Do you know more about the Shadow Generals? What about their leader? Why are they attacking the planets? Chapter 447. How about you go and ask him? Ziron let out a chuckle at Kyle's questions. The Shadow Generals, I don't know much about them, but last I heard there are 5 of them. Perhaps the number has increased during my absence, but all of them have only one leader, Azazel. However, no one has seen the man, so how could I know how much stronger he is? Or how he managed to make so many strong individuals submit to him? Ziron's voice turned solemn as he spoke the next words, and the teacup in his hand vanished. He simply appeared out of nowhere and shook the whole universe. As for your last question, kid, ho, do you think evil people need a reason to do bad deeds? Or maybe there is a reason, but I don't know. After all, I am just one of the countless people who are living in this vast universe. The dwarf started grinning as he stared at Kyle and the others. How about you kids go and ask him? Giant stared back at him with a deadpan expression. Don't worry, I will personally go and have a face-to-face conversation with him. Ziron's grin widened. Good, I like your enthusiasm. So do you all want to leave for now to prepare for your departure, or should we first go and check the ethereal tunnel? I haven't visited that place and I wonder if it has enough resources to function. Susan stood up and straightened his clothes. It's not far away and I can draw a teleportation portal, so I don't think it would take us a lot of time to go and check it. Does anyone want to go together? Giant raised his hand. I want to go. I have to do a lot of things, so I don't think I will have time to go and see the ethereal tunnel later. So take me. Sinan grabbed the arm of the red-haired man and flapped his wings. The name sounds pretty awesome and I'm curious too, so I want to go too. I believe the place is not dangerous. Han also decided to go and visit the place because he always liked discovering new things, and the ethereal tunnel really sounded otherworldly. Ziron stood up and let out a tired sigh. Why are you all so excited? The place has been abandoned for a very long time, and it's probably covered in so much dust that you won't be able to see anything. Hash, all of you are making me feel old even though I am only a few hundred years older than you all. Susan's eyebrow twitched as the dwarf wearily stretched his back as if he had shouldered the workload of countless individuals. Susan rolled his eyes and created a portal before looking at everyone nearby. The ones who want to come with me, follow me, and the rest, please leave the Tower of Opportunity. Although it's open to the public, it's not a place where you all should just barge into any time. He clicked his tongue and stepped into the portal before he appeared in front of a dark underground cave, leading even further into the darkness. He glanced back and saw many people arriving behind him one by one. In the end, everyone followed him. Kyle saw Ziron yawning beside him and sniffed the air. He raised his eyebrow and let out an "oh." So the ethereal tunnel is beneath the Tower of Opportunity. Ziron almost lost his balance when he heard his words. He stared at the silver-haired man as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? Kyle blinked and pointed at his nose. My nose is a little sensitive. Ziron's eyes widened. He couldn't believe a pseudo-divine rank nose was so strong. This place is covered with many layers of barriers because the tower's punishment chamber, where the guardians who harm the planet's residents are punished, is on the other side. So I'm really surprised you can sense that it's beneath the tower. Kyle ignored the dwarf and furrowed his brows as he glanced at Susan, who had grabbed a communication crystal from his mind space to contact Jan and Jordan. After all, the duo was more knowledgeable than Susan about the ethereal tunnel. Alec and the others have started to look at the dark cave to check the place out. Bia flew towards Mia and sat down on her shoulder, curiously looking at the cave's structure. But Kyle paused and grabbed Ziron's arm before staring at the dwarf with a serious expression. Ziron, it's faint, but I'm sensing a familiar dark aura in this place. Are you sure it's safe? The dwarf halted after hearing his words and quickly used his senses to explore the area, then shook his head. You're overthinking, kid. I have a strong detection skill and I can't sense any other living thing besides us here. Kyle's expression became even more serious. No, I'm not saying someone is here. I'm saying someone with a dark aura has visited this place before us. Ziron noticed his troubled eyes and quickly stopped everyone from entering the cave without him. I'll take the lead. Kyle watched the dwarf's back as the latter took the lead. Just then, Jan and Jordan also arrived through another portal that Susan constructed. The duo, along with Susan, hurriedly followed Ziron and the others walked behind them, chatting faintly about the ethereal tunnel they were about to see. But for some reason, Kyle didn't feel like going into the cave. The moment he used his scent perception skill, he sensed a very subtle scent of the dark shadow he had sensed with Astalion in the past. I can't detect its presence, but just its scent. It feels like that dark thing stayed in this place for a while, which is why its scent is still here. Kyle pushed aside his growing anxiety and quickly joined the others before walking alongside Ray and Neon. But he kept an eye on his surroundings as they passed through the dark cave and entered a well-lit open space. There they all saw a big stone platform in the middle with a round glass structure on top. It rose up towards a shimmering, see-through curtain. Chapter 448. I think we should go back. Ziron's eyes narrowed sharply as he took in the condition of the place. The stone platform and the round glass structure, which should have been covered in dust, looked like someone had cleaned them thoroughly. And there were countless mana stones and various plants emitting mana scattered around the platform. No way, he shot a quick glance at Kyle from the corner of his eyes and a wave of unease washed over him. Something was definitely not right. And to top it off, the shimmering, see-through curtain that transported people to the sacred divine land was now rippling with divine energy. Clearly, someone had recently infused it with power. Susan, Jan, and Jordan saw the same things and quickly moved to stop everyone before they got close to the stone platform with serious expressions on their faces. Jan furrowed his brows and asked Susan what was going on. However, Susan just brushed it off, saying it was nothing. Bia flew over and landed on the red-haired man's shoulder to get a better view of the situation since Jan and Alec were in the front row with Han and Sinan. Kyle's anxiety started to grow once again as he glanced at the stone platform. Guys, I think we should go back. He raised his voice to make his point clear, and his voice sounded serious, not open to any refusal. Ziron heard Kyle's voice and waved at Susan with a stern expression. You, gather everyone and lead them back. There's nothing worth seeing here except for the platform. Jan clicked his tongue and grumbled quietly to himself. It's not like we want to stay. The ethereal tunnel is nothing special anyway. Susan let out a sigh, and everyone turned around to enter the portal that he created. Ziron quickly climbed the platform to check the glass structure above it. But as the dwarf took another step toward the glass structure, there was a loud click, and the platform beneath him shook with a thunderous sound, causing the entire chamber to tremble with it. Almost with the speed of lightning, all the mana, divine energy, and the countless mana stones and mana plants scattered around the platform dissipated into tiny particles. The portal Susan created also faded into tiny particles before anyone could even leave through it. In an instant, everyone became alert as Susan, Jan, and Jordan shouted at them to leave through the cave they arrived from. Kyle's face hardened as he quickly created a few portals, but all the portals dissipated the moment he built them. That's why he also rushed inside the dark cave with everyone else. Damn it. Damn it, he cursed when the ceiling above their heads started crumbling. The cave turned suffocating as every speck of mana in the air transformed into particles and was greedily absorbed by the platform. Meanwhile, Ziron froze in front of the glass structure and gasped when the see-through curtain above it started expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It rippled and started sucking everything in its surroundings with a maddening pull. Ziron's body turned into a mirage as he vanished towards the cave. Someone messed with the ethereal tunnel, it's going to blast. His sentence was cut short because, with a sonic boom, a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. The deafening sound was enough to make everyone's ears stop working. Then, a loud blast echoed in the air as the entire glass structure above the platform shattered, and the stone platform itself started to disintegrate. The impact was so powerful that it shook the entire Tower of Opportunity above the underground chamber, causing the cave to crumble down on top of those inside. Many surprised cries echoed in the air, and Kyle's eyes dilated as he used his ice armor skill on everyone around him. An invisible veil of ice appeared on their bodies, but his skill dissipated within a split second. Gritting his teeth, he vanished towards Neon when he saw him almost getting crushed under the ceiling. But he spat out blood because the moment he used instant teleportation, the mana he used was forcefully sucked away, causing him to crash into Neon, who was already struggling. Kyle shouted at Zeron to do something, who was saving Han and Sinon. He spread out his blue flames in all directions, attempting to freeze everything. However, just like his skills, the icy flames also faded and turned into particles that were sucked in by the see-through curtain, which had started to tremble wildly. Alec, Jian, Mia, Susan, and everyone else used all their protective skills to protect themselves and the others around them. But they all cried out because, just like Kyle, their skills also dissipated into bright particles. Kyle snapped his eyes toward the Phoenix when she cried out, and saw Jian, Bia, and Alec scrambling to grab onto something as their bodies were forcefully dragged toward the curtain that had started to spin with lightning-fast speed. Lara, Jan, Regius, Carcel, and Mia were trying to help the trio, but they were also being dragged toward the curtain. Kyle wanted to use instant teleportation, but his mind started buzzing and his eyes turned hazy. Zeron let out a shout in that moment that jolted him out of the daze. All of you brace yourselves, I am going to use all my physical strength to forcefully destroy the curtain. The last thing Kyle had in mind was to use instant teleportation, so he vanished towards Bia and the others without caring about the pain he went through when his mana was forcefully sucked away. His vision blurred as he tried to grab onto the Phoenix, but then Bia let out a cry and grew in size. In an instant, golden and crimson flames scattered everywhere, enveloping her in a barrier. However, she made a mistake because as her flames scattered, the curtain sucked in her divine energy and let out a howl. Just before Zeron's fists could touch the curtain, it ominously stretched out and swallowed the Phoenix and the two people closest to her. Then, right in front of everyone's eyes, the curtain broke apart with a loud rumble, shattering into countless pieces that scattered in every direction. Chapter 449, Now What Would Happen to Them? Zeron let out an angry cry and used his divine energy to make everything around him come to a standstill. His divine energy finally stopped dissipating now that the curtain had shattered into countless pieces. The crumbling structure of the cave and underground chamber came to a pause, and the rocks and debris that were falling stopped midair. Alec gasped as the tip of a sharp boulder halted just inches from his shoulder. He took a deep breath and steadied his racing heart. As he looked around, he noticed that everyone around him was badly injured. Ray dragged his injured leg and stared at the place where the curtain scattered into countless pieces with bated breath. Kyle, he cried out with a horrified expression. Noan also stared at the place where, just a little more than a minute ago, he stood with Kyle, but now the silver-haired man had vanished. Sinon let out an angry shout as he repeatedly punched his fists into the ground. Kyle, Bia, and Jian were swallowed up by the curtain right before his eyes, and he couldn't do anything. Regius quickly stopped him. He was feeling the same way, but he couldn't let Sinon harm himself even more when his clothes were already dripping with blood. But before anyone could fully comprehend just what the hell had transpired in front of their very eyes and what they should do next, a faint ripple formed in the air. In the next second, a gem rolled out from beneath the place where once the stone platform was present. Carcel looked at the gem's pure white surface as it stopped in front of him. He hesitantly reached out to pick it up when everyone's attention shifted to the gem. However, as soon as his fingers touched it, ripples appeared on its surface and it exploded into many white particles. The particles gathered to form a buzzing screen. In an instant, the screen flickered with countless colors as they merged and showed an image of a man with gray pupils staring back at all of them. Zeron's eyes turned red when he saw the man in the image. He knew who it was, but how was the man alive when his body was destroyed a long time ago? You bastard! Zeron wanted to rip apart the screen created by the resonite gem, something he didn't even possess. However, when he attempted to touch the screen, his hand simply passed through because it was just a recording. The man on the screen snickered and ran his hand through his jet-black hair. He let out a menacing chuckle as everyone stared at the screen, holding their breath. Yo, I wonder how much damage the little gift I left behind caused. Hee, it's a pity I can't see it. However, I'm sure I took my revenge very brutally. Did the ethereal tunnel's entrance blast? Haha, I really want to know how many of the tower's guardians died and how many were forcefully sucked into the curtain, only to be tossed into the vast universe. The man's gray pupils widened with amusement. Even though it was just a recording, his expression made it clear that if someone was seeing him on the screen, they had received his gift. Tusk, I know many would have survived. But don't worry, I'll come back even stronger to eliminate the remaining guardians. This is my revenge now. Odiak should regret the time he ordered a group of pseudo-divine rank individuals to team up and kill me. The man smirked as the screen cracked and scattered into thin air. Ziron clenched his fists. Darn it, he cursed under his breath, but he knew the person he wanted to kill so badly right now had already left through the ethereal tunnel. The man even messed up everything before leaving to ensure that if any of the tower's guardians ever stepped into this space, they would suffer the consequences. Alec glanced at Ziron as he stood up. His throat felt dry as he spoke up and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Now, what would happen to them? The man on the screen said they would be tossed into the vast universe. But where? He clenched his fists and stared at the dwarf who glanced back at everyone with an unreadable expression. Ziron couldn't tell the truth to the kids, not now at least, because he knew if he did, all of them would blame themselves and it would hinder their growth. I know the entrance of the ethereal tunnel has been destroyed, but its path is made of pure divine energy. It's not something anyone can mess up easily. He paused for a moment. The kids are strong and all of them have reached the pseudo-divine rank. I'm sure they can handle the forces pulling them from every direction and they would go to the sacred land. Ray dropped to his knees and let out the breath he was holding. So Kyle would be fine, right? Han approached him and gave him a healing potion before holding his shoulder tightly. Don't worry, I know they will be fine. All of them know how to protect themselves. Alec clenched his fists and glanced at everyone around him with a solemn expression. Guys, let's quickly do what we need to because we need to leave the planet as soon as possible. We can't let Kyle, Giant, and Bia get into any danger, no way. He turned his gaze towards Ziron and pointed towards the chamber where the entrance of the ethereal tunnel was destroyed. Ziron, you can restore the ethereal tunnel, right? Please do whatever it takes to fix it because instead of searching for them aimlessly, it would be better if we all took the same path as Kyle, Giant, and Bia. Ziron nodded with a serious expression and Carcel stepped towards Susan. What are you waiting for? Create a portal because we don't have much time. Susan glanced at Ziron. He knew the dwarf was hiding something as he formed a portal and everyone quickly left the cave. In the end, only the three towers' guardians and Ziron were left in the space, surrounded by an eerie silence. Susan's expression turned grim as Ziron stepped toward him. The rocks and debris that had been suspended in midair began to move away to clear the dwarf's path, but he paused when Jan's voice sounded from behind Susan. Just spill it, would you? What's going to happen to the kids? Will they really go to the sacred land? Ziron closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. I don't know. The path of the ethereal tunnel is stronger than its entrance, but I know that bastard pretty well. Even if he couldn't destroy it completely, he would have damaged a major part of it. I can just hope the kids don't get separated or end up on a planet that has already been conquered by the Shadow Generals. Susan massaged his temples as he sat down on his heels. But how many planets out there are safe right now, apart from the ones that are hidden from the outside world? No one replied to his question as Jordan and Jan started checking the chamber to see how much resources and manpower they needed to restore the ethereal tunnel to its original state. Ziron glanced at Susan, who had a solemn expression on his face, almost as if he was thinking about something really important. Hey, old man, are you worried about that silver-haired boy? Susan held his knees and stood up. I am, even though he annoyed me a lot, but I still am. Not to mention he has something very precious inside his body, and if a greedy person sensed it, he would be in grave danger. Ziron furrowed his brows. What? He has something else inside his body. But I didn't sense anything except for that soul-leading artifact, and he had gotten rid of that artifact, hadn't he? Susan let out a dry chuckle and shook Ziron's shoulder. I wonder why as well. Maybe it's because you are greedy. Anyway, now I know what I want to do. I'm going to leave the planet with the other kids to find him, or else my heart won't be at ease. A while back, after Kyle was sucked into the see-through curtain with Bia and Giant, it was downright painful, and the thought kept echoing in his head as he fought to figure out where the heck his body was being pulled into. His green eyes shimmered brightly amidst the vast darkness that surrounded him from all sides. He tried his darndest to stop himself from being dragged further into the abyss. And he was certain that he had broken a few bones in the process, but he simply was not able to withstand the powerful force that pulled him body. His pupils shook as he heard Bia's voice in his head, crying out in confusion about what the heck was going on. But with all the chaos in that dark space, he couldn't quite pinpoint where the phoenix was. After a minute, numerous bright, sizable holes appeared in the darkness. Those holes were the ones generating the suction force. In that moment, when the brightness cleared up Kyle's vision a little, he finally saw Bia and Jayan being sucked into one of the holes. The red-haired man was holding onto the phoenix tightly, shouting words that Kyle couldn't understand. Kyle wanted to use his skills to grab Bia too, but it didn't work out because his mana and divine energy were sucked in by the dark space around him. Nonetheless, he reached out his hand toward the phoenix's body, and he swore his fingers touched her feathers. However, he just couldn't grasp them because all the bright holes in the darkness let out screeching sounds that made his head ring. His eyes started to close due to the horrible sounds, and he lost consciousness, even though he tried his best not to.